Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 1 of What If Naruto Was in Star vs the Forces of Evil. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Marco paced toward his house with a stunned expression. He can't believe that a crazy girl was going to his school, not to mention that she have a freaky weird magic power. This girl just makes a rainbow and creatures with a wand. At least I only see her at school. Marco sighed to himself until his parents' laughters reached his ear as soon as he opened the door and he looked up to them, only to be stunned once again after seeing a familiar face. It was none other than the crazy girl, known as Star Butterfly. "Oh, Marco." Raphael grinned at his son. "Come meet the new foreign exchange student who's gonna be living with us." Wah, Marco stuttered. "What?" Star grinned widely. "I had no idea these were your parents. I just assumed everyone on Earth had the last name, Diaz. Won't it be nice to have Star's upbeat, lively energy around the house?" Angie smiled cheerily. "We could have gotten that from a litter of puppies," Marco muttered, drawing a gasp from Star. Star squealed between her gasps. "Love, puppies." She suddenly summoned a litter of puppies from her wand and the puppies suddenly shot lasers from their eyes. The parent stares at them in shock for a moment before they scoop the puppies up with exciting squeals, cooing over their cute faces. "What the hell?" Marco dropped his jaw at his parents before he shot a glare at Star as soon as one puppy burned a hole out of a family picture, where he used to be on it. "Marco, why don't you show Star her new room?" Angie smiled at them, cuddling with puppies in her arms. Her son released a heavy sigh as he showed Star the way and her husband turned to her with a wide grin. "Who would have thought that we'll get not one but 2 exchange students today?" Raphael patted a puppy's head with barking laughter and his wife nodded happily. "Wait, what?" Marco's head jerked at them with widened eyes. "Someone else is gonna stay with us." "Ooh, we should have a slumber party." Star bounced on her feet crazily and the boy hopes it's not another crazy person with magic. "Shit, I'm lost." A blonde teenager, wearing an orange shirt and blue jean with black sneakers, glanced around his surrounding. It was getting dark already and he hasn't found anyone who can give him the direction. "Maybe I shouldn't have stopped at this ramen stand, or the other one, or the one after that." He glanced at a piece of paper in his hand, an address with no directions. "Hurry, wild man." A voice catch his attention and he noticed 2 teenagers walking down the street. He decides to call out to them, hoping that they know this place. "Excuse me, guys." He jogged lightly over to them as they both turned to him curiously before a girl glanced him up and down with love-struck expression. "Can you help me?" "Oh, sure." The teenager boy nodded. Do you know this address?" The blonde boy shows him the paper. "I've been trying to find this place for a while." "That's my address." He looked up to him with a rapid blink. "Oh, really?" The blonde boy blinked before he gave him a smile. "That's kinda coincidence. I mean, what's the chance of me running into someone who live at this place in a big town?" "Yeah, I'm Marco and that." Marco was about to introduce his new friend to him but Star jumped in between them with beaming smile. "Hi, I'm Star Butterfly, a magical princess from another dimension." Star bounced side to side with her feet. "What's your name?" "Hot, say, she stammered over, never notice a small facepalm from Marco for revealing her royal status to a complete stranger. "Name's Naruto." The blonde teenager chuckled lightly as he pat her shoulder lightly then shakes Marco's hand. "Nice to meet you too." "Same." Marco replied as Naruto picked his luggage up. "Come on, follow me." They take few steps before they both notice that the girl wasn't following them, just standing in same spot with dazed expression. Star. I'm not gonna wash this shoulder again," Star whispered dreamily and Marco's sweat dropped at her. "Oh great, she's boy crazy." It took about a 30 minutes walk to Diaz's house and another 10 minutes to introduce himself to Marco's parents, thanking them for letting him staying with them. Right now, Marco was showing Naruto around the house and a guest room that he will stay in. "So what's the deal with this, big turret cast that come out from side of your house?" Naruto raised his eyebrow as he put luggage on his bed. "It's long story." Marco rubbed his neck. He's not sure if he can tell this guy about magic. Naruto was about to say something but Star suddenly poked her head into the room with wide grin. "Hey, your room's next to me," Star said. "That's awesome." She glanced around his room as she tapped her chin, but I think your room needs to be livening up a bit more. Well, I don't mind it. Naruto looked at blank gray walls and dreary furniture, kinda remind me of home in UK. You're British. Marco blinked rapidly at him, he assumed that he lived in an Asian country. Yup, I'm mixed. He chuckled lightly, my mom is Japanese British and… Oh, you like orange, right? Star cut him off, wielding her wand around. Yeah, it's my favorite color. Naruto replied. Get it. Star turned to the wall with her wand up in air and Marco quickly realized her plan. No, Star, no, no, no. Marco waved his hands furiously with cold sweats but it was too late. Orange paint blast. Star shouted out and the guest room exploded with orange cloud before it cleared up to reveal orange walls, and floor, and ceiling, and furniture, and bed. And Marco. Naruto stared at orange room for a moment and Marco coughed out a orange puff. Star is really a magical princess from another dimension and she can use magic, Marco muttered, wondering if the orange paint can be cleaned off with water because he really need one. Please don't Freya. Oh, thank, Star. Naruto turned to her with a wide grin, I love it. Star's response was a shy giggle. Wait, she just used magic and you're not freaked out by that. Marco stepped in, not to mention that we just told you about different dimensions. Well, I'm a little surprised. Naruto cupped his chin with a hum before he shrugs his shoulders, but I already know about another dimensions because of my father. He smiled at gaping teenager boy, he's from another dimension. I fucking don't know everything anymore. Marco slowly stumbles out of room dazedly. First, a magical princess then a guy who already knows about another dimension, what's next? A floating pony head. Is he okay? Naruto turned to Star with tilted head and she simply shrugs her shoulder. One evening at Diaz's house, Marco was making something special to welcome Star and Naruto and to take his mind off from the whole dimension revelation. You sure you don't need any help? Naruto asked, Star bounced in her seat next to him. It have been one day since he arrived and the Diaz really make the exchange students feel very welcoming as if they are part of their family. Nah, I'm good. Marco's head turned over his shoulders, feast your eyes on this. He turned around fully to reveal a plateful of nachos with melting cheese, it was pretty large heap, almost the size of a head. Marco's super awesome nachos. Star sang out loudly as she clapped her hands together with a grin before she take a nacho for a taste and Naruto take some. How is it? The blonde boy asked her. Ooh, so tasty and gooey. She moaned blissfully, I never have a triangle food before. Ah, they don't have crisps in your dimension. Naruto asked and Marco hears a knock before he exit to answer the door. Yeah, but not this kind. Star wave another chip with a shaking head and all of a sudden, they both hear Marco scream out. Marco, what's wrong? Naruto called out as they step out to the front door to see fainted Latino boy on floor and… Oh, my gosh. Star gasped joyously at sight of floating blue head of unicorn with pink mane. It has a pink heart tattoo on its neck, star pupils and give off sparkles and glitters under its neck. Flying princess pony head. Oh, hello, bee fly. Pony head sways sideways before the bubbly teenager grabbed the floating head in hug, spinning around with giggles. Girl, we're going out tonight. She said as soon as they break apart, are you ready to make some bad choices? Let me just wake up Marco. She jabbed her thumb at down boy as Naruto crouched down to pat Marco's cheek few times. Oh, that is not a dead person. Pony arched her eyebrow at Marco then her gaze shift to Naruto, and who's the sexy stud? I'd like to. I call first dib, he's mine. Star quickly whispered with a light airy giggle. Oh, pooh. The floating head pouted. Not dead, Marco uttered lowly. He said he's not dead. Naruto stood up before he raises his hand up to Pony, hello, name's Naruto. Nice to meet you. How, are, you not, freaking out, the Latino boy muttered on floor. My father is from other dimension, remember. The blonde boy picked him up by his armpits. Pony head, meet my best friends Marco and Naruto. Star lift Marco's arm up, it slipped her mind that Naruto already introduced himself to Pony. Your best friends. Pony head narrowed her eyes and Star blinked few times before she realized something. Oh, No no no. The Muni princess waved her hands with shaking head, on Earth. You're my best friend on Muni. Marco, Naruto, this is the pony I've been telling you about. You never mentioned her to us until now. Naruto's sweat dropped, wisely keep his mouth closed. I hate your face. Pony snorted at Marco at close range, plus, you're ugly, she suddenly laughed, just kidding. That's a joke. The floating princess turns to Naruto, for you, I like your face and would like to Hey, hey. Star step in between them with a wave, you say something about going out. She is so not gonna let Pony sink her teeth into Naruto. No way in hell she's gonna let Pony snatch her crush up. Oh, yeah. Pony make a snap motion, girl, let's paartaay. Yeah, Naruto, Marco. Star hopped excitingly in front of them with balled up fists, let's paartaay. We're invited. Naruto blinked as Marco stood up with few stumbles, you sure? With her. Marco pointed at the floating head nervously, okay, well, I was gonna, but I was gonna. The Muni princess give them a puppy eyes with pout, Alright. Well, sure, if it's cool with your friend here. The blonde boy scratched his head. I'm totally cool with you coming. Pony purred at his direction. My three besties are gonna be besties. Star pulls everyone in a massive hug with an exciting squeal. Sweet. Pony zoom up with a wide smirk, let's go. Her cheeks puff up before her tongue stick out to reveal a pair of scissors with gem. The blonde princess gasped in complete awe, dimensional scissors. Jealous. The pony head wink at her then stab the scissor in air, cutting down to create an portal. Wait, we're going to another diamond. Marco gulped, only to be cut off as Star grabbed both boys' wrists. Come on. She dragged them through the portal and if they look back, they would have seen Pony look around suspiciously as she fly inside. Not long, three masked figures emerge from another portal and they scan their surrounding as the shortest figure kneel down to sample a remaining glitters. Glitter. The masked man said with raspy voice, she was here. Both girls were laughing as they fall down from the sky onto a cloud sofa and Marco crash flat on a hard tile floor. He was about to get up but Naruto accidentally land on his back, forcing his face to meet the floor again. Oh, sorry, Marco. Naruto quickly leap off the groaning teenager and help him up. It's fine. Marco groaned in pain before he looks around confusingly. Several strange creatures were dancing to a robot DJ's music. Where are we? The Bounce Lounge. Star replied with a hop, my favorite place to chill. Just stay away from the edge. Why? Naruto asked with a blink as both Marco and he turned their heads over shoulder to see the said edge and below it were a field of spikes with a, please tell me that's a prop. He stared at a skeleton with widened eyes as Marco hugs his side with a scream. Nope, it's not. Pony laughed, and don't feel bad for this guy, he was the biggest asshole you ever met. Guys. Star suddenly pulled both boys away from the edge toward a booth. Photo booth, photo booth. Come on. She shove everyone inside then step in, inserting a gold star coin. Poses time. The group quickly take their poses as the camera flash goes off several times. The boys manage to sit out from duck face, photo, and after the fifth photo, she take the strips from the booth with wide grin. Woo. Now, she turned to Marco and Pony head, just you two. A souvenir from the night my besties became besties. Yay. Wait, what about me? Naruto pointed at himself. You and me are gonna dance while they take it then we switch. Star grab his hand then they leave the booth, entering the dance floor. Come on, show me what you get. Gotta warn you, he chuckled at her hyperactive personality, I'm not a good dancer. PFF'd, who care? She bumped his hip with her hip, it don't matter as long as we have fun. True. Naruto nodded with another chuckle, start to perform a chicken dance and it draw and giggle out from her. Wow, that's totally lame dance. Star laughed goodheartedly. Yeah, I did warn you I'm not a good dancer. He laughed too as they danced to the beat, so, the skeleton thing, it's really a prop, right? Dunno. She shrugged as she do the robot move, it have always been there for long time, some said it was there at the opening. I seriously hope it's a prop. Naruto sweated bullets before he decides to steer his mind away from this skeleton. Say, about this dimension. Is it part of your homeworld or? Nah, it's different dimension. Star shook her head, mine is Muni and it's way awesome. Tell you what, when we get a chance, I'll take you to Muni and show you around. All like that. He smiled, I've never been to another dimension before until now. Really? The blinking princess tilts her head, but you said your father is from another dimension. Yeah, he is. Naruto said as they step off the dance floor for a little break, but I never get a chance to visit any dimension and I don't know which dimension he came from. Which is good thing because I don't want to see him again. Again, Star blinked, you mean he leaves? In a way, he said with a small scowl, when my mom passed away at 11, he was hardly around because he has some business in another dimension and I start to see him less and less. Now, all I know is that he's still alive because he only sends me allowances. Oh, sorry about your mom and, she scratched her cheek awkwardly, unsure what to say about that. Naruto pat her shoulder with a light squeeze, but I should say sorry for dumped something heavy on you when we should have some fun. Nah, it's cool. Star waved her hands with a wide grin, I'm glad you told me that. At least I don't ask you something awkward like I ask you, how is your family doing and you'll say. Be fly, and stud. Ponies suddenly pop up at their sides, dance with me. Girl, they're playing our song. End stud. The blond boy raised his eyebrow at strange nickname before Star once again dragged him to the dance floor and they danced together. Marco shuffled closer to them nervously. Pissed, Marco whispered hurriedly, Naruto, Star, I need to talk to. Star take Marco by his hands then spin around with loud laugh, yo. Star, Pony head threatened to, the Latino boy cried out, only to tackle aside by flying head and he bump into Naruto, nearly trip over. You okay, Marco? Naruto asked him. No, Ponyhead just tried to shove me down. Marco cried. Oh, no. Star waved it off with a shaking head, she just gets a little wild when she dances. She pointed to the said head as the pony princess buck riding the elf teenager's back like horse wildly. Oh, yes. Pony hollered, oh, you like that. You know you do. You love it. She's a party animal, huh? Naruto chuckled lightly. Well, she also threatened to skewer me in the photo booth. Marco threw his hands up and Star gaping at him for few moments, the blonde boy just blinks owlishly. Yeah, Star coughed, she can be possessive. She looked over her shoulder to bucking flying head, Pony head. Let's go to the Amethyst Arcade. Marco and Naruto will have more fun there. No, Pony hollered, way, girl, I'm getting my dance on. As soon as she said it, she noticed 3 masked men jump out from a portal in distance. Yes, you were right, Star. Pony quickly joined the group then pushed them through another portal. They will like the arcade better. Let's go. She's warming up to you, Marco. Star sing-song. Holy pixels. Marco stared at the sight in front of him with widened eyes and drool. The group were standing in middle of a cavernous crystalline place, surrounding by maze-like of video game booths. Geez, how many games are there? Naruto looked around impressively. So many video games, the Latino teenager whispered in pure awe, his body trembles. Yes, I knew you would like it here. Ponyhead snorted with a eye roll, this place is full of squares. Several square-like creatures groans. Look, Star pointed at a certain booth, Lance Revolution. That's perfect. She pointed at both Pony and Marco, you guys, go play. She skip off with a beckoning hand, Naruto, let's hit Alley Fighter over there. Lance Revolution, Alley Fighter. Naruto followed her, that sounds like a rip-off. Until they did it first and these games I know are rip-off. He rubbed his head in deep through before he brushed it off as Star put some coins in the booth, at least this arcade's controller similar to Earth's. Is it? The blonde princess asked, selecting a blue-skinned beast-like man with red spike. Yeah. He nodded, picking a woman in black GI uniform with yellow headband. The joystick and buttons are same, beside the fact that they are made out of crystal. Ah, you ready for some ass whooping? Star smirked widely as soon as the screen count down. Yup. Naruto smirked back and they both mash buttons rapidly as their fighters battle each other. both barely noticed that Marco and Ponyhead were fighting each other with lances. They barely noticed that 3 masked men were in area. "Hey, you." One of the masked men pointed at a square creature, Square. He holds up a photo of Ponyhead. "Have you seen this head?" The creature grunted confusingly, "Don't lie to me, little man." "Oh, shit." Ponyhead heard the masked man's voice, dropping the lance and the game booth declare Marco to be the winner. "Ha." Marco smirked smugly, "Who's the turd now?" "Still you." The flying head flew off and Marco was about to say something but a square with glasses step up. I think I'm next." The square fidgeted, but with less abusive trash talk, "Please." "Hey, Star, I'm bored." Ponyhead found Star in Naruto few rows away. I know this other club, so let's bounce." She spit her scissor out. "Sounds cool." Star shoot her finger at her with a wide grin, "Let's go get Marco." "Oh, no 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 no." The floating head shook her head as she tried to come up with something. He went on ahead. Yes, he wanted to save us a good spot in the mosh pit." "Yes, that is the course of events." "Really?" Naruto raised his eyebrow at her. "Oh, classic Marco." The blonde princess laughed with a wave, always putting friends first. "Ponyhead create a portal, come on, Naruto." She jumped through and Naruto scratched his head for a moment before he shrugged his shoulders, jumping through and the uneasy head fly in. "Here." A bulky whale-like creature pushed 4 bottles across the bar to Naruto. The group end up in an underwater club and he decide to get some drinks for his friends. "Thank." Naruto picked them up then search for his friends in the crowd. "What?" He nearly jump up at a familiar shout and he looked to his right to see Star glare at Ponyhead. The blonde boy wonder why she appeared to be mad at her friend as he walk over to them. "How could you do that to my best friend?" "Best friend?" Pony gasped. "Last time I checked, the best friend was me. I can have 3 best friends." Star held 3 fingers up, unless one of them is a friend ditching liar. "Wait, who ditch who?" Naruto blinked few times as soon as he stand at their sides before his eyes widened in realization. "No." "Yes." The blonde princess threw her hands up. "Marco is still at Amethyst Arcade." "That earth turd means that much to you?" Pony muttered. "He's the best turd I've ever known." Star said. The floating head turned around with a sigh. "Okay. I hope Marco won't find out that Star call him turd." Naruto can't help but to sweat drop, a little worried about his male friend. At least he's in safe place, it's not like someone was holding him against his will. For the last time, one of the masked man shine bright lamp in Marco's face as the said boy was tied to a chair. "Where is she?" "I'm telling you." Marco cried, "I don't know." "Not talking, The masked man growled, "What if I do this?" He flicked the lamp on and off repeating, "Stop." The Latino teenager shouted with squirted eyes, "That's really annoying." Behind them, a portal show up and the group emerge out. There he is. Star spot Marco before she gasp at his situation then pull her wand out, crystal dagger. "Wait, bee fly." Ponyhead halt her friend's action. "It's too danger, girl, hold your hand out." Star stretch her hand out and the head spit her scissor out onto the hand. "Your dimensional scissors." The blonde princess looked up to her fellow princess. "I won't need 'em where I'm going." Pony replied. "But, Ponyhead," Star said but the floating head fly away. Pony neigh loudly to catch the masked men's attention and flee as soon as the masked group give a chase. "Star, you go after them." Naruto told her as he ran toward Marco, "I'll untie him." "Okay, Naruto." The Muni princess run off. "Naruto, where were you?" Marco asked as Naruto quickly untie the knot. "Ponyhead tricked us into ditching you and we were in another dimension so we went back for you." He freed his friend. "Sorry about that." "It's okay, you and Star don't do it on purpose." Marco rubbed the sore spots on his wrists. "Come on, we gotta find the girls and back them up." Naruto ran in the direction of crashing noises with Marco in tow and they managed to find the group in short time, almost at same time that Star find them. "Back off, creeps." Star jumped in between the masked group and Ponyhead with Marco and Naruto, holding her wand out to the baddies. "Don't worry, Ponyhead." Marco hollered over his shoulder, "We've got your back." He paused, "Of your head. It have been a while since I cracked some heads." Naruto crackled his fists and Ponyhead get up with a smile, getting ready to fight the masked men, until an echoing voice spoke loudly. Time to give it up, Cupcake. A giant floating unicorn head with crown and blue mane appear in front of them. As that, Star blinked as Ponyhead gulped with widened eyes. King Ponyhead. Relatives of yours? Naruto asked Ponyhead, staring at giant whinnying head, and Marco just dropped his jaw in pure shock. That's her dad, the Muni princess answered instead. Hello, Daddy. Ponyhead looked down guiltily. Hello, Princess. King Pony said stoically. What is he doing here? Star whispered to her floating best friend. Oh, B-Fly, it's the end of the line for me. The floating head turned to her with a sad sigh, but at least I got in one last night of fun with you, girl. One last night? The blonde princess asked worriedly. Before what? Before this. Ponyhead sobbed. I'm going to St. O's. Not Street. Olga's reform school for wayward princesses. Star's hands flew up to her cheeks with a horrific gasp. Oh, it's true. The floating head wailed. I did it to myself. I'm headed to the slammer. It's reform school, Cupcake, not jail. King Pony deadpanned before he tilts his head puzzingly, although admittedly it is a lot like jail. Oh, Ponyhead. Star clasped her hands with beaming eyes. You knew you'd get sent to St. Olga's, but you still came back to save Marco. Oh, well, you know, Ponyhead shifted with a smile. It's hard to say it, but he is your other bestie. Okay, I said it. Ooh, come here. Star hugged her best friend tighter with a squeal. Hugs. She pulled Marco and Naruto into a group hug. All right, Princess. A masked man suddenly slapped muzzle on Ponyhead. Time to go. Bye, Pony. The princess waved with a sniffle as the masked men dragged Ponyhead toward a portal. I'm gonna miss you. Thank for the night, Pony. Naruto called out, patting Star's shoulders in attempt to reassume her. Hey, Ponyhead. Marco called out to catch the said princess's attention. Good luck in princess jail. Aw, thanks, Earth 2. Ponyhead catch herself. I mean, thank you, Marco. But don't worry about me. No jail can hold on to me for long. She bounce around with a holler as the masked men force her into the portal. Woohoo. Kids, King Pony floated in with an annoyed sigh. You have and then you, wish they weren't around. The portal closed right away. Yay. Star clapped her hands together. My besties are besties. Yeah. Marco shifted his weight with a small smile. I wouldn't go that far. He realized something before he grabbed his hairs with a scream. Hey. We're stuck in another dimension. Oh, no, we're not. Star stick her tongue out as she show him the scissors. Blah. Whoa. Marco whistled. Now we can go anywhere we want. She wiggled her scissors with a wide smirk. Anywhere in the entire universe. Is there a ramen dimension? Naruto asked the princess with hopeful look. Free all you can eat ramens. No, not that I know of. Star shrugged her shoulders as he pouted childishly. Gotta look ramen up. She find him to be so cute with pout. I know just the place. Marco said amusingly at Naruto's reaction. The trio sit in Marco's living room, watching television while eating nachos, and Naruto was playing with a laser puppy. Does she have a name? Naruto chew his nachos. The puppy bit his hand in playful manner. No, we just got them yesterday. Marco replied. Mind if I name her? He asked. Sure. The Latino teenager bobbed his head. Awesome. Naruto lift the puppy up with a wide grin. Your name is now Orangey McCrammon. I love it. Star grinned cheesy. Oh, no. Marco facepalm at the name. Anything but this name. Too bad, Marco, it's 2 against 1. Naruto stick his tongue out at him. Blah. Ah, the Latino teenager rubbed his forehead as his blonde friends laughed together. Today is officially the first day for Naruto when he follow Marco and Star around at high school, Echo Creek Academy, and he memorize his class schedule and room number. Once I get them down, I'm gonna scope some place out for pranks. He snickered under his breath with a wicked smirk. It's been a while since he pulled some pranks. I like red, I like hoodies. Marco was explaining why he have many red hoodies as Star toss her magic wand up and down, so I bought a dozen of them. Hey, it's that magic girl. A muscular blonde teenager pointed out as a large group of students walked past the trio, saying their hellos to Star. "Hi, new friends." Star waved at everyone cheerily. "Hi. Everyone's so cool here, Marco. It makes me wish my parents had tossed me out of the castle years ago." She sneaks a glance to Naruto as the blonde boy quietly plotting his prank inside his head. "Well, good thing that they did it now because I would have never meet McDreamly Hottie." Marco rolls his eyes at her comment. "Oh, you haven't even met the coolest guys." Marco smirked with puffed up chest. "Did they happen to be your friends?" Naruto asked. "Yes." The Latino teenager nodded as they turn around the corner to see a skinny teenager with glasses and chubby teenager with orange hair standing next to lockers. There they are. The one with glasses is Alfonso and other one is Ferguson. "Quick, here she comes." Alfonso gasped to Ferguson as a tall brunette girl walked by and the chubby boy quickly pulled his shirt up to expose his stomach with drawing face, causing the girl to look disgusted. Hey. Ferguson juggled his gut to make it look like his drawn face was talking. "Are those books? Where are you going with those books? Do you like to read?" The girl swiftly slapped Ferguson then slapped his stomach before she stomped away with a disgusting huff. "Oh, dear." The skinny teenager looked at his friend worriedly. "Well, they seem to be nice and interesting." Naruto's sweat dropped. "They're usually cooler," Marco muttered quietly. "I need to fix Ferguson up." Star raises her wand up, only to have it pushed down by the Latino teenager. "No," he muttered, he doesn't want anything happen to his friends even if it's done with good intention. He still doesn't trust this magical wand thingy. The princess was about to say something but the trio hear rolling wheels as it get closer and they glance left to see a blonde skater with teal streak perform a kickflip on her skateboard. "Jackie Lynn Thomas," Marco gasped with love-struck glint. "Hey, Star Butterfly." Jackie greeted the blonde girl as she skated by them. "Hi, Jackie." Star waved animatedly. "You're really popular, huh?" Naruto smiled at his fellow blonde with a corked eyebrow. "What can I say?" The princess shrugged smugly. "Everyone like me. And I can't blame them." He chuckled. "We barely met and I already like you because you're way fun to be around with and lovable." He means it as a friend but his comment causes her to blush heavily with schoolgirl-like giggle. "Right, Marco." Naruto waited for his friend to say something but there was no response. "Marco." Both blonde turns to see Marco staring dreamily at empty space ahead of them. "Oh." Star recognized that look. "I need to fix you up." What? Marco spun around on his heels with a rapid blink. "Oh, come on." She pulled her wand out with closed eyes and wide grin. "I'm almost as good at matchmaking as I am with magic." As soon as she finished her sentence, her wand accidentally blasted a wide pink beam in Marco's face and it dissolved to reveal his burnt face, frizzy hair with bald spot and one strand of hair on fire. I'm good." The Latino teenager coughed some smokes out with few twitches and Naruto licked his thumb then put the fire out as Star giggled sheepishly. "That is Naruto, he's another exchange student from United Kingdom." A troll-like female teacher introduced Naruto with a grumble. "Go sit over there in this corner." She thrust her index finger at an empty seat in front row next to muscular teenager that Naruto saw early. Miss Skolnick, this desk is." The muscular teenager slowly raises his hand up. "Shut up, Justin." Skolnick snarled as the teenager's hand swiftly bring down. "I don't care." "Let me guess." Naruto take his seat as he whispered to Justin, "This desk is already taken." "Yeah." Justin nodded before a teenager girl with dark blue hair and olive green beanie leaned forward behind them. "No, this guy transfer out the other day, remember?" The teenager said. "Oh, right." The muscular blonde snaps his fingers in realization. "Sorry, man, I forget about that." "It's cool." Naruto waved it off. "Name's Justin." He introduced himself. "And I'm Jana," the girl behind Naruto said. "Nice to meet you too." The blonde teenager replied. There's no point in giving them his name because they already know it, thanks to their grumpy teacher. Look. Star gestured to her desk. A large drawing of Butterfly can be seen on the surface with her name and few drawings. It's my name. With a star inside a butterfly and two hearts. And a spider. Skolnick suddenly slammed a paper on the princess's desk with annoyed expression then she passed the papers out to the rest of her students. As you can see, class, most of you have done a pathetic job. Skolnick slam another paper on Naruto's desk and he'd pick it up curiously to see a completed test paper with big red F on it. Who's Tony? Naruto whispered to Justin. This guy the first was telling you about. He whispered back nervously. Ah. The blonde teenager crumble it up in ball then toss it in a waste bin. I got an F for fantastic. Star grinned. That's an F for fail. Marco corrected her. Huh. The princess tilted her head with a blink. What? The Latino student stared at her oddly. You don't have tests on Muni. So what grade did you get? Star tried to change the topic with shifty eyes. Only the best grade you can get. Marco held his test paper up, a plus with a smiley face. Ooh. The princess whistled. I want the best one too. She hops up from her desk then walk up to their teacher at blackboard, despite Marco's attempts to stop her. Oh, Miss Skolnick. She sings songs as the said growling teacher turns around with crushed chalk while most nervous students watch on. Hey, Skulzy. Can you please do me a teeny favor and turn my F into an A? You're whining about a lousy grade. Skolnick roared in Star's face. I finally got a guy with a boat, and he left me at the dock. The dock? Star blinked confusingly. The dock isn't the important part. The teacher threw her hands up annoyingly as the princess starts to nibble on her wand. I guess I'm doomed to dry land. I got it. The princess's eyes lit up as a light bulb went off in her head. I'll cast a spell to get you the perfect guy, and you can give me the perfect grade. What? Skolnick uttered. Man magnet. Star spin around with her wand as it glow brightly. Wait. The teacher waved her hands with widened eyes. Love storm. She fired a green blast at her teacher, transforming her into a hideous green troll and the class gasped. Star, what did you do? Marco ran up to Star's side. I think I turned her into a troll. Star gulped. Star butterfly rules. Justin pumped his fist up and his fellow students cheered together as Naruto chuckled at the sight. I'm hideous. Skolnick screamed, hopping from one foot to other. Quick, change her back. The Latino student hissed. Oh, okay, yeah, right. Star channel magic into her wand with a nervous laughter. Okay, yeah, lighting change back. She vanished with Marco and Skolnick, causing the students to gasp in awe and shock. So is it free period now? Naruto turned his head to the students calmly, wondering where his friends and teacher teleport to. Free time. Justin pumped his fist up again and the students cheered out loudly. No one noticed that Naruto just sneak out with a impish chortle. He have 1 hour before the next period and he's going to use this opportunity to set up many prank traps as much as he can. Naruto whistle a cheerful tune as he walk on the sidewalk. His first day turn out to be pretty well, aside the troll incident, and he make a couple new friends while pulling some successful pranks. He snicker at the memory of several screaming teachers running around with cream pies on their face, scratching their bodies madly because the pies were laced with itching powder. And no one figured it that it was me the whole time. Naruto chuckled as he reached Diaz's household, just in time to see Skolnick blast out through Star's castle loft and she crush down on ground tied to chair. The troll teacher quickly get up on her feet and run across the yard before Marco suddenly tackle her down then Star jump on top of them. You haven't changed her back. Naruto walked up to the pile with hands in his pocket. Naruto. Marco looked up to him, where have you been? We need you. I was at school. The blonde boy looked at him oddly with raised eyebrow, which you both just ditched, remember? Oh no, the Latino teenager's eyes widened in horror, my perfect attendance record. Wow, good job, Marco. Star grinned down then looked up to Naruto with a cheery wave. Naruto, how was school? It was fine, Naruto answered. Wow, good job, Marco. A voice said mockingly and everyone turned to the source to see. Who's the little kappa fella? The blonde boy pointed at a shortest kappa creature in green robe with croc-like skull and staff. The creature were surrounding by bunch of monster-like creatures. Hey, the shortest creature glared up to him with a stomp. Don't call me little. Ludo. Star leap off the pile with a narrowed eyes, what are you doing here? Catching you at your most distracted. Ludo clenched his hand with a smirk. What? Star crossed her arms with a small roll of her eyes, I have been way more distracted than this. I don't know. The Kappa said, you seem pretty distracted. Nah, not really, she replied. Oh, well, Ludo gazed down to his feet then looked ahead with pointing finger past Star. What's that over there? What? Star looked away. Where? Get her. The Kappa shouted and his henchmen lunged with battle cries. Marco and Star scream out and something fly past them. The bearded monster barely have time to reaction as a thrusting knee meet his nose with a loud crunch and the monster stumble backward with a painful groan before his chin get hit by an uppercut. Wah! Ludo gasped as this stranger attacked one of his henchmen in a blink of eye. Woo, Naruto. The Muni princess cheered, I don't know you can fight. Hey, I'm British and I once went to tough Catholic school for a year. Naruto rotated his wrists with few pops as he gives his friends a smirk over shoulder. You're Christian. Marco get off the troll with a blink. Nah, omniist, he replied before he turned back to the monsters. Anyway, let's take those tossers out. Tosser. One of the monsters glanced around with questioning eyes. No one here toss anything. Tosser is a British slang for stupid person. Naruto smirked. Hey, are you calling us stupid? Another monster screeched and before they know it, Star chant a spell with a spin. Dagger crystal heart attack. Her wand fire a volley of crystal hearts at the monstrous group and the creatures cried out in pain as the hearts stabbed their bodies. Feel the love. I'm obligated to warn you, Marco faced down bear-like creature, chicken-like creature and a giant overweight man with 3 eyes before he tie a white band around his head. I'm a green belt. With a stripe. The monster trio did a fake scared before they laughed together and that cost them as Marco snatch a rake up with a spin, smacking the bear creature off his feet and smash it onto the 3-eyed man's face. He was about to gloat but the chicken-like creature sneak up on him and peck his back continuously. Ow. Hey. Ow. Ow. He kicked the creature's beak, stunning him for a moment and the Latino teenager knocked him over on his back. Huh, you're not tough like you look, you wanker. Naruto ram a fist-sized rock into the bearded monster's face. Be because you're attacking me with a rock. The bearded monster cried out with bleeding nose and black eye, aren't you supposed to be a good guy? I am. The blonde teenager chucked the rock at the wailing monster's face before delivering a dropkick to his enemy's stomach, sending themselves down to ground. But not all good guys play fair. He leap up then jump again with a elbow drop too. Ooh good. Ludo watched on in horror as this blonde psycho attacked his henchman's groin with a loud crack. You vil. Rainbow blast. Star's attack zooms past over the Kappa's head and it hit a gray minotaur, sending him flying into Skullneck with a crash. Narwhal blast. Narwhal blast. The princess noticed Skullneck and the minotaur staring lovely at each other. A lobster monster tried to attack her from behind, only to meet one of her common attack spell. Narwhal blast. Stop. Stop. The bearded widened-eyed monster tried to crawl away from the blonde brawler. Someone help me. A hammer fist smash onto his head, knocking him out in process and Naruto spun around as he looked around with fists up. Who's next? Naruto called out before his eyes meet the giraffe monster and the said creature froze at eye contact as Marco kept fighting the chicken. Come here, you wanker. No. The giraffe barely take 5 steps before the brawler tackle him down from behind. Spare my balls. The blonde boy barely realized that Marco was forced to take everyone on because Star was trying to match Skullneck and Minotaur together. Star. Naruto. Marco ran around in circle, chasing by the monsters. Get him. Get him. Ludo barked out to his goons before he pointed at Naruto bent screaming giraffe's neck in impossible angle, and for love of monster god, someone save the giraffe. Hey, guys. Star jumped in, I think you forgot something. She held her wand up as it glow yellow, causing the monsters to halt their chasing and Naruto to jump off the wailing giraffe. Get the wand. The Kappa roared. Thermonuclear butterfly blast. The princess announced loudly. Not again. Ludo, his minions and Marco screamed out before a loud explosion covered the whole yard with rainbow lights and butterflies then everything went white for a moment. After the explosion died out, Star blinked few times to regain her sight and she looked around to see unconscious monsters and several small fires. Whoa ho 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 ho. Star laughed in surprise. Damn, that's one strongest spell you get there. Naruto walked up to her side with an impressive whistle, appeared to be unscratched. Actually, it's not my strongest spell. The princess placed her arms behind back with a lopsided grin, leaning closer to him. Damn. He whistled again before he looked around. Say, where's Mar? He spot Marco sitting in between two monsters, completely covered in soot and butterflies as he whimper lowly. Oh, never mind. GG, get up. Ludo managed to recover as he shook unconscious bearded monster. Get up. Told you I wasn't distract, Star said smugly before she looks down at the downed creature curiously. Wait, did I just kill that guy? No, I'm pretty sure this psycho killed him. The Kappa pointed his staff at Naruto before he heard the bearded creature groan weakly. Oh, never mind, he's alive. Good, good, he suddenly kicked the creature in head. Stupid wuss. He pull a purple scissor out then cut an portal in midair. Get up, you dipsticks. The monsters weakly get up on shaking legs then walk through the portal. One of them dragged the bearded monster across the yard by his legs. Ooh. You're so muscly, the teen trio turns to see Skolnick flirting with the Minotaur. Blah. Marco gagged. Ooh. Star squealed with clenched hands and bouncing heels. Isn't that lovely? Naruto chuckled softly. So, the princess skip up to the new couple. Now that I hooked you up, how about that Honey, please. Skolnick waved it off. I'd give you an A+ if I was still a teacher. She squeezed the monster's arm. I'm setting sail with Captain Triceps here. The Minotaur babbling excitingly. What about my A? Star gasped as the couple walked through the portal. Try studying. The troll replied right before the portal closed and the princess groaned dejectedly. Wah wah. Marco imitated a trombone, earned an annoying look from Star. Don't look so down. Naruto patted her back with a light chuckle. But my A, Star whined with a pout. Math thingy is so hard and I don't want to saint. I can tutor you in math if you want me to. He said. One-on-one. She looked up to him with puppy eyes. Sure, if you like to. Naruto nodded. Let's study. Star bounced on her feet. I thought you don't like to saint, the Latino teenager said before the princess slowly lifts her wand up to him. Oh, would you look at the time? He said quickly as he walked away. I need to take a shower and feed the puppies. Anyway, it was really nice of you setting Skolnick up with someone else. The blonde teenager walked toward the house with Star. Yup, I'm best at matchmaking like I said. She flashed him her lopsided grin. Yeah, maybe you can set me up with someone one day. Naruto chuckled. Oh, you're single. Star stuttered, nearly trip over her foot but she keep her balance up. I am. He nodded. I transferred to different schools many times so I never get a chance to date someone. That's great. The princess burst out before she quickly covered her mouth with hand. Is it? Naruto blinked at her before he leaned in closer with a smile. You get someone in mind already. Me. Star thought with hand still on her mouth. No, I gotta go to my room and change out of my dirty clothes. She quickly ran up the stairs. All right. He scratched his head confusingly before he walked to the living room with a soft chuckle. The next day, the class listened to Star's explanation about the absence of their teacher. So anyway, long story short, Skolnick ran off with this weird man bull guy thing to another dimension, and now she is gone forever. Star balanced her wand in one hand with swinging leg. Star butterfly rules. Justin cheered before the students huddle around Star. Wow, Star, that is so rad, girl. Jackie smiled. Thanks. The princess grinned widely, but actually, she suddenly pulled Marco in the middle of the group, facing Jackie. It's Marco who deserves all the credit. Really? The smiling skater corked her eyebrow. That's awesome. Here she goes again. Naruto chuckled amusedly, playing matchmaking with Marco and this Jackie girl. A bright light appear over the teacher desk and everyone look up in time to see Skolnick falling out from a portal and crash through her desk. Miss Skolnick. Marco gasped with the students. He dumped me. Skolnick slowly stand up with gritted teeth. I think. I don't know. I couldn't understand a word he was saying. Welcome back, Skulzers. Star said and something triggered inside the troll. Get ready for the worst pop quiz of your lives. The roaring troll spun around with pointing finger and the students groaned before they all glare at Marco. Naruto wince at the sight as everyone take their seats but he don't feel bad because Marco seems to be happy about it for some reasons. Justin, is it gonna be bad? Naruto whispered to his seatmate, the pop quiz. Only when she's in foul mood, Justin groaned, and before everyone know it, Marco's face explode in beam. Then they turned to stare at his face, now with butterfly wings and flaming antennae. Whoops. Star stood up to blow the fire out. It turned out that her wand have act up again. Poor bloke. The mixed student shook his head. Maybe he will buy a face-covered helmet for Marco someday. I'm glad Star was able to change your face back. Naruto glanced at Marco as the students sit on benches at football field. Me too, Naruto, me too. Marco sighed wearily before he glanced to a certain face, but I feel bad for Skolnick. The said troll was eating straight out of drumstick bucket. Star wasn't able to transform her back and it might be permanent. Yeah, me too. He nodded and a green beach ball bounce over his head before Star whack it away with glee. My very first pep rally. Star gasped with hands on her cheeks, I am so excited. When aren't you excited? The Latino teenager deadpanned and his mixed friend just chuckled in amusement. Shish. The princess shushed them as soon as the principal takes center with microphone. And now, Britney Wong, who became head cheerleader on her own and not because her dad made a generous donation to the school. Principal Skeeves said, gesturing to an Asian cheerleader as the spirit committee carrying her like a queen. What a fine way to confess to taking bribes. Naruto's sweat dropped and few students around him laughed after overheard him. Britney rudely take the microphone away from the principal before she turned to the audience with bubbly smile. Make some noise if you love the awesome opossums, she said, and the students cheered. I love opossums. Star gasped gleefully with shiny eyes. They carry their babies on their backs. You know she's talking about our football team, right? Marco sighed. American football. Naruto corrected him under his breath, earned another sigh from his friend. We're going up against the Warriors. He continued with a shudder. Warriors. The Muni student blinked. Our rivals from Silver Hill Prep. Alfonso spoke up next to the group. Every year, their team slaughters our guys. Marco. It's gonna be a bloodbath. Skolnick tear the meat off her chicken leg. So basically, we have worst team, huh? Naruto said. Yeah, only Justin is the best player in the whole team. The skinny teenager sighed sadly. That's terrible. Star gasped in horror, we must do something. Well, you could join the spirit committee. Marco hummed, those kids are relentless when it comes to supporting the team. He pointed to a random boy perform a leg split while holding pennants as he screamed opossums crazily, relentless. Really? Naruto deadpanned at him, I have seen more relentless than that. What a great idea. Star stood up like a lightning bolt, we better pick up some supplies. As fun as that sounds, you can go without me. The Latino teenager waved her off. I'm going with you. Naruto stood up as he dusted some dirt off his bottom, someone gotta support you. Okay. The grinning princess jogged across the bench, only to stop to ask her troll teacher a question. Pissed, hey, Skullsy. What's your favorite weapon? Battle axes. The troll tear into another chicken leg and Star click her teeth with a wink before she jogged off. What did you ask her about? Naruto asked the princess as they reached the ground floor, walking toward a building. What's her favorite weapon? And she said battle axes. Star replied, oh, what's your favorite weapon by the way? Brass knuckles. He answered, nothing like getting up closer to your opponents and pummel iron metal in their flesh. Kunai is my other favorite weapon, but it's pretty illegal and dangerous because you can kill or poke someone's eyes out with it. It failed to occur to him that brass knuckles are also illegal and dangerous. Ooh, brass knuckles. She whistled, do you own one? Yup, 3 sets. Naruto smirked, I even named them. Red set is Kurama because it have image of fox and come with spikes, blue one with iron orbs is Rasengan, and Hokage is the 3rd set that come in fire color. Wow. You better show them to me when we go home after that. Star whistled in awe before she turned to him, you bring them with you, did you? I brought Rasengan with me and it's in my room. He said, the others are in UK. They stop in front of a trophy case in hallway and the princess look inside at pictures of former players. So many brave young men. She sighed sadly as her hand placed on the glass, so many tragic losses. I'm sorry, what? Naruto blinked few times as the princess draw a sad face on glass. Star, what do? Suddenly, Marco roll across the floor to their sides and he slowly get up with his back facing them. Oh, Marco. Star said softly, causing the Latino teenager to fall over with flailing arms and high-pitched yelp. How can we prevent another tragic loss to our team? She helped him up. Star, I think you must. The mixed teenager was about to say something but. Well, if I knew anything about football, I'd use the element of surprise. Marco dusted himself off. Wah, Naruto looked at him. Of course. Star nodded sagely and this time, the mixed teenager stare at her. Spritz him. The Latino teenager clawed out, bring out the kitty cat offense. Yes. The princess nibbled on her wand. Maybe even throw a couple big bombs. Marco spread his arms wide open. Bombs. Star's eyes lit up with a bouncy step. Yeah, I've gotta go tell that to the spirit committee. Bye. She jogged off again. Bollocks. Naruto rubbed his forehead with a sigh as he followed Star. Should I clear it up or just let it play out? They reach the gymnasium and Star kick it open with a loud slam, attracting the cheerleaders' attention. Naruto actually winced when he saw one of cheerleaders fall onto ground with a loud thud and he swear he hears some breaking bones. What the? Britney sat up and she watches Star walking past her to grab a pom-pom from a black cheerleader. Do these explode? Star questioned the black cheerleader and the cheerleader barely get a chance to answer as the princess pulled the handle off with her teeth then throw it across, hitting a random boy's face harmlessly. Maybe we can set them on fire. She took another pom-pom from the black girl with glowing wand in another hand as the black teenager slowly back away from her. Star, Naruto tried to tell her something but. We're kinda in middle of something. Britney flicks her hand up with crossed arms and Naruto simply throw his hands up. You're the leader. The princess glanced up and down her appearance. What's the plan? Britney let an curt laugh out. This year we have a secret weapon. She snapped her fingers before two cheerleaders join her to shake their asses at them. We're gonna distract them with our booty shaking dance moves. Do you know nothing of combat? Star blushed at the sight with shaking fists. No warrior is gonna be distracted by Chantal's booty. Wah! A brunette cheerleader with bob-cut hairstyle gasped over her shoulders with shrunken pupils. I might disagree with you, it's working. Naruto commented, I'm pretty distracted. It makes Chantal giggle with a light blush. Star unknowingly narrow her eyes at him as she fight to keep her jealously down before she take a deep breath. Lucky for you, my mom assigned the royal guards as my babysitters. She chuckled at a memory of a rough guard teaching her how to twist teddy bear's neck off. I know on planet Moon, or wherever it is you're from, it may be okay to be stupid, but no pesky magical foreigner is gonna question my leadership. Britney twisted her cheeks with her fingers, earn and glare from the princess. She whips her hair around with a snap. You are officially banned from the spirit committee. So you're banning her from joining because she's a foreigner. The mixed teenager narrowed his eyes at the cheerleader head disapprovingly. Wow. No, I'm banned her because she questioned my leadership. The Asian cheerleader quickly clears it up after realizing how she phases it poorly. Fine. Star stomped away. Look like it's all up to me. Wait up, Star. Naruto followed his friend out. I gotta tell you that. Okay, thanks for coming out. Britney hollered out with her megaphone, unknowingly cut Naruto off. Come back never. Oh, for love of ramen kami. The mixed teenager threw his hands up furiously before a heavy exhale escaped his lip. You know what? I'm gonna let it play out and enjoy the fireworks. Naruto sit with crowds on the benches as the cheerleaders perform their booty-shaking dance and he was eating a bowl of ramen, sitting on his laps. Dude, are you eating noodles at football game? Naruto looked up to see a familiar face from some of his classes. Yeah, I am. He said, Jana, right. Yup. Jana plopped down next to him. I gotta ask, did you bring it from Marco's place or did you get it here? Noodles is kinda unlikely food you see at football game. The former. Naruto said, it's ramen. This sport is American football, not actual football. Ah, right. Jana swing her arm sideways. You Brits call soccer football over there. You Yanks are the only one that calls it soccer. The blonde teenager sipped his noodles with an eye roll. Why you Yanks decide to call this sport football is beyond us. I mean, you just carry it around and throw it, barely use your legs until it's a kick. I actually sometime wonder about it, but who cares? The beanie-wearing girl shrugged her shoulders. I'm just here for bloodbath. I bet some guy's gonna have broken bones sticking out, spraying blood all over. Oh, I have a good feeling there's gonna be a lot of bloodbath tonight. Naruto glanced at the field as the players get ready and he spots Star at sideline in war armor with mace, talking to Marco. Yup, total bloodbath, bloody hell. I'll trust your gut. Jana laughed. Anyway, how do you like America so far? I only have been here for about 3 or 4 days now, but it's interesting, nice and fun so far. He answered, mostly on Star's part. Stranger danger. Stranger danger. Both Naruto and Jana peek over the side to see few warrior players carrying Ferguson, wearing a possum costume, away as he blew whistle over and over. Should we do something about that? She gestured to the screaming mascot. Nah, he'll be fine. Naruto waved it off. Only people we should be worried about are those guys on the field. The referee blow his whistle and the warrior team kick the ball up in air, then charge forward, only to trigger a landmine with an explosion. The ball land in Justin's hands, but he drop it with a blood-curdling scream, scattering with his fellow players and the crowd clear out as more explosions went off. One warrior player suck into a blue vortex with a scream, and a screaming male cheerleader fly through air from another landmine. Only 2 people stay in their seats were Jana and Naruto, the latter calmly eat his ramen and the former stare at the chaos with gaping expression. Awesome. Jana grinned widely, that is the best game I have ever seen. The referee run around with blowing whistle before he trip over a wire and the end zone split apart to release many creatures from giant squirrels to 3-eyed firecats. I admit I didn't see that one coming. Naruto whistled as he put his empty bowl aside. Gotta hand it to Star, it's barely a day and she have whole field booby tripped. Imagine what it'll be like if she's pulling some pranks off with me. You're into pranks. The beanie-wearing girl eats some popcorns as she watch Marco and Star run into the field to fight the creatures while dodging some traps. Woo. Go, Marco, go. Oh, big time. The blonde teenager nodded as a magical bird scoop a screaming warrior player up in air. Come on, Star. Show this squirrel a thing or two. The said girl was blasting giant squirrels away, transforming them back to normal squirrels. Naruto, do something. Marco shouted with waving arms, barely avoid the flying creature's claws. I'm rooting for you guys. Naruto hollered and Jana just chortled at Marco's annoying expression. You're an ass. Jana snickered before she offered him a bag, popcorn. Yes, please. He took a handful of popcorns then munches some. Oh, Britney's on field. He pointed at the said girl. Out of my way. Britney shoved her fellow cheerleaders aside as she ran down the exploding field. I am too pretty to die. The ground below her burst open as a giant snake toss her up then catch the teenager in its mouth. Woo, first death. The beanie-wearing girl cheered for the snake. Mending heart hurricane. Star blast the giant snake into thousands worms and Britney fall from the air onto her ass, shuddering with snake saliva all over her. Ah, boo. Jana sit down with a pout and crossed arms. Nuclear heart healing hurricanes. The princess whip her wand around and the wide blast of magic turn all magical creatures back to normal, causing them to scatter, but the explosives went off for a good amount of time until it wind down. Star slowly look around at the destruction. Ooh, I've really messed up. You mean, we really messed up? Marco walked up to her with a sigh. I should have watching out for you. Let's get outta here. The warrior player hollered before his team flee the field. Hey, they just forfeited. Justin pointed at the fleeing team. We win. Everyone cheered, lifting Star, Marco and Ferguson up in air. I don't think it'll count anyway. Naruto chuckled amusingly before a magical bird swoop in to snatch Marco up in air and the screaming teenager kick his legs as the creature carry him away. I hope he'll be okay. Me too, but you gotta admit it. Jana smirked, that is the best show ever. I agree, girl, I agree. He chuckled. Few days later, Star skipping through the hallway with a sing-song voice. La 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 la, she skipped past a certain room before she slowly backpedaled to look inside and Marco was standing in front of a wood board, wearing a karate gi with green belt. He'd take a deep breath then chop the wood in half with a battle cry. Whoa! Star step inside his room as the Latino teenager turn away from the split wood. You hate wood, too. Yeah, crush that wood. Wood's the worst. She throws some punches around with a grunt. No, I'm practicing for my upcoming Tang Sudo tournament. Marco stood up with his palms together in bow style. Oh. The princess blinked before they hear Naruto's voice behind them. Hey, I heard something break. Naruto poke his head in. What's going on? Marco is practicing for his hand-chopping tournament. Star chopping her hands around. Hee-yah. It's Tang Sudo tournament. The Latino teenager corrected her with a deadpan expression. You see, martial arts is all about honor and discipline. He performed few karate moves, which is why I'm going to kick Jeremy Bimbom's butt. Who? The blonde boy tilted his head. Jeremy Bimbaum. The Muni princess tapped her cheek. Isn't that the talking bear that used to rummage through my parents' garbage? I think he's talking about different Jeremy. Naruto said. You sure? Star hummed. He's just this creep in my dojo who's only any good because his rich parents buy him fancy equipment and private lessons. Marco grumbled, but Saturday, he's gonna get a taste of this. He's stacking up 3 boards of wood. Hee-yah. There was a sound of loud snap, following by a scream. Mrs. Diaz, Marco needs to go to hospital. Naruto poke his head outside Marco's bedroom as the Latino teenager curled up in ball with wail. I think he broke his hand. This is a nightmare. Marco groaned in despair as he lay on his bed with arm cast. Several drawings and writings can be seen on it. If I can't fight Jeremy, he'll say I wussed out, and he'll never let me live it down. Chill, Marco, it'll heal by Saturday. Naruto draw a ramen bowl with fox on the cast, if not, then there's always next time. Naruto, a broken bone take weeks to heal, not few days. The Latino teenager groaned. Oh, right. The blonde boy scratched his head with a sheepish laughter. Sometime I forget not all human heal faster like me. That earns an odd look from Marco. Pigtails. Star was in her own world as she changes her hairstyle with her magic wand. Ponytail. Pigtails. Ponytail. Pigtails. And suggestion come to the injured teenager's mind after seeing her. Wait a minute. Marco sat up. You have a wand. You could just fix my hand. The princess turned her head to them with hot mess of tails. You know, that sort of spell is not really in my comfort zone. Oh, but if you like, I can give you a pretty wicked set of pigtails. Pigtails. The groaning Latino teenager fall back on his bed. Tough luck there. Naruto patted his knee before standing up as Star was about to say something after she realized an important detail, but the blonde boy turned to her. Hey, wanna go to fast food joint with me? My treat. Yes. Star bounced hyper around him and they leave the groaning Latino teenager behind. Oh, which one do you think suit me? She switched between 2 hairstyles, ponytail. Pigtail. I think you look good with ponytail. He replied as they walked outside, but pigtail also is good, make you look cuter. Pigtail it is. The blushing princess switches back to her pigtails before she clear her throat. So which fast food joint are we going to? McDonald's. Naruto answered, they have best chips and I'm in mood for some McNuggets. Ooh, I've never been to McDonald's. Star grinned before she dropped it with a tilted head. What's McNuggets? I love McNuggets. The princess devoured mountain of McNuggets and French fries with starry eyes, enjoying the taste for the first time. And the fries, she moaned in pure pleasure as Naruto laughed at her reaction. Ooh, the fries. Oh. A random woman stares at them blankly then turned to the cashier with stuck-out thumb over her shoulder. I'm having what she's having. Told you they're best. Naruto put some fries inside his mouth and the gobbling princess nodded rapidly. Hey, where's the chips? Star glanced around at their trays for the said food. Those are chips. He gestured to the French fries. Naruto, they're fries. The princess tilted her head confusingly before she cupped her chin. Or is it really chips? Ah, I forget I'm not in UK. Naruto smacked his forehead with a realization. Back home, we call fries chips. Sorry about that. It's okay, Naruto, I understand. Star smiled. Sometime I accidentally call an earth object by different words. It's so weird because we are speaking same language and yet it's like speaking different language when it come to Yanks, or Earthlings in your case. He nodded. Yeah, you got me. The giggling princess nodded back. He totally finishes my sentence. Eek, one of best boyfriend materials, ah. It's a miracle that she holds her inner self back as a very hyperactive person. Oh, right, I just remember something. Star clapped her hands together. I can heal Marco with some bone healing spell by looking up in the magic instruction book that came with the wand. You have an instruction book and it came with the wand. Naruto sipped his soda with a raised eyebrow. Yep. Star's head bobbed. Whenever the previous owner of the wand mastered a spell, they scribbled it down in the book, but it's gonna take me forever to find it because it's a complete disorganized mess. That sucks. The blonde boy shook his head in pity. Maybe you should add some tabs or reorganize it when you get a chance to. Sounds like a waste of time if you ask me. Star slumped over table with a groan. Anyway, you think Marco will be happy if we heal his bone? Maybe, yeah, but I don't think we should do it this time. Naruto hummed as the princess blinked at him. Didn't you said healing spells are not in your comfort zone, right? She nodded, and I bet you never try a healing spell once before. Another nod. Then it'd kinda be bad idea to heal him on first try. What if you accidentally turn his arm into something else, like inside out arm or a monstrous tentacle who's hellbent on taking over its host and devour souls? You should wait and practice some healing spells first before trying it out on a person, if you want to. Yeah, you're totally right. The princess shivered at thought of inside out arm. Almost all my first time spell never work out greatly, although they do make some awesome explosives and lot of fire. The blondes laughed together, enjoying their meal and chatting. And he will humiliate me every day. Marco groaned as the trio carry their lunch trays in cafeteria the next day. The Latino student try his best to balance his tray with one hand. Every single day. Then he'll gloating about how he. You know, I like you better when you don't complain so much. Star sighed. Even her friendly nature can't tolerate endless complaints. Wah, he gasped as if he was offended by something. I don't complain much. He looked to his male friend concernedly. Do I, Naruto? A little. Naruto coughed into his fist. If it bother you so much, why don't you go ask your sensei to set up a match against this Jeremy guy once you recover fully? Honestly, you really don't need tournament to face your rival. Ooh. Marco's head dropped with another groan. The magical girl opened her mouth until they hear some commotion ahead. Hey, kid. A large bulky dirty teenager grinned evilly down at a short pudgy teenager as the students turned to his loud voice. I got a joke for you. What's the most important meal of the day? What? The short teenager asked nervously and the dirty teenager slaps his tray out of his hands. The food spill all over the floor with a loud clatter. It's breakfast. The bully laughed out loudly and the students just gawking, not want to getting involved, while Naruto frowned with few other students. That's a good one, Lars. The pudgy student laughed nervously with poking fingers and he leaned down to pick up his tray before the bully suddenly shoved his face down in pink frosting, forcing his body to hit the ground flat. The bully laughs at his victim until a voice halts his laughter. Lay off him, you wanker. The bully turns around to face Naruto. What did you call me, you? He growled before Naruto grabbed him by collar then slams his forehead on the bully's nose hard, forcing the bulky teenager to kneel with a painful grunt. This one was for shoving him down. Naruto glared down at the bully, still holding his collar up. If I ever catch you harassing him or anyone else again, I will beat you black and blue. Do you understand me? You bastard, no one hits La. The bully grabbed his wrists with a snarl, only to receive another hard headbutt from Naruto. I said, do you understand me? The glaring blonde get closer to the bully nose to nose. I'm gonna key. The bulky student snarled before Naruto's forehead rammed his face several times until he cried out with tears down his face. Okay. I understand. I'll leave him alone. Stop beating me up, meanie. Now why don't you scurry off, you ass? Naruto shoved the bully away and Lars ran off with a wail. Mumi. Lars cried his eyes out and the blonde let out an huff before he turned to the pudgy teenager, who had been sitting on the floor the whole time. "Hey, you alright?" He offered his hand to the short boy, helping him up to his feet. "Why yes." The short boy nodded in awe. "Here." Naruto gave him some napkins from nearby table. "You still have some frosting on your face." Thank you." The pudgy boy gave him a dramatic bow. "I, sir, am in your debt." "No need, it was the right thing to do." The blonde chuckled before Ferguson suddenly popped at their sides. "You're a hero." Ferguson cheered and Naruto found himself surrounded by the students, cheering and praising him for standing up for this pudgy boy. About time someone show Lars a thing or two. Marco can't help but to smile. It always give you a good feeling when a bully get what he or she deserve. "What a hero." Star sighed dreamily with hanging arms and the Latino teenager merely shakes his head at the magical girl. "That was nice of you giving Francis some of your lunch," Marco said to Naruto as the trio walked to their class once the bell rang to announce the end of lunchtime. "I can't let this poor fella go starving in his classes," the blonde boy replied. "Yeah," the Latino teenager said before he looked around. "I think you need to be more careful because what if Lars decide to get back at you for earlier? Let him come at him." Star grinned. "Naruto can easily take care of him any day. If he needs some backup, I'll blast this jerk away with Narwhal Blast." "No need." Naruto waved his hand with a light chuckle. "I'm pretty certain that Lars will think twice about getting some payback. I made sure of that." "Wait, you were gone for few minutes during lunchtime." Marco stopped in his track with widened eyes. "Naruto, what did you do?" The blonde just smirked deviously. Lars lies on ground with twitching legs and frothing mouth, a corncob lying near him. Late at night, Star nibble on her wand doubtfully as she stares at a large thick book and she barely hear a knocking at her door. "Star, dinner is ready." Marco stick his head in before he noticed the book on desk. "What's that?" "Magic instruction book," Star answered absent-mindedly. "Oh, okay," the Latino teenager nod calmly before his head snap up with gaping mouth. "Wait, you have magic instruction book the whole time?" "Yup," the magical princess replied with a shrug and the boy just gawk at her. "But I don't want to open it then deal with Glossaric while trying to find the bone healing spell thingy." What are you waiting for?" Marco only hears the last part when he snap out from his dazed state. The grinning boy quickly opens the book with a snap, only to stare at a floating tiny skinny blue-skinned man with beard, purplish gem on his forehead and yellow dirty robe. They stare at each other for who know how long. Nope. Not want to deal with possible craziness. Marco slammed the book shut then pushing Star out of her room. Dinner time. The audience clap at Sensei's wood chopping demonstrate in a dojo and the friends were sitting in the back, either watch the demonstrate or glancing around. "I thought you don't want to come here after forced to drop out because of your arm," Naruto said to Marco. "Well, I was going to stay home until I realized something," Marco said. "What if someone with low-level belt kicked Jeremy's butt? If that happened, then he can't humiliate me because of that. Allow me to introduce our first competitor, Jeremy Bimbaum," Sensei announced loudly after the end of demonstrate as he gestured to a tall figure in blue robe. Two butlers tend to him. The figure pushes his butlers away then takes his robe off with a battle shout. "Hee-yah!" Jeremy thrust his red gloves up in air, revealing to be a little boy on a footstool. "That's Jeremy." Star gawked at a little boy weirdly. "How old is he?" Naruto stared oddly at the stage as the sensei introduced another karate student. "He can't be old than 8. "We love you, son," a rich woman hollered out to Jeremy, her husband hold up a supporting sign. "This creep." Marco gritted his teeth with narrowed eyes. "I hope he lose this round badly and lose some teeth." Both blondes look at each other with odd look and raised eyebrows. "Start," Sensei announced and the Latino teenager root for Jeremy's opponent as his friends tries to register the fact that Marco's enemy is just a little 8-year-old boy. The match end in Jeremy's victory to Marco's disappointment. "Ha!" Jeremy held his fists up with a gloating tone. "I win. In your pimply face, Ralph." A set of golden brass knuckles slip out from his gloves and land on floor with a clang before the sensei picked them up. "Brass knuckles." Sensei frowned. "Seriously?" PFF'd. The little boy blew. "They're gold." You have brought shame and dishonor to this great and noble sport. The sensei thrust his finger at the little boy. 'Tis a sad day for strip mall dojos everywhere. Yes. Marco stood up with a cheer, attracting everyone's attention. That mean you lose, Jeremy. Yes, yes, yes. Ha, you lose. You lose. YOOOULOOOOOOOOSE. You big loser, ha 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 ha. Jeremy stared at him for a brief time before he stomped away angrily with a huff as the teenager kept laughing out loud. Again, both blondes look at each other weirdly before Naruto look up to the cheering teenager. Marco, you have some issues. Big time. Star nodded but it fall upon deaf ears. 2 weeks went by in no time and Naruto walked down the stairs with Star behind him. I bloody hate alarm. Naruto yawned tiredly, he forget to turn his alarm off last night since it's the weekend. Not me, I always wake up before alarm. Star grinned with a small yawn. I never understand you morning people. He grumbled under his breath and they reach the last step before the Diaz family spring up on them with party hats. Happy 27th day on Earth, Star. The Diaz exclaimed as the puppies yipping at their feet. Happy 27th day in USA, Naruto. A party. The Muni princess squealed, for us. I can't believe it. You can't. Marco said, we've done this every day since you two got here. If I don't know any better, I'd think it was one of your American traditions. Naruto yawned again. Do we still have ramen cup? I can't believe you eat noodles every day. The Latino teenager turned to him as his parent cut a slice in cake with bouncing princess. It's not healthy. PFF'd, it's healthy. He responded, it comes with vegetables, meats and all nutrients you need. You don't see me calling you out on your cakes. The Queen of French died from the cake in past. Marie Antoinette. Marco corked his eyebrow with raised index finger. She didn't die from the cake, she died because of French Revolution. Well, the cake played part in her death. Naruto grumbled and the teenager holds his hands up with a light eye roll, knowing how grumpy he is in morning before a doorbell rings. Ah, thank goodness. The Latino teenager walked toward the door and answered it to see a teenager with large camping gear and colorful beanie. Hello. The teenager spread his arms out with a wide grin. It is I, Gustav. No way. Marco grinned widely then they perform a long secret handshake. Normally, anyone would ask who this person was but Naruto wasn't one of these normal people because he just walks into the kitchen to get his noodle cup. Ramen come first before everything else in morning. Bloody 3 minutes, the whiskered blonde stared intensely at the boiling cup until it was ready. He'd pick it up, immediately sip the noodles and walk back to the living room as Gustav lead the Diaz family into the kitchen. Come, Diaz, and I will cook you my meatballs. The guest laughed out loudly. Who's he? Naruto asked Star, who was staring at the wall of photos. Gustav, an exchange student from last year, Star muttered slightly depressed. From Scandal, I thought we were Diaz's only foreign exchange students. Scandal. He blinked confusingly. Oh, Scandinavia. Well, I'm not surprised that they hosted exchange students before because of these photos and I was told that they are the best host family. He tilted his head with a pause. Actually, they're the only host family in this town. Oh, the Muni girl decided to join the Diaz family to try some meatballs and listening to Gustav's story. So, the princess chewed a meatball with Naruto sitting next to her as Marco chewed noisily. You're from Scandal, right? Where is that? How much do you know about Europe? Gustav's eyes narrowed shady. I know it's a place. Star replied, I'm pretty sure because Naruto is also from Europe. She looked at Naruto, right? Right. He nodded. Really, which country? The Scandinavian sweated for some reason. UK. Naruto answered, England to be exact. Oh, well, then. Gustav released his breath as he stirred the meatballs in bowl. One come from the country of Scandinavia. It is a land where Vikings teach gym class and everyone has a pet penguin, even if you don't like penguins. Oop, too bad, here's your penguin. Wah. The blond boy raised his eyebrow at the Scandinavian oddly as he slowly eat his ramen. Scandinavia don't have penguins, neither it is legal to own one as a pet for many reasons. There is something fishy about this kid but he does not push it because he barely know him. As long as he don't do anything bad to Diaz, I'll let it slip. He looked up again to see Gustav feeding meatballs to the family in weird method like kicking the balls like hacky sacks, and he share a weirded out expression with Star. And they say I'm weird, he said to himself lowly. The next day, both Naruto and Star walk down the stairs as the blonde boy grumbled about the damn alarm again, and they enter the living room. Surprise! The Diaz family spring up on them again. Ah! Star clasped her hands near her right cheek. A party for. Happy second day of your visit, Gustav, Raphael announced. Oh, Diaz family. Gustav came in from behind the blonde duo. You are so full of pleasantness. Gustav, Gustav, Gustav. The Diaz family chanted as the said teenager meets them in a group hug, and Naruto take one good look at annoyed magical girl before he enter the kitchen to make his ramen cup. By the time he come back, Star look more annoyed with crossed arms as she sit on the couch, staring at Gustav suspiciously, and the laughing Scandinavian force-feeding Angie with menacing look, aiming at the magical girl. Did I miss something? Naruto sat down with her. Naruto. Star jumped lightly at his voice as her head whipped around to him with a whisper, listen, listen. I found something strange and I tried to tell Marco but he won't listen. I think there's something off about Gustav, and I found Scandinavian books and language tapes in his bag. Isn't that weird for someone to have these things if they know how to speak their own language? Really? The blonde boy blinked at her few times as he sipped some broth. Well, I actually thought he's kind of fishy since yesterday. Really? The magical girl's eyes lit up. Yeah, the penguins do not live in Scandinavia unless it's in zoos. Naruto said, also I'm not sure if it's legal for someone to own one as pet in this country. I don't call him out on that because he seems to be harmless and Diaz family loves him so. We gotta do something. Star leap up on her feet with clenched fists, then she run up the stairs before Naruto can finish. Guess I'll use some ninja skills to sneak and poke around, the blonde boy muttered to himself, after I finish my third cup. Naruto quietly sneaked into Gustav's temporary room while the Scandinavian went to the garage, and the first thing he rummaged around in was Gustav's large backpack. He usually don't do that until it's for a prank, but Star seems to be going crazy if she don't get the truth, and he bet she will do something more crazy than usual. Why do I have an image of her chasing Gustav around with axe while laughing menacingly? Naruto shook it out of his head before he focused on his task. Marco walks to Star's door before he open it. Star. We're about to. Star suddenly pull Marco inside and pin him against the wall. Wah. The Latino teenager noticed photos of Gustav on opposite wall with red strings all over, and the magical girl looked more crazier with fizzled hairs. What's going on? I've been awake for days spying on Gustav, and I'm this close to figuring out what he's plotting. Star said, crazier at rapid pace. What? Marco blinked owlishly. His stories don't add up, Marco. The princess gestured to the photo wall. Penguins. Icebergs. Polar bears. What the heck is a polar bear? And he's making phone calls, Marco. Phone calls. He's up to something terrible. Marco, you in there? Naruto walked into Star's room. Your folks are ready to. He slowly trailed off at the sight of Star next to the photo wall. How can you do all that in 4 hours and look like that? Star have lost her mind, Marco muttered with widened eyes before he looked at the crazed girl. But if you find it, my parents and I won't be back until tomorrow morning. We are going with Gustav for a camping at Isolation Point, where no one can hear you scream, with enjoyment. He slowly backed away from the crazed girl and out of her room. Good luck, Naruto. Don't worry, Marco, I'll snap her out of it by the time you guys come home. Naruto called out with a lazy wave as Star turned to stare at the wall. Have fun at camping. Gustav's not taking them on a camping picnic. Star screamed with hands pulling her hair apart as the blonde boy jumped at her scream, at same time wondering where the word, picnic, come from. They are the picnic. She hear the car engine starts. Wait, she was about to run outside but. Whoa, Star, it's okay. Naruto grabbed her by her shoulders. They are not in any dangers like you thought. But Gustav. The magical princess stuttered with bloodshot eyes. He's a pathological liar. He said, I did some little dig in his pack and found out that his real name is Charlie Booth. He's from some place called Bakersfieldville. What? Star blinked with closing and opening mouth. I'll explain, Naruto gently release her, after you take a quick wash and drink some green tea that I brewed early. Girl, you need them badly. He leave the room with a light headshake and whistle. Fa, the princess uttered. He can't help it. Star blinked as Naruto explained to her what pathological liar means, and Mr. and Mrs. D knows. He just told her that he asked the host parent after discovered Gustav's true background, in subtle way. Yeah, only Marco and kids don't know the truth. The blonde boy hand her a cup. They said they know since day one because they visited Scandinavia before, but they play along with it to make him feel better. Oh, the princess quietly sip her cup before she blink at it. Wow, it's good. She looked up to him. Green tea, right? Right. Naruto confirmed before he leaned against the table with crossed arms. Now knowing the truth, do you feel better? Kinda, a little. Star traced the edge of her cup with index finger. I don't like the fact that D like Gustav more. Ah, is Heim jealous because she don't get all attention? He teased. Me, jealous. The princess gasped audibly. Why, I'd never, oh, the nerve. She turned her nose up childishly with crossed arms. I'm not jealous. I was worried about D's safety. She blushed embarrassingly when Naruto snickered at her before she looked back to him questioningly. Naruto, what's Heim? It means princess in Japanese. Naruto poured some tea in his cup. I can speak a little of Japanese by the way. Oh, right, you said your mother is Japanese British. Star recalled the tidbit. Anyway, but it don't explain why Gustav, Charles get phone calls. Wait, he have axe, and why is he crazy about meatballs? I overheard him calling someone about meatballs, so I think he was trying to buy some meats. Naruto hummed. Mr. Diaz asked him to get the axe because they are going to chop some logs for campfire. He scratched his head, and why he's crazy for meatball, I don't know, maybe he loved meatballs so much. Wait, what about him measuring Mr. D in his sleep? The Muni girl muttered. He was doing something weird with D's arm. Oh, that's easy. Naruto deadpanned with a shudder. He have arm fetish. On other note, I will never go through his pack ever again. Ew. Star can't imagine how bad it is, but if it freaked Naruto out then it's really worse than she thought. Now with that out of the way, he drinks his tea. We have the house to ourselves for a night. What do you want to do? House to ourselves. The magical girl blinked slowly until she blushed faintly as she realized that she's going to be alone with her crush for the whole night. I don't know. She twirled some strands of her hair timidly. You. Yeah, I have few good ideas to keep us entertained. Naruto smirked. Shoot him, shoot him. Star shouted at the television actively and a gunshot went off within the television before she swiftly stand up then throws her fists up in celebration. Yes. Wow, if you like this old action movie then I'd hate to see how you react to action movie today. Naruto watched the cheering girl with a chuckle, munching some popcorn from large bowl, setting on cushion between them. Both were in their sleepwear, Star in her regular blue nightdress with socks and Naruto in orange t-shirt and black pajama pant. It's old. The princess plops back in her seat with a blink as she pointed at Lethal Weapon 2 movie, the end credit rolling. Yeah, it's from 1989. He replied, a lot of things have changed from this to now. Wow, cool. Star pick a piece of popcorn with a wide grin. What's next movie are we gonna watch? Let me see. Naruto looked over DVD cases, spreading all over the low table. We just watched horror, action, sci-fi, oh, Iron Giant. He held the said movie up. Looks cool. She looked at the cover art, put it in. The blonde boy slips it into the DVD player then start the movie. I am starting to loving the movie night. I never had one until now. You don't have movies in Muni? He asked curiously. Nah, we only have theater and it's only during the day. Star shook her head. They're kinda lame. Beside the mime girl, she's a genius. How she makes something out of thin air, I never know. She nibbled on her wand. Maybe I should ask her to teach me her magic. I assume it's not a magic. Naruto chuckled softly. I see. It sounds like your homeworld is little behind in technology, compared to here. The humming princess agreed with him, her eyes glued to the movie right away. Wait, is it okay for us to stay up late? Star suddenly asked, isn't tomorrow school? Yeah, it's okay because tomorrow isn't school holiday. He replied before he give her a funny look, that was kinda out of character for you there. Usually, you don't care about school and the lessons. Ah, I don't like classes but I like our new friends. She said, I only see them at school most of time. Oh, if you want to hang out with them then why don't you try and text them to see if they're up for it? Naruto said. Text. Star blinked slowly. Oh, right, you don't have phone. He nearly hit his forehead for his mistake. Tell you what, since we both have mutual friends, you can borrow my phone to text the guys. If anyone you know is not in my contract, let me know so I'll add this friend for you. Really, you'll let me use this rectangle thing? The magical girl has seen a lot of people walking around with smartphone but she never get a chance to use or see it up closer. Yeah, I don't mind since it's not my regular phone and my real phone is back in UK. Because I kinda forget it. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly, at least I'll save a lot of pounds this way, I hope. Thank, Naruto. Star threw herself on Naruto in a bear hug. You're welcome. He pat her back with a light chuckle and the bubbly girl snuggle against his chest with a squeal. Few minutes went by and Naruto glanced down at the princess as she kept hugging him with closed eyes and wide smile. His arms slowly lower closer to Star as if he was going to hug her back and then they hover few inches over her before he moved them away. Star, how long are you gonna hug me for? The princess's eyes snap open wide with embarrassing blush before she quickly returned to her seat. Sorry, Naruto, I kinda got too exciting. She said quickly with sheepish giggle. When aren't you exciting? Naruto chuckled, trying his best to hide his blush and they play few more movies for the rest of night then say their good night before they enter their own bedrooms. The next day, the Diaz family returned safety and Gustav left few hours later, much to Star's joy. I'm glad Star snapped you out from your funk after your bad day. Naruto brushed his teeth in bathroom with his friends. Yeah, Marco combed his hair, and don't remind me of that. I hope Jackie don't hate me for breaking her board. I don't think you have anything to worry about because she doesn't look like someone to hold grudges and it was an accident. The blonde boy patted his shoulder and the Latino teenager was about to say something but his hair suddenly get messy by a forceful blow, courtesy of Star's floating magical hair blower and brushes. The magical girl adjusts the angle of her wand to control the tools with bitten lower lip. Hey, you know the rules. Marco glared annoyingly at her with a stomp. Keep your stuff on your side of the counter. He'd take a minivac, turning it on then vacuuming some items up on her side. Is it that hard to just be a little organized? I'm organized. Star pointed at few cluttered junks on her side. My mess is here, and, she tapped her chin once, well, that's pretty much my system. Naruto, back me up. The Latino teenager turned to the Asian British teenager, tell Star her system is unorganized. Everyone have their own system. Naruto tucked his toothbrush away in a small case and Marco was about to say something but the trio hear Star's wand crackle loudly then fizzles out. Star blinked as her hair care tools fall down to floor with clangs before she examined her wand. What's wrong with this thing? She scratched her chin. Better check under the hood. She opened the gem up like an compartment to reveal an over-exhausted mini unicorn on a treadmill as a sound of music winding down. Oh, no. She quickly closed it then turned the wand over to see half-empty power gauge before she looked around the counter. Have you seen my charger? I know it's around here somewhere. Where did you last see it? Marco asked her before he ducked under few objects as Star tossed them over her shoulders. Star groaned, where is that stupid thing? What does it look like? Naruto asked, scanning the counter. It's an blue heart-shaped gem with tab under it. She makes in shape of her changer with hands. This is why you gotta get organized. Marco opened his cabinet to reveal his well-organized items. See. With my system, nothing ever gets lost. Nothing's ever out of place. He paused with raised eyebrow. Wait, your wand need a charger. A magical item. Charger. And it have tab. Like iPhone or iPad. What is iPad? Star quickly shook her head. Marco. This is serious. She pointed to the gauge. You have to recharge wands with magical energy. If it goes to skull, it'll be dead forever. Her face now have river of tears with puppy eyes as her hearts on cheeks transform into skulls. Can't you just buy another charger? The Latino teenager asked. Of course. The gasping princess's cheeks now support light bulbs before it turned back to hearts. They sell them at Quest Buy. Quest Buy. Both boys traded confusing looks before Naruto turned to her. I assume it's a store place in another dimension, right? Star's response was cutting a portal with her dimensional scissors. Yup, I'm right. Come on. Star grabbed Naruto then dragged him in. Marco also follow in because Naruto grabbed his wrist out of reflex. The trio went through and land on a green floor before both boys look around at their surrounding. It was a huge maze-like store with tallest shelves everywhere. Welcome to Quest Buy. She presented the store with her outstretching arm. Attention, Quest Buy shoppers. The PA announced, we have a red ticket special. 25% off of all things that murder. There was an loud crash. Ow. Whoa, Marco uttered in shock. Does this place accept all form of currencies? Naruto asked curiously. Yes, we do. A sloth-like humanoid in worker uniform walked past him. Thank. The blonde teenager called out. Sample. A fish-like server approached them with a tray of 2 nasty vials. What is it? Naruto asked the fish creature with hand rubbing his chin. Seriously, how can you so easily accept everything as if it's part of everyday life? The Latino teenager threw his hands up at Naruto's unperturbed nature. My father is from, he said. Forget it. Marco pinched the bridge of his nose with an exhale. We gotta hurry. Star stepped in after seeing her gauge now have 2 bars. Talk to creepy salesman later, Naruto. Hey, the fishman said offended. Sorry. Star hollered as she dragged the boys away from the fishman and Marco glanced around at the items, labels. Gnome repellent. Marco read them out loud. Extra strength ghost heads. How do you find anything in this place? It only looks messy. The princess wiggled her fingers in spooky fashion. Legend says that the founders of Quest Buy had an ancient cryptic system of symbols they used to organize the store. Some have gone mad trying to decipher it. On cue, a goblin laugh out madly and it draw the trio's attention for a moment. I finally got it. The goblin touched the legend guide with a crackling. Housewares is that way. He spin around and run into the opposite wall with a loud crash, slowly slide down with a painful groan. If there's a system here, I'm gonna use it to find the best route to the charger department. Marco pointed at himself with his thumb. Lucky for you, I myself know my way around pretty well myself, if I do say so myself. Star put hands on her hip with a smug smirk before she looked up leftward. I think I just said too many, myselfs. Since you two get it covered, do you guys mind if I take a look around? Naruto pointed over his shoulder to different direction. If I happen to come across this charger, I'll text you guys. Good idea, we should split up to cover more ground. The Latino teenager nodded before he takes his phone out, but I don't think our phones would work in. Full bars greet him, other dimension, it does work, and I'm not gonna question it how or why. Meet you in few minutes. Naruto walked away with a chuckle. But, Star stared at the blonde's back as he walked farther before her shoulders slumped. I was hoping he'll come with me instead. I wanna show him a lot of cool things that the Quest Buy get. Star, you know I'm still here. Marco rolled his eyes with shaking head as they walked together, but again, you tend to have tunnel vision lately when it come to your boyfriend. BB boyfriend. The blushing princess stuttered, and no, he's one of my besties, just a besties. Reet. The Latino teenager chortled, and if they looked behind, they would have seen Ludo and his monsters. With Naruto, he find himself in between 2 sections that would give a certain type of wet dream. Whoever decide to put ramen with over 1,000 favors right next to prank supplies is a fucking genius. Naruto whispered with trembling body, and to make it perfect, everything in this area was on sale, meaning he can buy a bulk if he wants to, but, bollocks, I don't have a cart, neither can I carry them all in one trip. In a pickle, aren't you? A sloth salesman approaches him with a small scroll. May I interest you in purchasing a sealing scroll? Sealing scroll. The blonde raised his eyebrow quizzically. As it is called, it can seal any items of any sizes into this scroll, and you can bring them out by touching a rune. The salesman stretches the scroll out to show him a drawing of rune. The ceiling scroll is enchanted with magical runes, which allow scroll to have its own dimensional space, completely separate from another dimensional. It's very useful if you wish to store perishable foods or fresh baked because they'll be suspended in time. Whoa! Naruto's eyes lit up at the last part. That means no more waiting for 3 minutes for his ramen. Wait, do I need magic to use it or? Oh, you don't have to worry about that because it's automated magic. The salesman answered, all you do is just place a object over a black rune then touch it to seal it. It worked the same way if you want to bring something out by touching colored rune. If you wish to create some extra runes, you can do it with this set. He bring out an set, containing of brush, ink and beginner rune book. Before you say anything, these seals can draw magical energy in from its surrounding, even if you don't have a magical source. How much are they? He asked, and can I get a large sealing scroll with existing runes? What's your currency? The sloth smirked, about time someone buys these things because no one was interested in purchasing these old junks. Big boy diaper blast. Star threw a large box of diapers at Ludo's henchman and Marco follows her actions. Why did they have to run into this Kappa and monsters today when she needs to get the damn charger? Only if the place's layout wasn't this confusing for the princess. Whoa, sweet. Naruto tested orange gloves out, a large swirling orb floating over his palm. I am so buying that. He stow it away into the scroll before he walk around the corner and find himself in a charger section. Huh, would you look at that? He looked at the chargers before he scratched his head, crap. Does Star's wand accept all kind of chargers or just one? He think back to Star's description of her charger, blue gem in shape of heart. He muttered to himself, spotting a sloth worker as she pushed boxes on a lift cart. Excuse me, I'm looking for a charger for my friend. It's a small blue heart-shaped gem with tab. Ah, would you look at that? The female sloth opened the top box to reveal packages of said charger. I was gonna stocking them. Here, she tossed him one of the chargers. Anything else, sir? No, thank you. Naruto grinned at his luck as the sloth returned to her work and before he know it, Marco and Star run into the area. We made it. Marco cheered with Star as they looked around at wall-to-wall chargers. There's so many chargers. Star glanced around hurriedly, we'll never find the right one in time. There you two are. The blonde boy called out to catch their attentions, approaching them. Naruto. The Latino teenager blinked rapidly. How did you get here? Wasn't you on the first floor? I wander around and there was a stair near here. Naruto gestured at staircase in a distance. Naruto, we need to find the charger before Ludo and his monsters get here. The princess glanced over her shoulders at the booby-trapped corridor. Got you covered. Naruto raised the wand's charger up. I asked one of the workers where it was and she happens to have a box of these on her. Yes, that is it. Star snatched it, ripping it in process then inserts it into her wand. Huh, that's lucky. Marco blinked owlishly. They have been looking for it while evading the monsters and some traps and Naruto find it by just asking a worker. The mini unicorn pop out from the wand's gem with a healthy whinny before it closed up as the wand glow brightly and the princess laugh excitingly. There she is. Ludo ran in with his goons. Fantastic exit beam. Star spun around then fire and exit beam at the screaming monsters and the trio get pushed back by Star's spell. At same time she accidentally make a huge mess due to the size of her blast. You gonna pay for that charger, ma'am? A random clerk watched Star flying backward with two boys. Nah. The princess pointed at the Kappa. My arch nemesis will cover it. He kinda owes me. Oh, here's the list that I sealed into my new scroll. Naruto quickly flick a piece of paper to the clerk, put it on this card at the bottom. Okay. The clerk turned to the monsters and Marco decide to point something out. You do realize that we could just walk. He gazed at Star. I know. Star grinned widely. Back in Diaz's bathroom, the trio emerged from the portal and they stand up. We're back. Marco sighed with relief. You see, Star, it pays to be organized. If you just listen to me. Shut it. Star stared at something with Naruto. On Earth, it's rude to tell someone to shut it. The Latino teenager frowned. Yeah, that's rude on Muni too. She pointed at a floating minivac. Look. It's possessed. I'm gonna touch it. Oh fuck, it's haunted. Naruto quickly threw himself on opposite wall flatly. Marco, call a priest, monk, anyone who can get rid of this ghost. Really? Marco looked at him oddly. All it take is a ghost to have you freak out. Because I can't hit a ghost. He shoot back, how can you beat someone that you can't touch? And don't get me started on freaky ghost powers. The Latino boy turned back to see Star touching the minivac. Great, she's touching it. She opened it up, only to pause for a moment before she picks a familiar object up from inside. Just my charger. Star shrugged as both boys sighed out before they gasped together, my charger. Whoops. Marco rubbed his neck sheepishly, I must have accidentally sucked it up when I was cleaning. Sorry. Guess you have two now. It's cool. She waved it off with a smile, it was an accident and she knows that Marco didn't do it on purpose. I can keep one here and another one in my room. She glanced at Naruto's scroll. Ooh, what is that? Oh, it's called Ceiling Scroll. A salesman from Quest Buy showed it to me, then I got a lot of stuffs inside. Naruto said as both blonde exited the bathroom and Marco was about to follow them, but he slipped on a sword then hit the floor on his back with a grunt. Star, Marco sighed exhaustingly, she need to clean her mess up often, and where did this sword come from? 3 days later, Naruto tuck a gift card inside a card then put it in envelope before he hear his bedroom's door opening with a knock and he glance up to see Marco. Hey, is it almost time? Naruto waved. Yup. Marco stepped back as Naruto exited his orange room, then they approached Star's room before he opened the door with a knock. Star, we're about to celebrate my parents' anniversary. Come on. Oh, no. Star jolted up from her chair with widened eyes, I didn't get them anything. Don't worry about it. The Latino teenager brushed it off, my gift can be from both of us. Or I can add your name to this card. The blonde boy waved his card slightly. But I wanna give them something just from me, cuz Mr. D and Mrs. D are actually cool. Star crossed her arms behind back. Cool. Marco uttered with blank staring. Cool. He slowly walks down the hallway with his blonde friends in tow. Cool, really? It's true, they're pretty cool. Naruto said, Mr. D plays some mean music and Mrs. D is very creative with her arts. And my parent, cool. The Latino teenager muttered dazedly until the trio entered the living room, where both adults were flirting with each other on couch. Ahem. He cleared his throat loudly to get their attention. Oh, hello, kids. Raphael greeted the teenagers with wide smile. Happy anniversary, you guys. Marco present them a blue striped gift and his smiling parent take it. The father opens it and they look inside. Wow, Marco. Angie slowly picks 2 fanny packs up out from the box. More, her smile seems to be little strained. Fanny packs. Okay, I know you guys are non-believers. The Latino boy held his hands up, then he pulled his hoodie up to reveal a blue fanny pack before he unzip it, but these are way cooler than last year's. They have everything you need, like a dilemma whistle, non-drowsy antihistamine, and a space blanket made for 2. He pulls out an large blue blanket with teddy bear on rocket on it and the impressed parent changed their mind about their present. Oh, yes, you know how much we love to travel and see the sights. The father of Marco chuckled. Oh, Marco, you put so much thought into this. The mother looked at her son, gifts are such a great way to show how much you really care about someone. I didn't think it was possible to love you more than I do right now. Happy anniversary, D. Naruto handed the card to Raphael before he scratched his head. Sorry I can't get you anything more than that because I didn't find out about your anniversary until 2 days ago. That's okay, Naruto. Angie waved it off with a smile as they read the card and the gift cards were $25 each. It's the thought that counts. Thank you, Naruto. Thank you for the card and gift card. Raphael grinned and in the background, Star looked so distressed by the whole thing until the first thing popped into her head. Star suddenly placed her hands on both Diaz couple's shoulders, and I'm giving you a trip to Muni. We're going to Muni. Both adults gasped excitingly. We can use our new fanny packs. Marco jiggled his fanny pack with a grin, an action that drew an odd look from Naruto, and Raphael hopped up and down with Star and Angie in group hug. We go now, right? Raphael said. Right now? Angie asked. I want to go right now. Her husband bounced on his heels like a hyper kid in candy store. Can we go right now? His wife looked at Star excitingly. It's not every day you get to visit a different dimension. Welcome to Muni. Star gestured to the surrounding as the group stand in front of a closing portal. The adults were dressing in tourist outfit and taking pictures everywhere. Funny, that's kinda different from what she told me. Naruto glanced around. The place looked so shady and there was few poor yet shady people wandering around. Is this where you grew up? Angie asked the blonde princess. No ho ho. Star waved her hands before she pointed at a castle in distance. Ooh, the woman turned at her. Oh. The princess shook her head. Higher. They tilt their heads back to see a large castle in farther, on a white cloud. Ooh. Higher. Star said sing-songy and they finally look up with squirted eyes to see a hugest fancy castle far away on top of a mountain, surrounding by pink clouds. Ooh. Raphael and Angie whistled in awe. Marco dropped his jaw with widened eyes and Naruto simply blinked. Damn, that's bigger than Windsor Castle. The whiskered blonde commented. Let's go there. Angie grinned. Ah, you don't wanna see that lame, cheesy, touristy stuff. Star laughed with waving hands. What you want is the real Muni experience. She gestured to the shady people walking around the group in some shabby stalls. Oh, hello, little boy. The Diaz mother greeted a little boy near them and the boy looked up with a hiss as he bit onto a dead horned rat before he ran away with a crazed scream. Oh, she laughed nervously as the group stared bewilderingly. Yum, yum, yum. Star coughed into her fist nervously before she pointed at stalls. Oh, look, an open-air market. The Diaz parent and their son approached the stalls for closer look and Naruto walked to Star's side. Star, we're actually not in Muni, aren't we? Naruto whispered calmly. Technically, we are in territory of Muni. The princess kept smiling in order to prevent the Diaz family from this knowledge. Do this place happen to be? He took one look around, a slum. No, it's a, bandit village. She kept smiling. Oh. But there's nothing to worry about. Star waved with a smile as a merchant flashed himself to Diaz to show off his goods, which is collective of wind chimes and chickens for some reasons. Everyone here are pretty harmless because it's mostly thieves and some perverts. You never get my cock. A nude overweight man ran in background behind the blonde duo while holding a chicken over his head with an insane laughter and few bandits chase him into the alleyway. Fortunately, the blondes and Diaz didn't hear or witness this event. Ah, Naruto muttered, was it on purpose to avoid your parents or an accident because you can't control this scissors good enough? What if I say both? The smiling princess whispered back, also they don't know that I have my own dimensional scissor because I'm not supposed to have one. Gotcha. The blonde boy nodded, so, you're gonna tell Diaz about that or? It'll be our little secret because they are enjoying my gift and I don't want to ruin it. Star said and they start to walk around with Diaz until she noticed someone down the alleyway, someone that she was hoping not to run into today and it's her father. Dad. She quickly pushed the group passing the alleyway before her daddy'll notice. See, come on. I want to show you. Oh. The first thing she saw was a creepy entrance of forest, Muni's natural beauty. Sounds thrilling. Mrs. Diaz squealed. We love nature. Mr. Diaz commented with a grin before they both take many pictures of the forest's entrance. Was this bearded man in fancy clothes back there your dad? Naruto asked Star after witnessing everything. Yes, she muttered. Ah, I see, he hummed, it's quite a coincidence. You do realize that Marco might figure it out at some point. Yeah, I was hoping that he don't. Star drawled. Forest of certain death. Marco gaped at the baton sign before he looked at the princess suspiciously. Oh, don't read too much into the name. Star entered the forest with haste and the married couple follow her in. Naruto. Come on, Marco, we better keep up with them. Naruto quickly walked in with the Latino teenager behind and he catch up with the group as Marco slowed down to take another odd look around at his creepy surrounding. So it's really kind of important to keep moving. The Muni princess gestured to a random tree. There's a bleeding willow tree. Why is it called that? Naruto asked curiously as the Diaz, minus the sun, whistled in fascination. Dunno. Star shrugged her shoulders as the group walked deeper and Marco looked at the bleeding willow tree to see that it was actually bleeding. Oh, phew, Marco jumped when a centipede-like monster slithered past him. Here's a carnivore blossom. The Muni princess pointed some plants out. The group barely realized that Marco was busying dodging some dangerous wildlife. Are you guys seeing any of this? The Latino teenager dove for the ground to avoid swarm of giant bees with baboon-like faces. See it. Raphael took a picture of Wildflower with his wife as a giant foot stomp behind them, can't take our eyes off it. Both Raphael and Angie chanted together as they walk farther down the trail. Best anniversary ever, best anniversary ever, best anniversary ever. Wait. Star chased them across something with sticking out teeth. Naruto was right behind her. Oh, yeah. Marco stopped in front of mysterious object and he tossed few gum sticks on it, causing the teeth to snap closed. Hey, guys, did you see what I just did with that bubble gum? He turned around with a gloat, only to stare at empty space while the voices appear to be distant. Of course not. He deadpanned before he quickly catch up with the group, only to meet some obstacles. I'm starting to see why this place is called Forest of Certain Death. Naruto said to Star as they tried to keep up with the Diaz. They almost run into some hazards but the wildlife seems to be harmless toward the group for some reasons. Wait, Star hollered out to her host parent, come back. She suddenly tripped over a branch and almost hit the ground if Naruto's arm hasn't caught her waist with a secure hold. Thank, Naruto. She adverted her eyes to Diaz as they approached a porcupine creature. Okay. You can stop being so cool now. The adults just took some pictures of screeching creature as it clawed its own eyes out from the flashlight before Star let a relieved sigh out. They're still alive. These tracks are fresh. The princess spun around on her heels with a gasp as soon as she heard her father's voice and in distance, the bearded king was kneeling in front of a track. Pegasus feathers. Star quickly pulls Naruto with her, crouching behind a large dead tree truck. He's onto me. Bail out then. Naruto whispered to her and the antsy princess nodded rapidly. Nothing make you feel more like a man than going to the bathroom in the woods. Marco walked by, only to get pulled down behind the log. We gotta go. Star hissed lowly, it's not safe here. Look. She pointed at her father in distance, my dad is right there. This way. King Butterfly pointed right. Let's just get your parents and go home. The princess turned away from the scene with a soft clap and smile. Okay, Mr. and Mrs. D, that concludes the tour. Hope you've enjoyed your. She realized that the said people were missing, Mr. and Mrs. D. Where did they go? Marco looked around alarmingly before he looks to his only male friend. Don't look at me, Naruto said worriedly, I didn't notice them leaving. Look. Star noticed the footprints. The teenagers follow the track to an skull-shaped cave and they carefully sneak in, spotting few things. Look, the Latino teenager stared at the objects, which happened to belong to his parents, it's their stuff. He looked around in the cavern, but where are they? A hot breeze hit the group and Star lit her wand up. Before they know it, the glowing wand wake a hydra creature up from its sleep as it stand up to the gasping teenagers with its 6 snaking heads and they all give the trio and savage roars. Let's get outta here. No. Star shouted as she heard some muffled screams within the creature's stomach, that thing ate your parents. One of the hydra's heads lunged toward one of the teens, look out. She pushed Marco out of the way and the head was about to swallow her but a swirling orb smashed onto its side, flicking its head up into the hard ceiling with a loud crush. You okay, Star? Naruto landed with his orange gloves on. Yeah, thank. Star nodded with a small smile. Naruto, what was that orb? Marco asked him, dodging second lunge from the hydra then drop his heel down onto its neck. It's a spinning ball of magical energy. The blonde boy explained as he jumped over a thrusting head while Star fired one of her magical spell at another head. Those gloves are enchanted with rune sealing and it can draw the energy around us and contain it all into an orb. It's called swirling orb gloves but I'm calling it Rasengan because it's an awesome name. I agreed. The Latino teenager nodded before he ducked under fifth head, immediately deliver an uppercut. Way better than swirling orb gloves. Super Rainbow Dolphin Slam. Star hit another head before she glanced over her shoulder to the boys while keeping one eye on the creature. Boys, do you get any ideas how to deal with this big fella? I got couple ideas but both result in a cave-in and bunch of smeared bodies. Naruto jumped over another head then crash it down with his Rasengan. I dunno. Marco hollered as he dig through his fanny pack, I pretty much used everything up in Forest of Certain Death, all I have is fireproof blanket and miniature book of knots. He held up a very tiny book. Cute. The chuckling princess rolled out of the charging hydra's way, wait, did you say knots? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Naruto smirked and the princess returned it with her own. What? The Latino teenager stared at them for a moment until he realizes something, oh. Oh, ooh. Bet you can't catch me. Star run to other side with waving arms. Hey, don't you want to take a bite out of this juicy ass? Naruto teased the creature with his rear from behind. Over here. Marco called out to the creature with wild waves and the creature's head split up as the teenagers planned. It become a deadly cat and mouse chase as the teenagers evade the attacking heads. The Hydra unknowingly entangle its own necks with each twist as it focus on devouring the teenagers and by the time it catch on their plan, it was too late when it start to suffocates. It last for a moment before the creature kneel over with a raspy choke. Woo-hoo. Star cheered at their victory before the teens suddenly hear a trumpeting yell above them and they look up to see something that shocked the princess. It was her father standing on a cliff, holding a spear and wearing nothing but a loincloth with bones sticking out of his beard. The king jumped off the cliff then charged toward the creature, only to halt in his trail as he spot his daughter with two boys. Star. King Butterfly blinked owlishly as if someone has caught him with his hand in cookie jar. Her daughter also stare at him bewilderedly. My parents are still inside that thing. Marco pointed at the dead creature, snapping them out of their shock and the king cut an opening in the creature's stomach with his spear. Several civilians crawl out happily, cheering for their freedom and the teenager scanned for any sign of his parents. They're not here. He beckoned the king and his friends, quick, to the large intestine before they're fully digested. Naruto was about to help but he hears something behind a rock pillar and he peeked behind. Marco, I found. Naruto turned back to see the said boy digging into innards with sickening gag and he was about to speak up loudly but two familiar voices beat him to it. There's nothing like a steamy bath after a long day of exploration. Raphael's voice giggled. Oh, you say it. Angie's giggling voice agreed and the group quickly ran around the pillar to see Marco's parent in a hot spring. Mom. Marco's eyes lit up in relief. Dad. You're alive. Star beamed. And you're only wearing the fanny packs. Marco paled as soon as he noticed their underwears lying on ground, feeling grateful for the steams that cover his parents' bits. Ah, King Butterfly. The DS father noticed the king with the teenagers, care for a dip. As inviting as that sounds, I need a minute with my daughter. King Butterfly cleared his throat before he dragged Star a little farther away from the group. I guess she's busted, Marco said to Naruto, watching the father-daughter duo. More like they are both busted. Naruto replied as Star asked her father about his appearance and why he was hunting monster. Now I know where she get this side from, he said as the boys overheard the king explaining why he was hunting the monsters because he find kingship to be so boring and exhausting. Yeah. Marco chuckled slightly as they approached the laughing father-daughter pair. Are you gonna tell mom you saw me? Star asked her father. I didn't see you and you didn't see me. The king held his hands up with a smile, but just this once. They shared a hug, hugs. He released her as he turned to the teenagers, farewell, Diaz and, who are you by the way? Name's Naruto. The whiskered blonde answered with a raised hand, I'm staying with Diaz and Star as a exchanging student. He's from UK. Star wrapped her arms around Naruto's arm with a wide grin, and he's also one of my besties, the best besties. Ah, okay. The king hummed lightly before he leave with his manservants and Marco turned to her. It's cool that you guys bonded and you got to see that side of your dad. He said. Yeah. Star grinned before Naruto suddenly covered her eyes with his hands, closed his eyes in process. Naruto. Why are you? Marco raised his eyebrow at Naruto before Raphael walked by in plain sight and the poor Latino teenager's eyes just widened in pure horror. Oh, Dios mío. What happened? Star asked curiously. Let's say he saw something that he can't unseen. The blonde boy answered. I wish I hadn't seen that side of my dad. The Latino teenager clawed his eyes out, where the hell is the bleach when you need one? It's an early morning when Marco walked down the stairs and into the kitchen to make his breakfast as he turned the light on. Morning, Marco. The said teenager scream out with swinging arms, almost trip over his own feet, but he managed to keep his balance and his gaze land upon Naruto sitting at table with cup of noodle. Naruto appeared to be half sleeping. He wear an orange tank top and blue shorts, which appear to be worn in his sleep. Naruto, you're up early. Marco panted heavily with hands on his knees. Yeah, I also can't believe it. Naruto yawned with a scratch. Stupid school day, whoever decide to create a school should burn in hell, along with this wanker who have a bright idea to start school at freakin' early morning. At least he's not cussing like other day. The Latino teenager shake his head slightly until he notice a unique necklace around Naruto's neck. That's cool necklace there, where did you get it? He studied the necklace's appearance. It have a ruby carved into a flat spiral with tiny emerald gem in center. It's a family heirloom. The blonde replied, it has been passing from mother to oldest daughter through many generations. The reason why I have it now is because I'm the only child and it's a keepsake of my mom. He yawned again, I'm holding on it until I marry a girl or have a daughter. So when you and Star get together, you'll give her this necklace? Marco said with slight taunt tone. Yeah, Naruto paused for few moments before he looked up to him, wait, me and Star. He snorted lightly, dude, she's my friend. She's not into me and you know that. Not into, the Latino teenager gave him a funny look, several memories come to him. Hey, guys, what do you want to do today? Star asked the boys. I'm thinking of stay home and watching some martial art movies. Marco suggested, I'll whip up the mean nachos that you guys love. Sounds interesting. Naruto tilted his head back with a hum, but I was thinking of going out to cinema and watch few movies then go to mall for a little prank spree. He coughed loudly into his fist, I mean little window shopping, yes, window shopping. Naruto, the mall security warned you not to do it again after the whole Jello and ice cream incident. The Latino teenager deadpanned. Let's go with Naruto's plan. The grinning princess suddenly jumped on Naruto's back, causing him to hold her thighs up. I wanna see bunch of movies. What kind of movie do you want to see first? Naruto carried her out with Marco following them. Romance, Star said dreamily at the back of her crush's head before she quickly covered it up with few coughs. Comedy. I want to see rom-com because I heard this word from some guys at school and I'm curious what's it like. Marco rolled his eyes at her cover-up excuse. Ah, gotcha. The blonde nodded, rom-com flick it is. Naruto and Marco was working on their homework in living room, discussing about few problems and how to solve them. Naruto, I'm bored. Star suddenly popped in between the boys as she stared at him with a pout, can we go out? You can teach me how to do this funny prank, you know the one with scales and sticky tar. Sure, after I finish that. Naruto haven't looked up from his homework with a light chuckle. Did she ask him out for a date? Marco raised his eyebrow at the blonde duo before he shrugged his shoulders. And there was few times when Star asked Naruto what he think of her attires and never asked Marco or his parents about it. Wow, and here, I thought I was that bad. Marco muttered to himself and his blonde friend gave him a puzzling look before he eats his ramen again with a small shrug. History sucks. Naruto exited the history classroom with a stretch, it is the only class that he don't share with his two close friends. He'd take a peek at his smartphone to check the time, 10 minutes until next period. The blonde strolled to his locker to switch his textbooks until he noticed two long lines on both sides along the lockers. What's up with the line? He asked the nearest student. The most important social event of the year. The muscular student said with some fidgets, Britney Wong's birthday party. He pointed up to the sky and Naruto followed the direction to see and blimp that display the said teenager girl's party and no loser allowed. If you get her invitation, you're in. If not, you're no cool and be branded as a loser. Seriously. Naruto raised his eyebrow with a slight frown, that's kinda stupid. He honestly doesn't see any point in labeling and separating people in different circles, even if it's done by one person on a whim. Exciting chatters ahead catch his attention and he see Britney passing the invitation cards out to people snobbishly. No. Britney ignored some disappointing students before she handed an invitation to an exciting cheerleader. Yes. No. No. Yes. Yes. No. Yes. She halted in front of Naruto with a paused lip and hands on her hip. Well, you're popular, yes. She flicked the invitation to him rudely. Is it cool if I bring someone? Naruto glanced at the card distastefully. She gave him this invitation for a shallow reason. 2 max. The snob teenager scoffed. It's not like he's going to bring some weird people like this stupid star girl. Well, better ask the guys and see if they're interesting. He muttered to himself as he walked down the hallway to find his friends, and it don't take him long enough to find one of his friends. Hey, Star. Hey, Naruto. Star looked up to him with wand covering her mouth. Have you heard about Britney's party? Yeah, I got her invitation. Naruto scratched his head with a sigh. Fought, lucky. The pouting princess gasped. I don't get one from her, but I'm going to her party, as soon as I figure out how to get in. Oh, you want to go? The blonde boy hummed before he glanced at his card. I get you covered on this one because Britney said I can bring 1 or 2 with me. Wanna go? Yes. Star suddenly glommed him with a cheer. Let's get Marco and go. She tilted her head. When is it again? Tonight. Naruto chuckled lightly at her excitation. The sun have set and Naruto was waiting outside on curb until he hear a running footsteps behind him, and he glance over to see Star, in a pink party dress, running out hyperactively with Marco in tow. It's so weird that Britney invited us to her birthday. Marco yanked his hand out of Star's hold with a groan and rub it. This girl get an iron grip. Well, she invited me and I decide to bring you 2 with me as my +2. Naruto said as the Latino teenager nodded understandingly. To be honest, it won't be a party without my besties. The party bus. Star gasped loudly, hopped on her heels. Party bus. Marco's eyes widened at the party bus as it get closer, but I get carsick. It's not a car. The princess grinned. It's a bus. No, carsick is, the Latino teenager buried his head in hands. Star, after that, we're going to teach you things about Earth. The bus pull up to the curb, then the door swing open. I'm out, have fun at. Oh, there's Jackie. Naruto said, and the Latino teenager's head quickly whipped to the direction that Naruto was pointing before the blonde suddenly push him inside, then enter the bus with Hyper Princess. The bus immediately take off as soon as they get in. An off-key singing assaulted their ears right away, and they notice Britney sings karaoke in the back. The partygoers covered their ears. The cheerleader whip her hair around while turn around, and the first face she see is someone that she loathes. Oh, sweet. Star stared at a tiny hat on top of scowling cheerleader's head, a little, tiny hat. Cool. I can make those. She create a same party hat on top of her headband with a cheerful grin. Star butterfly. Britney dropped her microphone to cross her arms. What are you doing here? Nothing yet. The Muni girl held her hands up. I just got here. I invited her and Marco. Naruto said to draw Britney's glare as he gestured to Marco, who was doing some push-up for some reason. After all, they're my +2. Let me sing you some birthday tunes with my mouth sounds. Star processed to do a beatboxing, very poorly. The scowling girl growled angrily before she stomped up to the bus driver. Driver, pull over this bus at once. Lady, I can't. The bus driver said flatly with annoyed expression. We're in bumper-to-bumper traffic. You're gonna have to wait until the next exit. This is why I told my dad I wanted a party jet. Britney huffed. I can't drive a jet. The driver muttered sarcastically. Okay. The spoiled girl turned to her guests with a clap. Now, to my invited guests, who wants to watch me open my presents? The guests were quiet. I'm waiting, she hissed lowly. Me. Immediately, the guests held their hands up. Funny, I heard that American parties are wild. Naruto drawled. Guess I can't believe everything I see and hear from telly. Actually, most of it is true, but not this party because it sucks. Justin whispered, don't tell Britney I said that. The whiskered teenager zipped his lips as a gesture that he'll keep it secret. Since you're not enjoying it, why don't we get off at the next bus stop? Marco groaned with hands on his churning stomach. We can't do that. Star poked in with a shaking head. These people are miserable. They need us now. Star, you don't have to. the Latino teenager said before the bus lurches, causing his motion sickness to return with vengeance. "You okay? Are you feeling okay?" she asked him with concern. "He has a motion sickness." Naruto reminded her, "He'll be fine, I think." "Dee don't worry." Marco grabbed the closest seat with a groan as he sit down. "I just need to sit here, stare out this window, and never turn my head." "You do that, homie." Star grinned, "N-boy and I'ma get this party started." She lightly shoved Marco as she skipped to the back with her arm around Naruto's arm and the seat under Marco suddenly spin around. "Whoa!" the green-faced Latino boy cried out, "Who the fuck put a swivel chair on a bus?" The spinning chair rolls to the right, whoa. With fucking wheels. Seriously. Britney held a handbag up before she tosses it over her shoulders, hitting one of the guests' face with a hard smack. "It's not designer." "Oh, hey, everybody." Star suddenly appeared in front of everyone next to Britney. "I just want you all to know I can make little hats." She suddenly summoned an laser puppy with her wand in a red flash before she held it up by its torso, and also dogs. The puppy yipping cutely, fire few lasers from its eyes. "Check this out." The puppy create a light show that read, "Happy birthday, Britney," with its eyes, and the guests exclaimed in awe. "I wish my dog could spell that good." Justin whistled. HMPH. The spoiled girl whipped the puppy out of Star's hands with her own hair and the puppy fly in arc until Naruto catch it before the dog hit the floor. "Wow, hit a puppy." Naruto frowned at the uncaring cheerleader, "Not cool." "So," Britney scoffed, "it's just a stupid mutt." Marco bumped into her few moments later with green face as she scowled at him. "You better not throw up on my bus, Barfo Diaz." This party is a disaster." "Hey, Britney." The bubbly princess held her wand up above her head. "I know how to make your party more fun." The magical wand lit up. Rubber sparkle bounce house. The interior of the bus transformed into a bounce house, much to the guests' joy and Marco's horror. "Not the fucking bounce house in bus." The Latino teenager gagged. "Walkin' on the moon." Justin cheered. "Hey, Star, do you know what every party need?" Naruto called out to the magical girl. "Hot tub." Star guessed with a grin. "Hot tub." The blonde boy grinned back. "To the roof." The bubbly girl pointed at the ceiling before she turned to Britney. "Isn't this fun?" "I fucking hate you." Britney grumbled under her breath with crossed arms, and in a blink, the group, minus Marco, were on the roof as the guests chant for hot tub. Foaming twinkle bubble ripple. Star summon and large clam-shaped hot tub. Star butterfly rules. Justin dove into the hot tub in his boxer and several guests joined him with cheers. After a while of partying on roof, the blonde duo come down to check on Marco. "You doing okay?" Naruto asked the groaning Latino teenager. Do I look like I'm fucking okay?" Marco groaned weakly with darker green face. "Just asking." He held his hands up. "Geez, you're pretty cranky when you're sick." "Oh, Marco." Star sank onto a couch. "It's hard work making everybody happy." "Can you make my tummy happy?" The Latino teenager groaned. "I think you're doing wonderful job so far." Naruto looked at Star. "Everybody are enjoying the party now since we got here." Thank, Naruto." The Muni princess grinned before the bus lurches hard to stop, sending Trio flying onto the floor and Britney stand in front of them, looming over them with a wicked grin. Finally, the spoiled snob said evilly, "End of the line for the princess, Britain puke boy. Now get off my bus." "Oh, thank you." Marco scrambled for the exit and he inhaled deeply outside, fresh air. I can't believe she kicked us out." Star groaned softly. "I thought I was doing better making everybody happy." "You were." Naruto patted her shoulder before an idea hit him. "Say, who said party is over?" Both his friends blinked at him and the blonde boy poked his head back inside with a smirk. The guests looked so dejected right away because Britney shut the hot tub party down and forced them to listen to another bad song. "Hey, guys," he called out as everyone's heads turned to him, "if you're interested, we're gonna have party at Marco's house right now and everybody are welcome to come." Naruto rules. Justin suddenly ran out with almost everybody. Star rules. Marco rules. Whoa, we're having party at whom? Marco's eyes widened. "Shouldn't my parent?" They said yes. Naruto showed him the texts on his phone and the Latino teenager blinked owlishly. When did he text his parents and how did he do it unnoticeable? Come on, guys, follow us. Hey. Britney stomped her foot down with a shaking fist as her former guests followed the trio with cheers before she crossed her arms with a deep scowl. Oh, they're gonna pay for that. Suddenly, a bucket of orange slimes and rubber insects fall on her head and the girl run around in circle with a blood-curdling scream. Ludo, I don't think the bus will stop here. Buff Frog looked right and left at the street and his fellow monsters linger around with bored expression. It will. Ludo slammed the bottom of his staff on curb. They will be here and we'll bus jack it. It's a perfect plan. He looked up to the bus schedule. Let's see, it say it will be here in 30 minutes. What the monsters don't know is that the schedule was not for the party bus but the city bus and they will find out when the city bus pull up and they face a confusing driver and her passengers. The next day, Naruto whistled a cheerful tune as he put some of his stuffs away in the locker and he hold his snicker back when Britney stomped past him, covered in honey, colorful feathers and glitter paint all over her face. "Who did that to me?" Britney screeched out angrily and the students just laughed at that. "One of your works, The blonde glanced behind as Jana approached him with a light chortle. What catch Naruto's eyes was that she have Star's magical book. "Yeah, I honestly don't like her attitude and how she treats my friends." Naruto chuckled lightly before he pointed at the thick book. "By the way, why do you have Star's book?" Ferguson gave it me after he won it off from Star." Jana patted the book with a coy smirk. "Wanna crack it open and do some crazy witchy stuff?" "As much as I would love to, I'll pass." The blonde chuckled as he pulled a large sack out of his locker. "You see, I'm going to fill the swimming pool up with caramel." He take another sack out, and bunch of fishes. Fishes. The beanie-wearing girl blinked with corked eyebrow. "Because why not?" Naruto shrugged. "Well, have fun." Jana shook her head with a chuckle. "I'm gonna find the girls and ask them to join me for witchy stuff." She walked away with a wave. "Let's do some pranks together next time on Marco." "Sure." The blonde chuckled with sacks over his shoulders and he walked toward the swimming pool until he run into Star and Marco on his way. "Hey, guys." "Hey, Naruto, Mom said you left early today." Marco greeted him, "Doing some pranks." "Yup, you know me." Naruto smirked. "Now if you please excuse me, I'll be going. Gotta fill the pool with caramel and fishes." He walked by his friends and Star stared at the whiskered blonde dreamily as Marco shook his head at both of his friends until he noticed something on Star. "Star, you got some paint or something." The Latino teenager pointed at his forehead. "Right here." Star blinked at him before she rubbed her forehead, feeling something on it and she slowly peeled it off. It was a purple heart, something that caused her to gasp. "Marco, this is not paint." Star said alarmingly. Few hearts appear on her face like pimples. "Well, looks like you got another heart." Marco commented before she suddenly dragged him into a janitor's closet. "Quiet, Marco." The Muni princess hissed as more hearts appears. "This is serious. I think I'm going through puberty." "Wheel, okay," the Latino teenager coughed awkwardly. "That's nothing to be afraid of. We have a similar thing here on Earth. Don't confuse this with your Earth things, Marco." She whispered hurriedly. "I'm from Muni. This is gonna get really weird. You gotta keep me away from Naruto and boys." "Wait a second." She stared at the nervous Latino teenager. "You're a bully." "Ooh, Marco slowly backed away from her with a nervous chuckle. "When you say things are going to get weird, do you mean typical Star weird or, like, destroy the school weird?" "Destroy the school," she replied. "That's what I was worried about." The Latino teenager sighed. "Let's get. Then fuck Naruto's brain out until he gives me his babies." Star said dreamily. "Ew, thank for putting the image in my head." Marco deadpanned with a shudder. Let's get you home." He pushed her outside and they carefully walked through the crowd. "I'm so glad that Naruto isn't here." "Boys," Star moaned and the Latino teenager nervously glanced over his shoulders. The princess later end up hiding in locker after her hand shot purple web and the boy have no choice but to run around to find the magical book. "That is the best prank ever." Naruto snickered to himself as he watched the swim team leave and one swimmer was stuck in middle of the caramel pool. "Dude, is that a shark?" The trapped swimmer stared at circling shark fin with widened eyes. In fact, how is it still alive in caramel? Well, time to find the guys. The chuckling blonde walked around until he spot Jana with her two friends as the beanie-wearing girl showed them the magical book on the floor. Hello, girls. Both girls giggled. Hey, Naruto. Jana looked up from her book. Done with your caramel pool prank? Yup, and it was successful. Naruto smirked deviously. I got the captain of swim team stuck in the pool. You should have seen his face. You get photos? She asked. Definitely. He nodded. I'll send you the pic later. Have you seen Star and Marco around? I don't know where your girlfriend is, but I saw Marco running to Spanish class early. Jana gestured to the random direction. You too. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. Why does everyone keep thinking there's something between us? She's my friend. It's like saying there is something between Marco and Star. PFF'd. The beanie-wearing girl snorted. Yeah, right. Star clearly don't have a thing for Marco but for. She caught herself as a smirk form on her lip. Wait, someone's clueless, huh? What are you talking about? He looked down at her funny and he become more confusing when Jana's friends giggle together. It's so cute when they are so oblivious. The pig-tailed girl giggled. Totally. The giggling brunette nodded. If I wasn't Staruto team, I'll tap that. Girls. Jana rolled her eyes at them amusingly and before they know it, Marco suddenly smashed his hands on the book. Gimme that, he screamed. Let's get out of here. Both girls ran away, leaving Jana behind with the boys. I've been looking all over for this. Marco panted heavily. Well, now that you found your little book, let's make some magic with it. Jana wiggled her eyebrows at him. I don't need your help, Jana. The Latino teenager narrowed his eyes at her. Thank you. Whatever. The beanie-wearing girl threw her arm around his shoulders. You'll need me soon enough, Marco, 'cause I got your house keys. She jiggled a key ring in her hand before she run away with a chortle. Arg. Marco gritted his teeth out of annoyance. Gotta stay focused. So what's going on? Naruto asked him. Why do you need the book for? Did Star get herself in a situation or what? She's going through puberty. The teenager flipped through the book. Like puberty. The blonde blinked. Yeah, but it's different because, Marco paused. He can't tell him that Star, in her own words, want to fuck Naruto's brains out and have his babies. She's crazy for any boys that come into her sight and she can shoot some purple webs out like Spider-Man but in creepy way. Oh, okay, how can we help her? Naruto scratched his head, trying to comprehend the new infos. That is why I need the book for. The Latino teenager muttered, puberty, this doesn't make any sense. Isn't there a glossary in this thing? Did someone say glossaric? A tiny blue-bearded man pops up from the book. Wah! Marco nearly fall over on his rear from the jump scare and Naruto just blink at the man's entrance. 'Cause that's me. The man gestured to himself as purple texts appear around him, displaying his name, Sir Glossaric. Of terms. At your service, milady. I'm not a milady. The Latino teenager corrected him and Glossaric stare at him for a while. Could have fooled me. Glossaric sink into the book as it closed up. Goodbye. No. Marco tried to pry the book open. This book is not for the likes of you. Glossaric peeked out between pages. Magical princesses only. What if we say it is for Star? Naruto asked. Star butterfly. The blue man opened the book with laughter as he lay on his side in midair. What's wrong with her? She says she's got puberty. Marco answered. I usually don't make exceptions, but maybe we can work something out. Glossaric looked serious. Pudding. What? He blinked. I want pudding. The blue man said, high schools have excellent pudding. His voice gained a high pitch. Pudding. I'll grab some puddings. Naruto said and he was about to head to the cafeteria but Marco quickly stopped him. No. Marco shook his head. I'll get them, you stay here with the book. Okay. The blonde blinked puzzlingly as his friend run away before he glances at Glossaric. So, do you, live in this book? For millenniums since the first ruler wrote this book. The blue man replied. Cool. Naruto hummed, it might be pretty interesting, living through many years and meet many rulers and owners of this book. I. Glossaric stared at him quietly. You resemble someone I used to know in past. Really? He raised his eyebrow. No. A sweat drop appeared on Naruto's head. All right. Marco returned with a pudding cup. Here's your pudding. The blue man immediately opened his mouth wide. What are you doing? You've got to feed me, of course. Glossaric looked at him like an idiot. Pudding doesn't eat itself. Ah. With some hesitance, Marco feed the tiny man with grimace. He rubbed his chin with more grimace as Naruto just watch on in amusement. You got it all stuck in your beard. So, the blue man chewed his thick pudding. You said Star is going through. He paused to burp, puberty. How do we stop it? The Latino teenager asked, feeding him another spoon of pudding. Well, can't stop it. Glossaric shrugged. That's not an option. Marco glanced nervously at Naruto as the blonde raised his eyebrow at him with questioning look, because, he whispered closer to the blue man. She said what? The blue man said with mouth full, oh, really? He looked up to Naruto blankly, well, you're fucked. Wah, what were you talking about? Naruto glanced between Marco and Glossaric, wondering what the bloody hell were they talking about. Anyway, you have nothing to worry about. Glossaric waved it off, it'll be all over soon. He smeared the pudding all over his beard. Star should be back to normal by, he checked his watch under robe, 3:57 p.m. Or she won't. She won't what? Marco repeated. Be back to normal. The floating man said. That's it. There's nothing we can do. The Latino teenager stuttered before his eyes widened in horror. If Star won't return to normal then, he take one hard good look at Naruto, fuck. He turns back to the floating man, demanding for something to stop this puberty thing. Okay, I'm gonna find Star and see why. Naruto threw his hands up furiously before he walks off to find the princess. After few minutes of wandering, he come across a strange curtain of purple vines with purple hearts and he duck under through it then looks around in vine-infested hallway. This place looks gloomy and dread than London on cold day. He muttered. Naruto, there you are. Marco pushed the vines out of the way as he make his way to him. You shouldn't have. A hand stretch out from behind the vines and grab his arm. Hey. A teenager with shaven sides whispered frighteningly, you gotta get us out of here. It turned out that he's in a cage, made out of lockers and vine, with several boys. Hold on. Naruto yanked the vines with all of his strength but it's too tough as steel, it's no good. They hear some screaming behind them and the boys look back to see a purple-skinned girl with braided purple hair, 6 arms, wings and heart-shaped eyes. She was holding a screaming boy up by his collar. Is this Star? The Latino teenager gasped, both recognize her by hearts on her cheeks and her attire. The mutated princess tear a locker door out then tossed the screaming boy in before she shot vine web all over it, trapping him in process. Star, you gotta get a hold of yourself. He called out to get her attention, you're scaring everyone. The transformed princess stared at him for a moment until she noticed Naruto from the corner of her eyes and she turned slightly to face him. Naruto. Star's lip curved up in a smile. No. Marco grabbed one of her arms. I said, stop. His action earns a frown from the princess. Now she's mad. The whimpering teenager gulped before the princess shoot web at Marco, trapping him against a wall and she turned to Naruto with a smile. Naruto. She whispered. Naruto, run. The Latino boy cried out. But, Naruto glanced between his friends worriedly. Don't worry. Marco yelled, I'll get out. Just run. Not want to hurt his friend, Naruto listened to Marco's urge as he took off in zigzag movement and Star chase him. Naruto. Star weaves through the pillars. Snap out of it, Star. The whiskered blonde rolled to his right to evade the flying princess then slide under a table, rolling back up on his feet. I know you're in there. You can control yourself. Snap out of it. He seriously have no idea what the hell is going on, aside the puberty thing and that Star is crazy for boys, like every teenagers in their puberty if he think about it. Naru, the princess flew closer and she was about to snatch Naruto up but an tennis net suddenly fling up in air in front of the princess, ensnare her. The blonde look over his shoulder to see Marco holding onto the net as the princess flails around wildly. Marco. Naruto panted, how did you get out? Star's web wasn't thick enough. Marco grunted out before his feet skid across the field as Star flew forward with all of her strength. Shit. Naruto, you gotta run. I can't hold on her long enough. Why is she so fixated on me? Naruto jogged down the hallway. You're a boy too. Ask later. The Latino teenager cried out as they ran past by Jana, who was feeding some pudding to Glossaric. You're making things worse. Glossaric hollered out to Marco before he takes another bite of pudding. But Marco glanced around at some trapped boys before he looks at his friends and he make one of hard decisions in his life. He let go of the ensnared princess and Star immediately zoom faster to Naruto, snatching him up in her web then fly upward while the Latino teenager watch on. Whoa, whoa. Naruto looked down at the ground as it get farther until it disappear under dark clouds and he look up into Star's heart-shaped eyes nervously. The smiling girl was holding him in tight hug face to face. Please don't drop me, he said lamely. Naruto. Star smiled widely as one of her hands placed behind Naruto's head, pushing it closer and their lips meet in a kiss. Naruto's eyes widened to the size of plates and his face flushed with deep blush as the princess break apart with a smile before her eyes slowly close. Before Naruto know it, Star's body explode in purple hearts and she turn back to normal then they fall down together at high speed. Ooh, SSSSSSSHIIIIIIT. The blonde looked at the incoming ground then at the unconscious princess. Shit. He has to do something and the best thing he can do is to shielding his friend from the impact. Naruto maneuver their bodies around until he was under her and wrap his arms around her. At least I can take the impact, thank to that, I hope. His eyes squirted shut, bracing himself for the hard impact and he wait, and wait, and wait, and wait. Wah. Naruto opened his eyes to see that they were still falling, at slow pace. He looked at Star again, she was still unconscious but something new catch his eyes and it was two small pink wings sticking out from her back, flapping around. That's new. They reach the ground safely and Naruto starts shaking Star to wake her up. Ooh, Star's eyes slowly open with a soft moan. Star, Naruto. Marco ran up to his friends then pulled them in a group hug. You guys came back. Where did we go? Star blinked confusingly, still out of it. What was the last thing you remembered? Naruto asked with a faint blush. Let's see, the princess think deeply. I was hiding in a locker then the swim team come by and that was the last thing I remember. She looked at the boys. Did I do something weird? I mean, when I was having puberty. Well, you kinda trapped the boys in lockers. Marco glanced at the freed but confusing boys. It looks like he have to explain everything to them later. Then you took Naruto up in the sky. I did what? Star whipped her head around to Naruto with widened eyes. Yeah, but we're fine. Naruto quickly waved his hand, nothing else happened. He feel his lip tingle from the kiss. Well, beside these wings on your back. Wah, the princess glanced over her back to see her wings before she let and squeal out, look, guys. I got my puberty wings. Does that mean you can fly? Marco asked as the Muni girl tied her hair up in ponytail. Let's test it out. Star grabbed both boys' arm then jump up in air for few moments before they crash down on the ground with painful grunts. Nope. My chin, the Latino boy whispered. It'll pass in few minutes. Naruto groaned. No, it does not. Marco groaned. Several days after the puberty incident and the students carry on like normal. However, Naruto didn't carry on like normal because the kiss was still fresh in his head and he hasn't told anyone about that. He has been feeling a little weird and awkward around Star lately after this day and he don't think anyone have noticed a little change. Only change everybody notice is that Marco's getting overprotective lately after this day. He can remember a small accident from other day. Naruto, buddy, what are you doing? Marco enter Naruto's bedroom with a light knock and the said teenager look up from his paper at his desk. I'm practicing my D-level runic. Naruto draw a stroke on the paper. D-level. The Latino boy blinked. Are you saying there's more levels to? He twirls his hand at the paper, this rune sealing thingy. Yeah, there are 6 levels from E, the lowest, to S, the highest. The blonde explained, each levels have one to many different categories, depending on the rank. You get your basic sealing to space-time rune. Right now I'm working on an explosive, but don't worry, it's a SM. Naruto, get out, get out. Marco suddenly threw his body on the desk, pushing Naruto out of the way as the yelping blonde accidentally activated the runic ceiling. Outside, Star skip up to the door with a cheerful tune before the door sudden blow off by a powerful blast as the princess jump with a yelp and Naruto stumble out with soot all over his face. Marco, that was a smokescreen. Naruto coughed smokes out as Marco plop out of his room on floor with soots and singed clothes. Until you made me activate a unfinished ceiling and turn it into a small explosive. Sorry, the Latino boy groaned muffled, his face lie flat. Well, I'm sure he'll snap out of it in a time. Naruto scratched his head until he noticed Star being dragged toward a gothic carriage with skeleton horses by a teenager. The teenager that was dragging her has a light purple skin, dark dull pink spiky hair, 3 red eyes, pointy ears and 2 horns. He wear a tuxedo. Nope, 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 nope. Star tried to break free from the demon teenager's grip. You need to leave right now. Take your carriage and fire and dead horse, and go back to the underworld. Wait, I'm dead. The skeleton horse turned its head with shocking tone. I'm dead. Hey, Star. Naruto jogged over as the said girl looked over with the demon. What's going on? Nothing, don't worry. The Muni princess yanked her hand out of his hold with a glare. He is about to leave and never come back, ever. Oh, come on, Starship. The demon held his hands up before he levitates her off feet with his flames. It's the blood moon ball. It only happens once every 667 years. He wrapped his arms around her waist and something stirs inside Naruto's chest, but he didn't act on it. We broke up. Star pushed him away with a scowl, period. Who's he by the way and what's blood moon ball? Naruto asked the princess curiously. Tom, the prince of underworld. The princess huffed. Blood moon ball is a special dance event, which I refuse to go with this jerk of X. Wait. Tom held his hands up with waves. Star, hang on. I'm a changed man, okay. I've got a life coach, Brian. A chubby man steps out from the carriage with a wave. Hey, Brian smiled. Yo, Naruto greeted back. He's awesome. The demon lifts a cute pink bunny up, a happy bunny. And I have been anger-free for 53 days. He showed them a button on his shirt, see. 53. Star looked impressed. Don't you want to pet my bunny? Tom asked her before he glanced at Naruto. Who are you, by the way? I'm Naruto, her friend. Naruto answered. He's my besties. Star stared at the bunny. Well, he is adorable. I hope it's directing toward the bunny, not him. Tom thought with jealousy. So, Star. He-ya. Marco leap in from nowhere before he chopped Tom's right hand off bare hand and it crawl around alive. Back off, demon. Marco. The princess hissed at him out of embarrassment as she grabbed his shoulder and Naruto just facepalm. Tom's head snap up with an anger snarl as his eyes glowing red and his teeth transform into fangs to everyone's surprise before Brian quickly force him to walk around in circles, but the creepy thing is that Tom's head rotate around in 180, fixating his gaze on Marco with savage growl. Walk it out and talk it out. Brian chanted. You better run. Star whispered nervously. And write an apology letter. Naruto whispered, he have to admit that the rotating head is creeping him out. Oh. Tom took a deep breath as his eyes stopped glowing. No. He exhaled out. That's why I got my support system. I'm good. Got the angries out. His dismembered hand levitates back to his sleeve with bunny. Everything is, he exhaled again, phew. Under control. He pet his bunny so hard that the fur poof up. Marco, don't karate him. Star tugged Marco's arm with a scolding tone. This is, Tom. Demon ex-boyfriend Tom. Marco blinked rapidly. Nice to, meet you, Marco. Tom shook the Latino teenager's hand with his former detached hand. What is he doing here? The Latino teenager asked. He want to invite Star to a dance. Naruto glanced at the princess. Blood moon ball, right? Right. She nodded. Like Naruto said, he wants to take me to the blood moon ball. Star, never go with a predator to a second location. Marco whispered. Okay, how does it make one a predator if she or he is asking someone out for a dance? The whiskered blonde deadpanned. Look, I can see you're mad. The demon handed the bunny over to his life coach. You think I'm a total jerk. I get it, but I have changed. Remember, he gestured to Star's headband, I'm not the only one with horns. His small joke makes Star smile slightly. Why didn't you tell me I'm dead? The horse whined. No pressure. Tom turned to Star as he ignored the horse. If you decide you want to go, just toll this bell. He took an small black bell out, then give it to her before he stepped into his flaming carriage, only to peek outside. Oops. He laughed as he tossed an skull-shaped hammer to Star, almost forget the little hammer. I hope I see you there. With that, the carriage vanishes into a flaming portal below it and the teenagers trade glances with each other. You're making a big mistake, Star. Marco said suspiciously, back me up, Naruto. It's her decision wherever to go dance or not. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, she can take care of herself. Naruto. He threw his hands up, I said to back me up. Ah, Naruto. Star grinned widely at her fellow blonde as she held a dress before she looked to Marco, maybe, but it could be fun. Why don't you just stay here, where it's always fun? Marco gestured to his large sombrero, like, guaranteed. Well, this is a different kind of fun. Star said over her shoulder as she pushes a button on her interdimensional mirror and it transforms into a 3-panel divider. Don't look, boys. I'm gonna change. I just don't trust Tom. The Latino boy said as the boys turn around to face the wall, maybe we should go with you. We, Naruto uttered. Marco, you weren't invited. She rolled her eyes as she put her dress on. Beside, you gotta trust me to do the right thing for my. She accidentally blasted her face with her magical wand, self like Naruto. You okay, Star? Are you okay? Both boys asked after hearing her yelp. Yeah, totally. Star shook her head in attempt to get the flashes out of her eyes. I just gotta stop using magic on my face. All I'm saying is guys like Tom never change. Marco sighed. True, but not all guys. Naruto hummed, I do know some jerks who decide to change their way, after a ass whooping I gave them. Well, Star put her high heel shoes on with a grunt, there's only one way for me to find out. She pushed the divider aside, what do you think? The boys turn around and see her in a pink graceful ball gown with short skirt, long white gloves and thigh-high white high-heel boots and her hair tie up in a big ball. You look amazing, the Latino teenager said. Why yeah, you look. Naruto felt like his breath had been taken away by her appearance, beautiful. Oh, thanks, Naruto. Star blushed with a shy giggle before she walked up to her balcony, her heart dance in joy after heard Naruto's compliment on her dress. She'd take the black bell and hammer out. Don't go, Marco whispered worriedly. She's so going, Naruto whispered. I'm totally going, Star whispered and she tapped the bell with hammer. A deep gong can be heard before an elevator car with red-winged demon appear from a pillar of fire. Smells like burnt toast. The princess sniffled as she jumped inside the elevator car. Let's get this show on the road. Which floor, mortal? The demon asked. I guess the bottom. Star shrugged unsurely. Let us just ride down with you. Marco attempted to get inside but Star kicked him away into Naruto's arms. Bye, boys. The Muni girl waved, see you after her voice become spooky, blood moon ball. Ooh, the car vanished in pillar of fire. Wanna grab some ramen? Naruto turned to his friend, I'm in mood for miso. He waited for Marco to say something, I'll be back in a bit. We'll have our own blood moon ball in Star's bedroom, where it's always fun. Marco chewed his nachos as the Mexican music play in background. I can understand the first part but why are we hanging out in Star's room? Naruto sipped his ramen, isn't that kinda invasion of privacy? Blood moon tonight, a spooky voice whispered. Wah, the blonde glanced around with Marco, trying to figure where the voice comes from. Was it from Star's interdimensional mirror? He hopes it was the mirror. The moon of lovers, the spooky voice whispered again and this time, it was coming from a portrait of an old sea captain. Okay, I'm fucking out of here. Naruto tried to run out of what appeared to be a haunting room but Marco held his arm in tight grip as he looked at the bell and hammer on floor. We're going to save Star. Marco said. Ma, The blonde hissed, but the Latino teenager rang the bell, then shoved him into the recent arrived elevator car before he jumped inside. Marco. The car vanishes in a fiery pillar. Star release an furious sigh as she walk up to a bubbling punch bowl to get a drink. She really thought Tom have changed, but he kept getting mad at everything, even when she refused to be bathed in unicorn blood. But that wasn't the worst part. Tom kept yelling at anyone who asked her for a dance and acting so possessive like before. Also, the party seems to be so boring and lifeless, literally. She'd take a look around to see if there was anything interesting until she'd pull a double take when she see someone among the partygoers. It was Naruto, and he was sipping a punch drink with exhausting expression. He wears a orange tuxedo. Naruto. The said teenager look up to Star as she push her way through the crowd toward him. What are you doing here? How did you get here? Why? Marco. Naruto sighed. He dragged me here then disappeared somewhere as soon as we arrived. He looked around. Honestly, he's so overprotective. Does he think I need some protection? Star placed hand on her forehead. Don't he trust me? He does. The blonde boy said. He's just worried about us, considering what went down with the whole puberty thing. You think so? The princess tilted her head before she shake her head. Well, either way, I'm going to give him a good talking and tell him to cut it out. That's if I don't get to him first. Naruto sipped his drink again. Anyway, how's the party going? Boring and so furious. Star huffed. Tom hasn't changed a bit and he's scaring everyone away so they won't party with me. That sucks. The blonde winced. Make me wonder why you went out with him before. Me too. The princess blew her hair up. What was the young me thinking? Who know? Naruto said, and they hear some taps, following by a loud clearing throat. Good eventing, ladies and gentle Bremen. The judge-like demon spoke into the microphone. It is my pleasure that I request you now to turn your heads skyward. Everyone look up to a hand-shaped skylight on the ceiling as a crescent opening slowly slid open to reveal a red moon. When the light of the blood moon dribbles down and selects two lucky souls, binding them together for eternity in its hypnotic, ruby bottom. Woo-ah. Star whistled. You can say that again. Naruto nodded. That's a good legend. A eerie organ music starts to play and the blonde duo swear they hear Tom's voice complaining about wrong piece of music as few demon couples share dance together. So, he scratched his cheek as he glanced to Star. Would you like to dance with me? I'd like to. The princess offers him her hand with a beaming smile and he take it, guiding her to the center of dance floor. Have you brushing up on your dance? Nope, but I'll try my best not to step on your feet. The whiskered blonde smirked as she giggled and they start to waltzing together at slow pace. They look into each other's eyes. They become so lost within each other's eyes that they didn't notice the blood moon cast its red light upon them through the crescent opening or hearing the gasps of the demons. You have beautiful eyes. Star whispered softly. Their bodies get closer. I'd say the same thing back at you. Naruto replied with equal volume. You enjoying the dance? Very much, when it's with you, she said, and the whiskered blonde feels his heart skipping a beat. They barely noticed that Marco was calling out for them behind his skull mask or that Tom was stomping toward them with glowing red eyes. Naruto. Yes, Star, he said, feeling his heart beating faster when she looks at him with a lovely expression. Naruto, Star slowly leaned closer to him and she was about to say something, but Tom suddenly barged in as soon as the red light vanished behind the closing skylight, shoving Naruto roughly down to the floor. That dance, Tom yelled into Naruto's face with demonic voice, was meant for me. Walk it out. Brian approached him. Fucking no, Brian. The angry demon shoved the human away. Hold on, I'm here too. Marco ran toward them, tearing his skull mask away, and he was about to deliver a flying kick, but let's go. Star froze Tom in a giant ice cube with upset expression, then changes his button to 0 before she take Naruto's hand and walk away. Wait for me. The Latino teenager chased after his friends. The trio exited the elevator car onto Star's balcony before Star turned to the flying demon. Thank for the lift. The demon nodded its head before vanishing in fire, and the Muni girl take her shoes from Naruto, who was holding them for her. Thank you, she uttered, then walk up to the rail angrily. So infuriating. I hate to say it, but I warned you about Tom. Marco placed hands on his hip. No. Star looked at him over her shoulder. You. She threw her shoes at him but they flew over the balcony. You're infuriating. Me. The Latino teenager uttered confusingly. I was just trying to help. He looked to Naruto but the blonde teenager just held his hands up with a shaking head. You don't trust me to do things by myself. The princess looked away with another sigh. I'm 15. I can handle a demon. I know you're trying to look out for me, but you have to let me figure things out on my own. I don't need a hero. I need a friend, like Naruto. You're right, Marco sighed with guilty expression. I should have trusted you. I'm sorry I ruined your night. Well, Star peeked at Naruto from the corner of her eyes. It wasn't a total disaster. I gotta dance with my crossing, besties. Yeah, the Latino teenager chuckled softly as he glanced between the blondes. I'm going back to my room, and do some reflection, and need to dial my overprotective nature down a bit. Yeah, you do that. Naruto patted Marco's shoulder as the Latino teenager walked by and out of Star's room before the blonde boy turned back to Star. That was a good talking. Remind me to never get on your bad side again. You'll get more than that if you do. Star snorted. Like what? The whiskered blonde leaned against the rail next to her with a chuckle. The worst thing I can think of you doing is. With magic and right spell, I can make all ramen disappear. The princess smirked coyly. You monster. Naruto whispered with paled face before they both share laughter. If you want to save your precious ramen, fire up the movies downstairs for me. Star giggled. I really need a movie night after the whole thing. Will do. The whiskered boy walked toward the door before he looked at Star as she looked up at the starry sky and he became slightly captivated by her appearance under the moonlight. Naruto quickly shake it off and he exits her room then down the stairs as he make a realization. Oh man, I'm falling in love. He scratches his head awkwardly, with Star. Things have become awkward after he recognized his feeling for Star 3 days ago. Naruto have been avoiding her by making some excuses like working on his runic ceiling, homework and workout, which he actually did. Right now, Naruto was walking down the hallway until he heard cheering within Star's bedroom and he peeked inside out of curiosity. We're going to Pixtopia. Ferguson and Alfonso cheered together with few jumps and Marco looked so horrified by something while Star smiled mischievously. She has a cute smile. Naruto shook it out of his head. What's going on, guys? Naruto. Star bounced up to him. Guess what? Marco totally messed up big time by making a lot of crack calls and running up the bill for interdimensional mirror, so we have to go to Pixtopia and pay the bill. No, I didn't mess up. Marco denied. It's just one mistake. Ooh, you, Star, up. Naruto and Star said in unison and they look at each other with widened eyes before he look away with a light blush. Naruto, we are going to Pixtopia to pay the bill. The Latino teenager exhaled. Do you want to come? Sorry, I have something to do. The blonde boy lied. A class project. Maybe next time. Okay. Marco rubbed his neck. Which class? Star asked curiously. She didn't know that Naruto have a class project. Bollocks. Naruto sweated heavily. Which class? Which class? Who care, we wanna go now. Ferguson and Alfonso whined loudly. Now. Well, you better get going and pay the bills now. The blonde quickly walk out. Bills can be painful in ass if you don't pay it on time. Bye, see you later. Tell me all about it when you get back. What's up with Naruto? Alfonso asked. Who know? Marco shrugged his shoulders before Star take her interdimensional scissors out to open the portal to Pixtopia. Back with Naruto, the blonde groaned embarrassingly to himself as he walked down the stairs. He can't believe he act like that in front of his friends. How do I deal with that? He walks into the kitchen with a deep sigh. What should I? Something's matter, Sonny. Naruto almost gave out and startled yelp as he spun around to see his host parents sitting at dining table with mugs and some foods, and the person who spoke was Raphael. Mr. D, Mrs. D. The blonde blinked few times. He didn't notice them there. Oh, please, call us Raphael and Angie. Angie smiled as her husband nodded. You've been living under our roof for months, and that makes you practically part of our family, like every children that came to live with us for their staying. So, Like my husband asked, is there something matter? What do you mean? Naruto averted his eyes to food cabinets. You seem to be out of it lately. Raphael said, and we noticed that you barely hang out with Star for few days. Did you two have a fight? Mrs. Diaz asked with a concern. Please tell us you don't. Mr. Diaz leaned closer with biting lower lip. You two are the best and we'd hate to choose sides if that happened. No, we don't have a fight. The blonde waved his hands at the host parent. It's just, I'm going, through something and I'm trying to sort it out. Oh, is it? Angie paused for a moment. Puberty. Raphael rubbed his chin. Hun, can you please leave the room for a moment? The Diaz parents are well aware of Naruto's family situation from day one. No, it's not that. Naruto waved his hands with embarrassing blush. Not that. No, I already learned about it from last year in sex ed class. Oh, God, no. Oh, we apologize. Mr. Diaz coughed into his fist. No, you don't have to. The blonde rubbed his head. I just kinda realize how it sound when I said that, so it's my fault. Sorry. He coughed awkwardly as the married couple quietly sips their mug to hide their embarrassment for jumping the gun. What's really going on is, he sit down in a chair with a noodle cup. I like Star, like as in more than a friend. Ooh, recently. Angie perked up with her husband. Why yes, about a week or two. Naruto muttered, and it's getting stronger, I don't know what to do. Tell her. Raphael grinned, what you need to do is play scorching salsa music, sweep her off her feet with a tango dance and proclaim your love for. As wonderful as it sound, I don't think I can do that. The blonde held his hands up politely, I can't dance and I'm not going to confess to her any time sooner, what if she don't feel the same way? Don't feel the same way. Both Diaz looked into each other's eyes oddly. It was pretty oblivious that the princess have a crush on Naruto and they sometime catch her doing teenager in love things like eyeing him or writing their names down in notebook with hearts and many more. Angie shifts her gaze back to the blonde. Naruto, I think you should give it a try and see how it turn out. Yes. Raphael agreed, it might work out and who know, you two may end up as a high school sweetheart like us. Whoa, it's too SSS soon for marriage. Naruto stuttered with red face, and I said I don't think I'll confess my feeling too. We're not telling you to confess. Mrs. Diaz shook her head slightly, we are saying that you should ask her out for a date. The blonde blinked, a date. Yes, a date. Angie nodded, you could take her out on few dates, 3 to 4 max, then you'll know if you really have a feeling for her. And Star may like you more than a friend. Raphael said. That, Naruto think it over few times in his head, that's not a bad idea. I'll do that. He stands up to put the empty cup away. Thank, Angie, Raphael. For talking and advices. You're welcome. Mrs. Diaz smiled. I'll be in my room to work on my runic ceiling. The blonde informed them in case if they need him for something as he leave the kitchen with a wave, gotta finish D-level. The married couple look at each other before the husband speak, about time he notice her. I know. The wife nodded sagely, this poor girl has been crushing on him for months and he didn't notice. He's so oblivious like Marco with Jana. Her husband nods sagely before they both take a sip of their mugs. And done. Naruto placed his brush aside on table as he looked at his completed work, one static trap, he scratched his head, or another explosive tag. That's it. Star's voice shouted through the walls, I'm switching service providers. They're back. The blonde turned to the door and he takes a deep breath as he walks out into the hallway. Okay, all you have to do is just ask her if she want to go to movie and grab something to eat, simple and plain. He approached the princess's door and have to raise his eyebrow when Ferguson and Marco drag Alfonso out with force. No. Alfonso kick his legs with hollers, I just become the king of Pixtopia. How dare you usurp the king? Shut up, Alfonso, we just saved you from getting eaten by the queen. Marco grunted, and you're using, usurp, wrong. Yeah, and the queen was mine in first place. Ferguson grunted under Alfonso's kick, even if I dumped her not few minutes ago. Not cool, dude. How did they go from paying bill to that? Naruto wondered as he watched the boys heading down the stairs. It looks like he miss out on everything. Oi, I am so not going back to Pixtopia again. Star stepped out with an exhausting groan until she noticed Naruto from the corner of her eyes. Oh, hiya, Naruto. You won't believe the day we have at Pixtopia. Welcome back, Star. The blonde boy said, and I'd love to hear it. Maybe it'll clear up why Alfonso was acting crazy and that Ferguson was in what sounded like a short-lived relationship with a queen. And that was just a tip of Newburgh. Star flashed a lopsided grin. Well, you can tell me all about it. Naruto scratched his head nervously, over a dinner and during a movie. Ooh, okay, I'll get Mar. The grinning princess was about to skip down but Naruto take hold of her wrist gently. No, just you and me, he said timidly with blush, not meeting her eyes, together. Alone. Lee, Star looked at him with wide eyes and slight opening mouth as her cheeks gained rosy tone, like a date. Why yes, if you want it too. Naruto released her hand to scratch his head again and the gaping princess stares at him in silence. Phew. Marco walked up to the top of the stairs. I would not go outside if I was you. Alfonso and Ferguson are having a slap fight and it's too violent. Yes, I love to go out on a date with you. Star suddenly jumps on Naruto with her arms around his neck, making him twirling around by her movement before she land down then tug his arms as her body rock backward on heels. Let's go. Now. The blonde boy can't help but to smile with raised brows. Now. Star dragged him toward the stairs with a wide grin and Marco watched them leaving with few slow blinks. About damn time, the Latino teenager muttered. Watching someone crushing on a clueless person badly and other person never notice some signs of affection for months under same roof will drive you up the wall. And I trap them in rainbow flytrap, QQ, then bail out with the guys. Star thrust her wand forward in small motion as she sit with Naruto in a family restaurant. When we got back, we just realized that we left Alfonso behind so we went back and snatch him before the queen get a chance to eat him and well, you saw what happened. Wow, that's quite an adventure you have. Naruto whistled, make me wish I was there. Me too. She rests her crossed arms on table with tilted head. If you were there, you'll swat these pixies around like a fly with some sweet moves like runes and Rasengan. Maybe, maybe not. He chuckled lightly. He won't bring his tools with him at this time because they were supposed to pay the bills, not fighting. Speaking of runes, how are you doing with runic sealing? Star asked. Oh, pretty good. Naruto replied, I'm now in C level. Runic sealing is pretty easy than I thought. He noticed Star's gaping expression. What? Naruto, do you know runic sealing is basically a dead art? She said breathlessly, it'll take a person many years to reach C level, without a teacher, which there isn't any. Really? He blinked rapidly. How many people have practiced that? To my knowledge, almost no one and only 3 people are at low D level. Star held 3 fingers up, and they're, like, ancient. How ancient? Like in their 100. They stare at each other in silence until Naruto break it with a head scratch. Huh, guess I get a knack for it. Must be. Star nodded, still in awe of her crush's talent. She decided to change the topic. Hey, after this dinner, what movie are we gonna watch? Your pick. Naruto handed his phone over to her. Those are the movies that are playing in theater right now. Ooh, I wanna see The Fate of the Furious. She pointed the said movie out. Janice said she like it. Okay, I'll order the tickets. He take the phone back from her to tap the order button as the waitress show up with a tray of baskets of chicken strips, hot dogs and fries with sodas. They start to eat their dinner before he pays the bill and they leave for the movie. Woo, that was awesome movie I have ever seen. Star skipped down the sidewalk a little ahead of Naruto. I totally love the part with the baby in airplane, so hilarious. Me too. Naruto agreed. Now I wanna see all of the Fast and Furious movies. The princess spun around with few bouncy hops, moving backward. Do we have any DVDs at Diaz's place? I'll check. He hummed before he gazed at her. Do you enjoy the date? I mean, it's the best thing I can do in short time. I love it, it's one of the best dates I have so far. Star beamed, the foods that I never tried before in an awesome movie. I can't wait for the next dates. More dates. Naruto nearly stopped his walking. You want to have a next one? Really? She nodded, I really like you a lot. Her confession nearly caused Naruto to trip from shock. Really, you do? The blonde stuttered, he doesn't expect everything to turn out like that and too well, way too well. Me too, I also like you too. Star grabs both of his hands with her as she nearly squeals loudly, really? You feel same. How long? A little before the blood moon dance. Naruto admitted with a light blush, you. Would you believe me if I say it was at first sight? The happy princess giggled. This long? He dropped his jaw, really? She nodded, I don't know. I should have noticed something. Well, I'm good at hiding my feeling. Star grinned lopsidedly, almost sound a little smug. With Marco, he has a strange urge to roll his eyes and he doesn't know why. Back with the blonde duo, the princess draw a circle with her left foot. Since we both like each other, does that mean we're a boyfriend and girlfriend now? As much as I want to say yes, can we wait until after 4th date and see how we feel about each other before we make it official? Naruto scratched his neck nervously, is that okay with you? I'm totally okay with that. The princess grinned widely so much that it covered the whole half of her face, although I can't wait this long but hey, 3 more dates to go until then. She suddenly pecks his cheek lightly, when's the next one? Next FFF Friday. The whiskered blonde stuttered madly with red face and the princess giggled happily at his reaction as they resumed their walking. Both didn't notice that they were holding hands all the way back to Diaz's house. Let me get straight. Marco lift his hands up with confusing expression as he walk outside his house with Naruto in early morning. You two are now dating but are not an item. Yes. Naruto nodded. Why? The Latino teenager asked, I mean, don't that make you a couple after first date? I don't think that's how it works. The blonde teenager looked at him with hands in his pockets. There are a lot of things that we don't know about each other and I recently developed a feeling for Star and at same time, found out that she feel the same way. I don't want to make any mistakes and end up hurting each other because of eagerness. He took his right hand out to scratch his head. We will become a couple after 4th date, that's if we still feel same way. I don't know about you but I'm certain that Star will do anything to make you her boyfriend. Marco thought as he stares at his blonde friend, hopefully without using magic. His gaze shift to the opening door behind them. How long is it gonna take Star to get? Ambush time. The boys turn around to see Ludo with his monsters in the backyard, all standing together in same spot few meters away. Get them Wilder, a foot meet Ludo's beacon it send the screaming Kappa flying up in air until he went through a fence with a hard crash, courtesy of Naruto's punt kick. Lu, a three-eyed monster gasped in horror before Marco's foot bury itself inside his face, sending him tumble back into his fellow monsters. Okay, I'm all ready to go. Star stepped out as she fixed herself up until she saw the boys fighting the monsters and she just stand there in silence for few moments before she pull her wand out from her star side bag, Biracorn's mine. Narwhale blast. Hiya. She blast the screaming monster up in air and Marco dodged the giraffe monster's wild swing before he kicked the creature's throat, causing the giraffe monster to choke. My weak SP. Giraffe monster coughed before Buff Frog smash into his back, courtesy of Naruto's Rasengan. WW what was th? The frog monster attempted to get up as his head spin around before he hears something fizzing on his chest and he looked down to see a small paper. That's new one. The tag explodes in form of ice, freezing 2 monsters in process. Nice. Marco gave Naruto a thumb up before a scream attract their attention. Star. I got her. The bearded deer monster held Star up as the princess kicked her legs around and before the boys would help her out, several monsters dogpile on them. Why yes. Ludo climbed over the broken fence, now somebody grab the wand. Lobster Claus, you. Oh, yeah, I got this. A giant lobster-like monster scurried in with few forward rolling. Go, red boy. Go, red boy. Stop flexing your thorax and get it already. The Kappa stomped his foot down. This is happening now. Lobster Claus approached the kicking princess then grabbed something with closed eyes. Booyah. I got it. He laughed and several monsters gasped in shock while the trio just stare at the lobster monster oddly. You got clawed. He hold up a Deer's left antler before he look at it, ew. Wait, the bearded deer glance up to see one less antler before he scream out in agony as soon as the pain kick in, releasing the princess and Star immediately jump in air. Poison crystal cupcake kiss. The cupcakes rain upon the monsters and they were forced to let go of the boys. I love cupcakes. Bearicorn opened his mouth to catch a cupcake, only to have it hit his eye and he cry out in pain before Naruto ram his foot into his stomach and the bear creature kneel over with painful groan. Ludo was about to yell at his henchman but dozen of cupcakes knock him down, courtesy of Star. That was fun. Star twirled her wand with a grin as the boys appeared at her sides, but we gotta go to school. She looked around then down at the groaning Kappa. Ooh, you're on my backpack. Here, Ludo take the backpack from under him then hand it over to her. Say, about your new spell, where does kiss part come in? Naruto asked curiously. Oh, thank for reminding me this. Star grinned before she surprised him with a peck to cheek. There, spell accomplished. SS Star. The whiskered blonde covered his kissed cheek with blush and the grinning Muni girl giggle as they leave the area. She has become more affectionate after their first date few nights ago and it kept fluster him. TT, that's gonna take a while until I get used to it. Are they together? One of the monsters commented, had witnessed everything. All right, morons. Ludo opened the dimensional portal, walk of shame. You know the drill. At school, Naruto was looking something up on his smartphone as he walked toward his locker and Justin looked away from his locker to the whiskered blonde. Hey, Naruto. He greeted, what are you doing? Hey, Justin. Naruto replied, I'm just looking around for a place. Does this city have a miniature golf place? Yeah, there is one near the mall few blocks from here. The jock nodded, it also have arcade and go-kart. Why do you ask? Because the blonde was about to say something but someone call him out. Naruto, there you are. The boys glance over to see Jackie with a laid-back wave and they can see few cheerleaders huddling together in close distance. What's up? Naruto raised his eyebrow, you were looking for me. Yup. Jackie said before she placed hand on her hip, well, that is gonna be awkward. You see, one of the girls over there, she jabbed her thumb to the cheerleaders over her shoulder, Chantal, want me to ask you what you are doing on Friday. She wanna go out with you. Ooh. Justin nudged Naruto's shoulder lightly with a teasing smirk. Wow, you're right, it's kinda awkward. The whiskered blonde scratched his cheek awkwardly as Jackie agreed with him by a nod, because, you see, I'm seeing someone right now. Wah. The surprised jock blinked rapidly, he knows that Naruto wasn't seeing anyone until now. Oh. The skater corked her eyebrow, how did it happen and who? It kinda happened on Friday and it's, Naruto said before Star suddenly popped in with a massive grin. Hiya, guys, what are you talking about? Star looked around between them curiously, is it about epic fight from this morning? Did you tell them about the new spell I came up with? The way you freeze those two monsters with your icy explosive tag. Her. The blonde boy gestured to her. Me. The Muni student poked her cheek cheerily before she tilted her head at him confusingly, what about me? The jock and skater stared at them for 3 good minutes until Justin pumped his fist up in air, Staruto rule. Ah, I'm not surprised. Jackie crossed her arms with a small smirk, so you two are item now. Not until 4th date. Naruto blushed faintly. That's cool, dude. The skater nodded, she like it when some guys take it slow instead of rushing into things like most people does nowadays. Oh, we're talking about that. Star snapped her fingers in realization as soon as she heard the date part. Well, if you excuse me, I'll break the bad news to Chantal. Jackie glanced over her shoulder before she looks back to them with a good-natured smile, congrats and good luck. Thanks and tell her I said sorry. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly and the skater gives him a nod as she walks back to the cheerleaders. What's that about Chantal? The princess asked. Chantal asked Jackie to ask me out for her. The whiskered blonde said as the Muni girl's eyes widened, and of course I turned it down because I'm dating you. He scratched his head bashfully, I don't know that she like me. She only likes you because you like her ass. Star muttered quietly, somewhat jealously. What did you say? Naruto turned his head to her with a tilt. I said let's find Marco. The princess quickly wraps her arms around his left arm, their hands entwined. Then check the cafeteria out to see what they have today. If I remember correctly, it's Sloppy Joe Day. He said thoughtfully with a slight blush, and why are we holding hands? Because I wanna. Star whispered with light blush, she feel like it, and no, it's not because she want every girls to know that Naruto is off limit now out of tiny jealousy. Okay, Naruto realized something, wait, where did Justin go? Staruto rule. Justin's voice shouted from other side of the school and the blonde couple glance around confusingly, how did this jock manage to get across the school in short time? The school ended and the trio walk back to Diaz's house as they talk about their days. Earth history is so cool. Star said, Ben Franklin blowing up that kite monster with his electric lighting powers. Like, whoa. Hey, yeah, Marco deadpanned, that's not what happened. Naruto, please explain it to her. Later, Naruto chuckled, let her enjoy her revised history. Hey, look, Star pointed to Lobster Claus, the said creature was standing still in backyard. She let an battle scream out before she dropkicked the lobster monster down, then pointing her wand at him as Naruto and Marco back her up with. Dude, where did you get the frying pan from? The blonde boy asked him oddly. From my backpack, Marco answered. You carried a frying pan around in your backpack all day. Naruto's sweat dropped. Hey, I had a home ed class today. The Latino teenager defended. Don't the home ed class have their own cooking tools? He pointed out. SSS shut up, Naruto. Marco hissed with embarrassing blush. Guys, Star have to look away from Lobster Claus, monster here. Oh, sorry, carry on. Both boys said in unison. You want seconds on those cupcakes. The princess turned back to the downed monster with pointing wand and there was a long pause. This is the part where you fight back. Blast me. Lobster Claus sobbed loudly as Star jumped back with a yelp, do it. Marco looked at the monster funny, are you okay? Well, the thing is, the lobster monster sobbed again, Master Ludo fired me. I can never show my face on Muni again. Oh, man. Marco winced as the creature buried his face in his claws, he's taking this really hard. This is probably just a monster trick. Star narrowed her eyes. I don't think it's a trick. Naruto walked up to pat the sobbing monster's back. I agree. Marco said, I don't think he's faking it. We should do something. Like what? The magical girl crossed her arms. I don't know. The Latino teenager rubbed his neck, but we can't just leave him like this. Maybe we should hook him up with a job. The whiskered blonde suggested. Guys, why do you even care? Star threw her hands up, he's a monster. The creature yelps when a squirrel scurries past the group, monsters are the bad guys. Naruto looked at her worriedly. I don't have to be bad. Lobster Claus tapped his claws together, in fact, I've always secretly wanted to be good. Really? Marco smirked, well, maybe we can show you how. What? Star shouted, that's crazy. Monsters are evil. It's just their nature. Wait, are you saying that all monsters are evil? Naruto said, that's ridiculous. No, it's not. The princess huffed with crossed arms, it's the fact. According to the book of a monster expert, it is their nature to be evil from the moment they are born. What? The blonde frowned, are you saying that you get that from a book, Why are you mad? Star stomped her foot down as she threw her hand at the monster, I'm just saying that we can't trust him because he's an evil filthy monster. Well, I didn't bath for weeks. Lobster Claus admitted innocently. Come on, Lobster Claus. Marco tugged the lobster's claws to lead him away from the fighting blondes, feeling uncomfortable. I'm gonna teach you how to do the good things in being good. Not all monsters are evil. Naruto said, have you ever considered that there are good monsters like Lobster Claus? It's like saying that all Muni people and Earthlings are good. There is no such a thing as good monster. Star huffed with crossed arms, everybody knows that Muni are the good one, and we're called Mumins, by the way. The whiskered blonde rubbed his forehead furiously, oh, forget it. I'm gonna help Marco and prove you wrong. He stormed off to find Marco and Lobster Claus. Like you will. The princess shouted back before she spun around on her heels with another huff, what in hate is wrong with him? She can't wait until Naruto crawl back to her and beg for her forgiveness when he find out he is wrong. Naruto find his friend and monster around the corner standing over fallen bicyclist, like that. Lobster Claus looked to Marco. Actually, that's 100% wrong and you want to do the opposite. Marco sighed, now say you're sorry. That's all right. The bicyclist groaned out with a smile, I landed on a sprinkler. This is too hard. The lobster monster exhaled dejectedly, I'm never gonna get this. Hey, don't give up. Naruto approached them, it'll take some time but you'll get it down. Really? Lobster Claus perked up. No. Star stroll in, you should just give up. The blondes glared at each other. Okay. Marco laughed nervously, don't listen to her. The next time you get the urge to punch somebody, just imagine how it would feel if it happened to you. I got the urge. Lobster Claus paused before he gasped, wow, that totally would have hurt. They suddenly hear someone sobbing and they look over to see a little girl. What's wrong? The Latino teenager walked over to the little girl. My kitty's stuck in the tree. The little girl said with a lisp, pointing up to the tree, where a kitty cat sits upon a branch. Mr. Mittens. Lobster Claus, this is your chance. Marco looked back to the creature and the lobster eagerly climbs up the tree. Careful with my Mr. Mittens. The little girl gasped. Ta-da! Lobster Claus jumped down with Kitty in his claws. Thank you so much, Mr. Lobster Man. The girl cheered. I knew there was some good in him. Marco smiled with hands on his hip. See, a monster can be good. Naruto said to Star with crossed arms before they hear a screeching of Kitty, following by cry of little girl. They look up in time to see Marco prying a kitty from Lobster Claus' mouth while the little girl wail. Oh yeah, he's a good monster. Star said sarcastically, now do you see what we're dealing with? Just give him some time. The whiskered boy said, he may not understand his actions and our cultures are different. Do you remember what you was like on the first day? Don't you dare compare me to this monster. The princess stomped her foot down furiously. Mr. Mittens is fine. Marco stepped in between them in attempt to defuse their fight. No harm, no foo. He looked back to the lobster before he screamed out at the sight of little girl's legs kicking out from the creature's mouth. Oh come on. See, what did I tell you? Star pointed at them, glaring at Naruto. He can't help it. Naruto threw his hands up with a glare. I said he does not understand his actions. Can you fucking stop fight for 1 second and help me get her out? The Latino teenager screamed, tugging the girl's legs. Okay, that was my fault. Marco exhaled out with relief. I assumed you knew this, but you can't eat children. Really? Lobster Claus tilted his head slightly, not even annoying one. Never. The Latino teenager groaned before the group hear the woman screaming out for help and he run over with the creature while the blonde couple watch on with crossed arms, facing away from each other. He's gonna eat a baby. Star scowled as the woman sobbed about her baby trapped in burning house. He is not going to eat a baby. Naruto scowled equally. Marco made sure of this after few times. PFF'd, he is so gonna eat baby and bath in its BL, the princess scoffed. Star, can you please put the fire out with one of your spells? Marco asked and that's what Star did. The baby turned out to be in grand piano and the woman immediately played it with some music. I was wondering where that piano music was coming from. Wait, where's Claus? Naruto asked and they spot a hole in back wall then they walk around to see Lobster Claus eating ice creams out of ice cream carts as humans run around with screams. Well, he's not eating humans. The Latino teenager muttered awkwardly, that's a step forward. Told you so. The whiskered blonde sticks his tongue out to the scowling princess, all you have to do is give him some time to understand. Stealing is not a good action. Star huffed. Lord. Marco looked up to the sky exhaustingly. At least they don't demand him to choose sides but he really wished that they should just stop fighting and help him out when things goes wrong. After few attempts, the group was sitting in living room as they watched the news on television. Tragedy today as a rampaging lobster man destroyed 4 city blocks. The reporter spoke, miraculously, no one was injured, but one cyclist mourns the loss of his new bike. Oh, it was our first outing together. The bicyclist sobbed into his hands, now I have nothing. Yeah, You know how the news sensationalizes things. Marco turned the television off with a nervous laughter. I still believe you can be good. But until then, I'm gonna find some rubber bands for your claws. I'm going upstairs and find some runes to help you out. Naruto get up with Marco, maybe a low-level barrier or static trap will do. Star opened her mouth to say something with smug look, save it. What he said. The Latino teenager sighed as both boys leave to their tasks. Little did they know that Star and Lobster Claus come up with some plan to have him getting his job back. Okay, I whip some barrier tags up. Naruto walked down the stairs to the living room with 4 pieces of papers in his hands before Marco come down behind him with teddy bears. I couldn't find any giant rubber bands, but Marco waved the bears with grin, teddy bear mittens. Really? The blonde looked at him with deadpan stare. It's the best thing I can come up in little time. The Latino teenager said before three-eyed monster crashed in through the wall and they dived for cover as a laser beam flew over their heads. What the acute fuck? The boys quickly ran outside to see Star fighting Ludo and his monsters. Star. When did they get here? Naruto shoulder tackled two-headed monster away from the princess. I lured them here to get Lobster Claus his old job back. Star whispered to them, I'm gonna let him beat me up. Play along. She launched the giraffe monster away with her narwhal blast spell. What? Both boys looked at her in shock. All right, Ludo, I got more than cupcakes this time. The magical girl shift her eyes to Ludo and she wait for something. I said, I got more than cupcakes this time. Lobster Claus jump over the fence. Go, red boy. Lobster Claus run in to throw a bad punch that missed Star by few inches but the princess stumbled back with a fake scream, Buyakasha. Don't worry, boss. He glanced at Ludo with wide smile, I got this. Raw. BB boss. Ludo stammered, didn't I fire you? Should we do something? Marco asked Naruto as they watched Star and Lobster Claus pretending to fight each other, lousily. I don't know. Naruto scratched his head unsurely as several monsters cheer on for the lobster monster. No. Yes, I do see marked improvement. The Kappa commented, but I'd really be impressed if you would just grab the wand. He defeated me. Star fall on her back with dramatic, ah. Lobster Claus grabbed the wand off the ground with a wide grin, hey. Yees. Ludo cheered and before everybody know it, the wand cracked violently before it transformed into a different form of wand, a black eye with purple thorns. What's? Lobster Claus moaned with gravelly voice as his eyes changed color while rocks and unattached objects levitate off the ground, happening, to me. He growled as the powerful winds kick up, being bad, feels so good. How could you do this? Star yelled against the roaring wind, I was trying to help you. Lobster Claus, eyes turned back to normal as the wand transformed into a claw-like form. Whoa, the princess gasped in surprise. Don't listen to her. Ludo shook his fist, she's the enemy. The lobster transformed back to the dark form. No, I saw the good in you. Star shouted, don't do it. The lobster returned to normal. Act like a monster and give it to me. The Kappa snarled, causing the lobster to turn evil. Lobster Claus. The princess pleaded, please. The lobster monster kept switching in between light and dark form until Marco knocked the wand out of the monster's claw with a high kick and Naruto quickly catch it in midair before he toss it over to Star, who catch it and the wand turned back to normal. Ludo screamed out furiously, I always forget about that karate boy and brute. How am I a brute? Naruto questioned and bearded deer have a Vietnam flashback. Stardust Daisy devastation. Star fired a blast of magic pollen that nearly drowned the monsters. Our retreat. The Kappa coughed out and the monsters flee to their dimensional portal. Lobster Claus was about to approach the portal but the leader stopped him. Whoa. You. He pointed up to the lobster monster before he grinned widely as if he was standing in front of his idol. You had the wand in the palm of your claws. What did it feel like? It kinda tingled. Lobster Claus rubbed his claws. I knew it. Ludo squealed, I'm so jealous. Can I touch your claws? The lobster monster bent down to allow him and the Kappa rub his claws. Niece. He gestured to the portal, after you. The monsters entered the portal. Don't do it, Lobster Claus. Marco ran closer to the portal. What about wanting to be good? A claw emerges out to punch Marco in face, sending him backflipping to the ground hard. That's my monster. Ludo's voice laughed before the portal closed. There was some good in him, after all, Star muttered. Not much, Marco groaned weakly. I'll get some ice. Naruto walked back in the house and the Latino teenager thanks him. Wait, Naruto. The said boy turns his head to see Star following him in with guilty expression. You were right. She said quietly, about the good monsters, there are some good monsters, and Lobster Claus proved it. I'm sorry. No, it would be me saying sorry. Naruto turned to her with a sigh, I lost my cool back there, I'm sorry. It's just, the way you talk about monsters rubbed me the wrong way and He hesitated for a moment as the princess stared at him, nothing, just, I'm really sorry. Make-up hug. Star held her arms up. Make-up hug. The blonde boy smiled with his arms up before they hug each other. Hug. She squealed before she looks up to him, hey, you know, it's our first fight in makeup. Yay. Oh, you're right. Naruto chuckled lightly as he released her, better mark it down on calendar for anniversary. Earth people celebrate it for anniversary. Star placed index finger on her cheek with tilted head, weird but nice. No, that was a joke. He shook his head amusingly, anyway, I better get the ice. Okay. The smiling princess hopped up, I'll bring Marco to the couch. Marco exit his bedroom with a long yawn and he stretch his arms out as Naruto come out of his room. Morning, Marco yawned before buzzing noises cut him off as he start look around, what is this noise? Oh, it's my alert for security system. Naruto pull and black paper slip out from his pocket with a yawn as the paper flaring up with buzz. After the whole monster intruders 2 days ago, I decide to try and modifying some barrier tags into a warning system and have them placed around the house in case if Ludo and his monsters sneak up on us again. Are they? The Latino boy asked exhaustingly. Should be, or it's just some critters. The blonde yawned again, the system has some kinks that I need to work out. I mean, it's not supposed to be buzzing like that and it always goes off if any strangers like mailman come across the yard. They walk down the stairs, at least it'll tell me where the source is. He raised his eyebrow at the paper, Star's room. Wait, why is there? Marco gave him a funny look. Star asked me to put some security tags in her room in case if some monsters wise up and sneak in to steal her wand while she's in other room. Naruto held his hands up. Oh, that's actually smart of. The Latino teenager blinked before a purple bird flew past him with a loud squawking, wah. More purple birds flew past the surprised boys and they took a good look around the living room to see that it had become a jungle. Wow, Star's getting better at her magic. This is really peaceful. A blue chimera with 4 eyes lunges at the screaming teenager. I must disagree with you there. Naruto watched on. Help. Marco screamed as the lion monster holds his head in its mouth, help. Mega explosive crystal laser. Star slid down the stairs as soon as she saw the lion and the wand become a laser pointer, beaming a red dot on the floor which attract the lion's attention. Here, kitty. The chimera releases the screaming boy from its mouth to chase the zipping dot around then into the bushes. Thanks for saving me, Marco get up as he rubbed his throat, again. He took a notepad out with pen, that makes it 28 saves for you and, he tally it down, 4 for me. But, hey, who's counting? You, the blonde boy said cheekily. Shut up, the Latino teenager huffed. How many times did I save you by the way? Naruto asked curiously. 10-2, Marco muttered tiredly. Wow, Marco. Star whistled at the sight of jungle, I just love what you've done with the place. A bird perches upon her head with a squawk then pecking her hair, ah. So cute. What? Marco snorted, I didn't do this. Well, somebody did, the princess said before both teenagers turned their gazes to Naruto. Don't look at me. Naruto held his hands up, as much as I would love to take credit for this awesome prank, I don't do it, for really. Then this has to be you. Marco turned back to the princess as he gestured to their surrounding, that have magic written all over it. Sorry, it wasn't me. Star shook her head with raised hands and the Latino teenager pulled vines aside to reveal stone sculpture of Naruto's and Star's open grinning heads. Looks more like your dad's work. At that, Raphael pop up from Stone Star's mouth with hammer and chisel. This was my work. Raphael laughed, but the rest of this, no. Wow, did you crave them in a day? Naruto whistled as the laughing man nodded with pride, impressive. This gotta be Star. Marco stared in disbelief as the said girl retreated to kitchen for breakfast. Late at night, Naruto was enjoying his dream until the alert tag woke him up roughly with a loud buzz. Bloody hell, Naruto rolled over to his side to take the tag off the bed counter then check it with squirting eyes, Star's room again. Several blast sounds reach his ear and it was coming from the magical girl's room. He quickly get out of his bed and exit his room to see Marco at Star's door as he opened the door. Star, are you? Naruto approached the bedroom, only to duck under a spray beam with Marco and they look up to see. No, Star was sleepwalking while shooting her spells around, get back. Star, Marco yelped as another beam buzzed by his ear, what are you doing? Can't you see that she's sleepwalking? Naruto evade another blast. Lamp, the magical girl moaned, destroy, her wand shoot magical energy around her lamp, bringing it to life and it zapped the yelping Latino teenager. Why me? The Latino teenager cried out, there's Naruto. The snoring princess bumped into things from interdimensional mirror to low table. Paper, tornado, Star stumbled around as she fired few more beams, beanbag, monster, metamorphosis, the papers and now living beanbag attack Marco. Seriously, attack Naruto instead of me for once. Marco screamed out before Naruto tackled him down to avoid Narwhal blast, ow, 11-2. Star. Star slowly opened her eyes with a yawn as she rubbed her eyes with hand, morning, Naruto. Morning, Marco. Morning, beanbag chair monster. She smacked her lips few times until she realized something off with the picture, oh. Lighting turtle rescue. She fire her spell at all of her living objects, turning them back to normal. You saved us, Marco sighed as he took his notepad out, that's, 29-4. What happened? Star lifts a sleeping narwhal in her arms. You were spelling in your sleep. Marco kicked the lamp away, that must be why you don't remember turning our living room into a jungle. Oh, no. The gasping princess hugged her narwhal tight, you gotta fix me, guys. Now's my chance to save you. Marco perked up, with psychology. Psychology. Both blondes said with different reactions, one confusion and one odd look. Psychology. The Latino teenager makes a wipe gesture with his arms. Yeah, Star copied his action, psychology, she looked to her crush, what is it? It's a study of mind and behavior. Naruto explained, it is mostly used to check mental health and things that make you, you. That's right and I'm gonna dig deep in your brain to see what makes you tick. Marco nodded. Ooh, the magical girl snapped her fingers, yeah, we have something like that on Muni. The doctor put all his patients in catapult then fire them over the wall. Yeah, this is pretty different. Marco's sweat dropped with Naruto, now, before we start, I must transform myself. Transform. Star tilted her head. Glasses, paper, clothes, book. Marco put on glasses, sweater vest then taken Psych 101 textbook out, Dr. Marco, PhD. What does PhD stand for? The magical girl asked and Naruto was about to answer her question but. Pretty handsome dude. Angie walked by the door. Mom. Marco shouted embarrassingly as the blonde snickered behind his back, go back to bed. He rubbed his forehead with a sigh, come on, Star, let's go downstairs and find out why you are sleepwalking. Okay. Star nodded and Naruto was about to follow them out until his alert tag goes off again. What's up? She asked as the whiskered boy checked his tag, is it Ludo and monsters again? No, it's your room again. The blonde boy scratched his head puzzlingly, I'm starting to think there must be some faulty in one security tag. Is it cool if I poke around in your room? Be my guest. The princess nodded before she snapped her fingers, oh, if you come across my diary or some of my secret boxes, no peeking. I promise I won't. Naruto chuckled. Say, how do you know if it's coming from her room? Marco raised his eyebrow curiously, I have seen this alert paper of yours and it doesn't look like a map. Actually, it's a map. The blond boy showed him his tag for closer look as he pointed at one small wiggly line of runes near left bottom corner. See that? It said Star's room. I can't read runes, the Latino teenager said slowly before his head snapped up with confusing glint. Wait, you can read runes? Yeah, Naruto said, the beginner book that I bought from Quest Buy comes with free basic runic translation for dummies book. Oh, Marco slowly walked down the stairs with a shaking head with Star in tow. Come on, Star. Now, let's see what's triggering it and which one. The blond boy glanced at his black tag before he searched the hidden tags out. Nope, this one is perfectly fine. Naruto checked one of the security tags as he sit on a stool in Star's room with stack of papers at right side. He put one down in a small pile at his left side, then picks another tag off the top. Is it this one? He scanned the strokes. Nope. The alert tag went off again and it was starting to get on his nerve as Naruto take one glance at it. When I find this bloody thing, I'm gonna burn this cack. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. What a sizzlin' accent. An unfamiliar voice whispered quietly somewhere behind Naruto as the teenager stiffened up. Camera phone. There was a quiet shuddering sound. I don't think this person know I hear him or her. Naruto pretend to scan another tag as he tries to pinpoint the voice in the room. Camera phone. The voice whispered, do you, think his whiskers are tattoo or what? Still lookin' sizzlin'. Gonna steal starry bitch's face and tap this fine as hell. Under the bed. The blonde act fast as he turn around to flip the mattress over and the intruder let a startled scream out. Busted. Camera phone. Few minutes before, Marco was showing Star some ink blots in living room. A little alien guy in a gnome cap. Star answered before she gasped, maybe I'm sleep spelling because I'm secretly a little alien guy in a gnome cap. No. Marco shuffled the cards around to show her a black dot on white paper. Now what about, wait. He placed hand on his forehead with a resigned sigh. Hold on, this is a mistake. That reminds me of my overbearing mother suffocating me with all the duties of becoming a queen for the rest of my life. The magical girl gasped and the Latino teenager looked up. I think we may have found the root of your problem. Marco stood up with a grin. You have mother issues. Yay. Star hopped up and down with exciting claps. I have mother issues. No, that's bad. He corrected her. I have mother issues. The magical girl dropped her head with slumping shoulders. It's okay, Star. Marco patted her shoulder, identifying the problem as the first step to recovery. Recovery. Star nodded with a smile before they hear some screams, following by crashes above them. What was that? She looked up to the ceiling. It sounds like it's coming from your room. The Latino teenager said before they rush upstairs to Star's room, then open the door. Naruto, they nearly jump up when Naruto flipping a heavy-set female creature over his shoulder onto a table, smashing it apart in process. Guys, I found our intruder. Naruto hollered, and she's after Star. One of Ludo's monsters. Star asked. I want your face. The female stood up with a snarl. She have lavender skin, warts, a long elephant trunk-like nose, two lower fangs sticking out from her large red lips, dark blue large beehive hair, purple eyeshadows. She wears a blue dress with high heels and many jewelries. You weren't sleep spelling. Marco smacked his forehead in realization. You were just defending yourself against that sleep goblin, elephant. Wow. Star uttered, I'm hardcore. I came here for your face. The monster woman screeched loudly, to steal your face. She jabbed her meaty finger at Naruto. You broke my sexy booty. Do I look like I care, you snooky wannabe? Naruto narrowed his eyes. Could you? Star winced as her ears rang violently from the woman's screeches. Stop yelling. Well, I'm sorry. The intruder huffed. I don't have any ears. She whipped her phone out in a pose. Camera phone. She stowed it away. I'm on the run from Saint O's. Well, you can't stay here. The princess crossed her arms with disapproval. Look, I don't want to go to Saint O's. Oh, you're going to Saint O's. The woman smirked wickedly. You see, we're both big girls. We got the same highs and lows, the same east and west. You can hardly tell us apart. Except for in the face. She took another selfie with her rear sticking out in front, camera phone. So I'm gonna laser finger your face off of your head. Oh, you can have my face. See, I'm gonna wear your face, and then you can go to jail. 'Cause you look like me. It's just a classic face switch scenario. The teenagers looked at each other before they laugh at her ridiculous plot. Oh, yeah, Marco laughed. Oh, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Why yes, and if you manage to switch faces, everyone can tell the difference until you're Ludo. Naruto laughed as he held his stomach. Oh, that's so rich. It's not funny. The intruder screeched and she was about to grab Star, but Naruto blocked her by shoulder check and the screaming monster stumble backward until she fall over the balcony's rail. Thank, Naruto. Star grinned at her crush. Now let's show this girl a thing or two. She jump over the rail and the boys try to look before they follow her. Nose grab. The monster girl whipped her trunk nose at them but they avoided before she point her finger at them, laser finger. She fired laser at them but they avoided again. Narwhal. The magical girl held her wand up in attack stance but she never get a chance to fire it because the chimera come out of nowhere and maim the monster girl. Ooh. The teenagers winced at the sight. That was kinda anticlimax. Naruto winced again when the chimera bit the screaming monster's rear. I'll say. Marco rubbed his neck with another wince. Do you ever feel like you're cheated out of something for some reason? Sometime. Star winced and her crush agreed with her. The Saint. Olga guards would show up few minutes to haul the injured monster girl through the portal and the teenagers went back to their beds. The next morning, Star look into the mirror as she fix her headband up and she take a thoughtful look. She bring her wand out to change her headband to different headbands from flower headband to blue unicorn horn with mane. A green headband with cactus sits on her head and she squeals in approval. Catchy for the win. She examined her head with small swivels to see how it looked before Marco burst into the bathroom with frantic actions as the puppies yap around at his feet and he shoved Star out of the way. Out of the way, he screamed as he rummaged through things on his shelf. I overslept. I'm gonna be late. Where's my hoodie? Whoa, chill, Marco. Star stood up as she brushed her dress up. We can still get to school by first period. This isn't about learning. Marco put his hoodie on but in backward. This is about love. He paused. Wait, where's Naruto? Oh, he went to school early to set up some of his pranks. The princess smiled, and to pummel Lars again because Francis told him that Lars was picking on him and his friends again. Yikes, I hate to be Lars right now. The Latino teenager winced before his eyes widened as he remembered that he's still late for something. One wanker in possible coma, checked. Naruto walked away from the twitching body of Lars as he tossed a corncob up and down in his left hand. Now time for some pranks. He rubbed his chin with another hand in deep thought. Shall I go for classic or something outrageous? Too bad the Mount Rushmore is in other state because I would paint all over it. He scratched his head. Classic it is. Yo, Naruto. Jackie skated by him. Yo, Jackie. He waved and he watches the skater rolling down the hallway. He blinks once and all of a sudden, Marco and Star was standing a little ahead of the skater at the lockers. What the foo? Naruto nearly choked on his saliva. Hey, Jackie. Marco called out to the skater with a wave and the skater halted her skating to turn around. Hey, Marco. The skater greeted back and they stare at each other in silence for short time. Well, see ya. She resumed her skating. You did it. Star smacked his back with a grin. You finally talked to her. What happened to waiting for the perfect time? Well, all of a sudden, I thought, if you have the time, why waste it? The Latino teenager jammed his hands in pockets. Looks like I'm finally getting somewhere. Hey, guys. Naruto approached them after shaking his head clear. How did you two get here? I saw you guys. 1 minute you weren't there and next, you're there. Oh, you won't believe this if we told you. Marco waved it off with a lopsided grin. Oh, try me. He chuckled until he noticed Star's staring. What is it? Nothing, Star whispered quietly with blush as a memory played back in her head. Watching me is fun. Star laughed as she watches the television screen with hanging giant eyeball over her head, staring at her. The screen was showing her the past and she glanced over her shoulder to Marco as he watched his own past before she noticed a monitor with white outline. What's that? She approached it and the screen comes to live. Naruto, guess what? A voice spoke on the screen. Oh, that's me. Star clapped her hands with wide smile. What? Naruto's voice asked. We're gonna have baby. Star's voice squealed excitingly and the magical princess's face turned bright red at the news. We are. Naruto's voice whispered before a thud can be heard, following by shattering sound as if something breaks on the floor. Ooh, maybe I should have told him when he's not eating his ramen. Star's voice hummed and the blushing princess backed away from the screen. Hey, tomorrow is our date, right? The magical girl asked, fighting the atomic blush from breaking out all over her face. Yeah, we're going to play miniature golf. Naruto scratched his head. Why do you ask? Do you wanna? Just making sure. Star waved her hands. I'm just totally exciting for it. It's gonna be my first time playing this golf thingy. I know. The blonde boy smiled. I hope it's gonna be fun. The group walked together to their first period. Quote. Random question, if you're going to have a kid, what would you name him or her? The princess asked suddenly. Naruto gave her a funny look with Marco, I dunno. Why are you asking him about? Marco was about to finish his sentence but he get cut off. What about you, Marco? Star turned to him, what names will you pick out? MJ if it's a girl, Marco Jr. if it's a boy. He answered without missing a beat. MJ, really? The blonde boy stared at him oddly. Wait, why do you already have names pick out? Don't tell me you plan to marry Ya. Hush, you. Marco shushed him with red face and both blondes laughed at him. Ooh, is that a... Star looked around with wonder. Miniature golf. She stared at nearly dozen of courses and she, at the sight of miniature castle. Oh, I wonder who live in this teeny tiny castle. Her head turned to Naruto, tiny earth people. No, it's an obstacle prop. Naruto chuckled as he ordered 2 clubs and balls from the worker, like this windmill over there. He pointed at the said obstacle before he take the stuffs from the worker as he turned to his date. What color do you want? Green or blue? Blue, because it match my shirt. The magical girl gestured to her t-shirt. She wear a blue shirt and navy jean over her purple boots. She also has her hair tied up in low ponytail. The reason why she dressed that way is because Angie told her to wear them for their second date and that it's suitable for this event, something about easy to move around and not get her skirt catch in something. Alright. The blonde boy gave her the blue club and ball. You look pretty, by the way. Thanks. Star blushed faintly as she glanced his appearance up and down. You look good, too. You think so? Naruto glanced down at his clothes. He wear a gray shirt with V-cut and black jean over his sneakers. I still wish I have some orange on me. The magical girl giggles at his comment. Anyway, you ready to play? Yeah. She followed him to the first course with a skip in her step. Can I go first? Sure. He gave her a go-ahead gesture. Place your ball on the dent then get it in the hole over there. It's okay if you don't get it in one go, sometime it take few turns to get it in. Dent, Star repeated as she looked down to see a small hollow spot in turf before she put her ball down on it then straight up. At first, she wasn't sure what to do next so she looked at few players at different courses and she see them hitting their balls with a swinging club before she look at her club in her hands. That is what the stick was for. She place herself in a stance as she sneak few glances at other players' stance. I really thought we were gonna clubbing people. Star brings her club back then swing with all of her strength and the club misses the ball by few inches. At same time, the club slips out from her hands and flies up in air with few spins until it hit a young adult man in head, knocking him down on his back. Oops. She covered her mouth with hands. I'm okay. The smiling man gets up with some stumbles, a bump form on his head. Sorry. She muttered behind her hands, her eyes shift to Naruto with guilty glint. It's okay, it was an accident. Naruto give her club back after received it, try again. Okay. Star glanced down at the ball then attempt to swing again, it hit the ball this time and the object launch up in air. Yes, I did it. The ball soars faster until it hit the same man in groin, causing him to kneel down in agony. Oops. I'm okay. The smiling man said with high-pitched voice and tears in corner of his eyes. Star realized something as she looked down at her empty hands and the princess looked up in time to see her club hitting the man's crown. Oh okay I'm. The smiling man shakily brings his thumb up before he pass out. Ah, that is hard. She groaned embarrassingly as the blonde boy get the tossed club and ball back. Maybe we show. Looks like I have to help you out in a cliché way. Naruto joked as he moved behind her and hold her hands with his hands to secure the club's grip. Star squeaked quietly at his surprise action and their close contact as she can feel her cheeks heating up and her heart pounding rapid within her chest when his chest leaning against her back slightly, his chin rests gently on her right shoulder. Make sure you hold it firm like that. He squeezed her hands, and keep your eyes on the ball. Star uttered. You want it to go straight so you have to give it a tap like that. His hands moves hers in a light gentle swing and it tapped the ball, sending it rolling across the lane until it sink into a hole. See? Oh, I got it in. The magical girl's eyes lit up. Does that mean I win? Not yet. Naruto chuckled as he kept hugging Star from behind. That is the first course and we have more courses to go. He glanced at the side of her face. Anyway, do you know what to do now? Why yes, I think I do, Star muttered. Great. Then it's my turn now. Without thinking, Naruto pecked her cheek as he released the blushing girl and he take his turn, taking a swing, only to release the club in mid-swing as soon as he realized his action with red face and his rolling ball fall in the hole. The spinning stick hit the same man's face as soon as he get up. I'm okay. Let's move to next one, the blonde boy stuttered and the magical girl nodded timidly. See, can you show me how to do it again? Star asked as they walked toward a lane with curve. Sure. Naruto scratched his head bashfully and they play few rounds. His date asks him to show her once in a while. What do you think of this sport? Naruto asked her as they enter the arcade. It wasn't bad. Star grinned, I enjoy it. She watched her date slip some dollars into the token dispenser machine. What are you doing? I'm getting some token coins for us to play some games here. He answered, maybe win some tickets. Tickets for what? She asked. For exchanges. Naruto gestured to prizes with ticket tags on shelves in back. The more tickets you have, the bigger prize you get, or many prizes, depending on your preference. Ooh. Star's eyes widened excitingly when she saw some prizes that catch her eyes. How do you get these tickets? From playing the games like skee ball. He pointed to the said game. You can tell if the games give you tickets or not by checking for this slot or label. His finger shifts to colorful label on a random booth, displaying 10 tickets per round. Wow, the Amethyst Arcade does not have this kind of thing. She whistled, where do we start with? Have you ever play whack-the-mole game before? Naruto lead her to the said game. Yeah, I played something like that at Amethyst Arcade before but it's called Smash Amon. Star said as she takes the mallet from her date, I'm quite a pro at that. Oh, really? He raised his eyebrow at her quirky, I'm also a pro. Oh, she smirked smugly, what's with this look? Are you saying you're better than me, huh? Your words, not mine. Naruto taunted. Is that a challenge, Star side bumped his hip with her hip, turned it on. Don't whack me if I beat you at that. He inserted the tokens with a chuckle and the smirking girl lightly whacks his head with her mallet before they start playing the game. It ends in Star's victory with highest score. Rematch. I call rematch. Huh. She stick her tongue out to him, I reject your rematch request. Her date pout childishly as they take the tickets before she drag him away with a giggle. Come on, let's find some games for you to lose. Oh, I'm gonna make you eat your words. He laughed and she sticks her tongue out childishly again. Man, I can't believe I lost at some games. Naruto groaned as the blonde couple walks on sidewalks. The princess was holding a large stuffed unicorn and he was holding a bag, filled with small prizes and few game boards. At least you beat me at the luck games. Star giggled at his expression. I mean, I never seen anyone win like millions of ticket by pushing button once. Well, I always have luck of devil. He rubbed his chin. One time I tried a lottery for fun and end up winning few hundred grand. Whoa, really? She gasped amazingly. Yes, really. Naruto hummed and they walk in silence until they reach the house. So, they stop in front of the front door. Do you want to do it again? Because I want to go out again with you. Yeah, I want to. Star grinned widely before she twirled some of her hair strands timidly. Can I ask you for something? Yes, what is it? He nodded. A kiss. The princess replied timidly, see, can we kiss? Like on lips. Naruto blushed together with her and he thinks about it for few moments as the magical girl fidgeted nervously. Why yeah, I guess it won't hurt to have one kiss. They stare into each other's eyes awkwardly before she close her eyes with tilted up head and Naruto's head slowly lean in as he place his hands on her hips. Their lips meet in a chaste kiss and it lasts for 1 good minute before he pull away, his lips tingle in a good way. Before he know it, Star catch his lip again with another kiss and he kiss back as her arms wrap around his neck, step closer to allow him to slide his arms around her waist. Her tongue lick his lower lip and he open his mouth slightly to allow her entrance as they start to make out, their tongues dance together. It went on for a while as they lose themselves in their own world and they barely notice the door swinging open so fast. Okay, break it up, you two. Marco clapped his hands loudly at them in attempt to stop them as he kept his eyes closed. Break it up. You guys gotta keep it PG. Without looking, Star slowly raise her wand up to the Latino teenager before it fire a non-lethal small beam that hit his chest, knock him back in with a grunt. Star, did you just? Naruto stopped making out with her before she pull him back in to resume their make-out. Why yeah, you're, right, Star, he's fine, I'm not fucking fine. The Latino teenager groaned weakly from floor. Another failure. Naruto glared at singled paper in front of him before he scratches his head puzzlingly. I don't get it. I did everything down to T, or did I miss something? He was about to take a close look until a pair of arms slide over his shoulders in a hug and he glanced sideways from the corner of his eyes to see Star, his eyebrow raised slightly as soon as he see her swim cap. Hey, boyfriend. Star sing-song before she pecks his cheek, her cheek hearts glowing pinkish red. They have recently become official couple after dating for a month and a half. Hello, girlfriend. He chuckled lightly with faint blush. What's up with the cap? You'll see. She pull him out of his chair and Naruto look at her blue swimsuit in confusion as she led him out and down the hallway until the whiskered boy noticed something out of place. Why is there a orange schlee? Star push him down a orange slide tube as the blonde boy scream out, eyed. In a blink, Naruto find himself splash into pool in the living room as he shakes some water off his hair before he look around. Star, why did you push me? He hollered with a smile. That was for water balloon yesterday. Star's voice hollered back with a giggle and Naruto was about to say something but he hears someone yawn loudly upstairs. Morning, Marco. There was a screaming then bout of laughter before Marco slide into the pool with Splash. Oh, that was awesome. Marco laughed and several puppies leap in with few yips, shooting some lasers in air. I'll say. Naruto replied with a nod as one of the puppies tried to climb onto his shoulder, only to slide down with a yip. I know, right. Star slide across the floor to the poolside as she twirl her wand around with one hand on her hip. Stairs are so boring, and I did to get back at Naruto for the whole water balloons. Hey, I have to cool you off because I thought you look very hot under weather. Naruto smirked, receive a splash to face from Star's kick. I hope my parents don't flip when they see this. The Latino teenager chuckled at the couple's antics and he hear a familiar voice. I'm flipping. Raphael yelled, flipping into the pool with huge splash. Dad, Marco gasped. Relax, son. His laughing father spit some water out. This is like the perfect getaway without actually getting away. A dolphin come out underwater then carry him away. Oh, boy. I love living here. Star laughed. If my parents found out I've been using magic for stuff like this. About that, Marco coughed into his hand. This was cool, but next time, maybe a little heads up. Okay. Wet socks are a form of torture in some countries. You don't need heads up for that. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. It's really nice to have few surprises, living things up for your boring life. I don't have a boring life. The Latino teenager rolled his eyes. I just like to be careful and cautious with my life. The doorbell rang. I'll get it. The magical girl jogged to answer the door and the boys jolt up at the loud blowing horn. Oh, hey, Dad, her voice gasped, Dad. The door slammed loudly. Oh, no. I need to hide everything. Star slid back into the living room with glowing wand before the room transforms back to normal with wet boys and man. Then she quickly rushes back to the front door as she changes into her regular attire with magic spell. Did she say Dad? Naruto paled. Yes, she did. Marco rubbed his neck, wonder why he's here. What a pleasant surprise. Star stepped aside to let her father in with a nervous laugh. What brings you here unexpectedly? Well, I was in the neighborhood and, King Butterfly said before he threw his hands up with a groan, who am I kidding? Your mother has banished me from the castle. What did you do? The magical girl asked. Nothing. The king crossed his arms with a huff, I just left a garment or two laying around. His servant bring a heavy luggage in before leave. I thought perhaps, I could stay here for a day while this blows over. Of course you can stay here. Raphael suddenly hugged the king from behind as he lifted him up, you are familiar. You can watch the kids while me and the wifey actually get away. He run outside with a cheerful wave, hasta mañana. Ah, good show. King laughed joyously before a puppy jumped into his beard, huh? Oh, hello, the puppy shot lasers into his eyes while his beard explodes in fire and smolders before he looked to his nervous daughter. Star, if your mother was here and knew you were using your wand inappropriately, she would send you straight to Saint Olga's. His daughter gulped before he guffawed, but I'm not your mother. I rather enjoy destructive magical puppies. This visit is actually gonna be fun then. Star bounced excitingly before both royalties shout out together, Father-Daughter Day. She suddenly grabs her laughing father's mustache then drags him around the house, tour time. I'm gonna go change my socks. Marco bent down to remove his wet socks, it's like I'm walking in pudding. He notices cold sweats running down Naruto's paled face. Naruto, what's wrong? Star's father is staying here for a day. Naruto muttered nervously. Yeah, the Latino teenager replied with raised eyebrow, but that don't explain why you're acting like that. The father of my girlfriend is staying over for a day. The blond boy looked into his eyes, the man who loves to fight monsters daily and value his daughter above all. Marco stared at him in silence for few moments before he placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. It's good knowing you. Likewise. But, jokes aside, I'm pretty sure he'll like you when he'll see how happy you make Star and how much you both love each other. The Latino teenager paused as few flushing can be heard from the bathroom upstairs, as long as you two don't make out in front of him almost all the time. We don't make out all the time, Marco. Naruto deadpanned with burning cheeks, we only make out like 3 times total. And I walked on you 3 times, 1 time with my parents. Marco deadpanned before they hear more flushing in rapid fashion. What in the world are they doing upstairs in bathroom? His answer comes in form of flowing water coming down the steps. Oh no. Damn it, Star. Not again. He ran upstairs in few minutes. The father and daughter combo come down the stairs with giddy laughter. And you remember Naruto from this time when we visit Muni for Diaz's anniversary? Star pointed at Naruto. Yes. King stroked his beard with a nod, an exchange student that is living with you in Diaz clan, correct? That's right, sir. Naruto replied, I've never get a chance to meet you properly because our previous meeting was very brief. Right. The humming king nodded. And guess what? Star suddenly wrapped her arms around Naruto's right arm, he's also my boyfriend. Naruto stiffened up as the king stared at him blankly and it was too quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Oh, is that so? King Butterfly slowly stroked his beard eerily calm, is that so? How long have you been courting? Almost 2 months. The princess guessed, is it, Naruto? Why yes. Naruto gulped nervously at the deadly calm king. Star released her boyfriend with a clap, I know what we should do. We should play miniature golf. It's a great way for you two to bond. She suddenly dragged them out by their arms and the whiskered blonde sweat more when the king staring fixating on him. There was something in his glint that made Naruto more nervous. Naruto taught me how to play this on our second date. Star grinned at her father as they stand on a miniature golf course, you are absolutely gonna love it. The father whistled at his surrounding as the magical girl gives him a club while pointing at the ball, the goal is to knock this tiny moon into that hole. What fun. King Butterfly laughed as he held the golf club by shaft. Ah, you're holding your club upside down. The princess pointed out. This is a club. The king glanced at the club then looked straight into Naruto's eyes. There's one thing we got better on Muni. He suddenly pull a large club with bludgeoning ram head as Naruto swear that his eyes turn red, tally ho. He rammed it forward at Naruto with a battle cry. Whoa. The whiskered boy dove for right side as the king's club narrowly nick him, miraculously hit the ball and it fly out, smashing into a metal frog statue and knock it down in process. How's that for getting it into the hole? King Butterfly laughed with shifty eyes until he noticed something. What's that? He pointed at the miniature castle. That's the candy castle. Star replied with a grin. The next hole. The king glanced between the panting blonde boy and castle several times before he lift his battling ram up with a roar. Lord Salivary of the Weeble or Elf clan, you sly dog. Wah! The magical girl jumped up with raised hands and her father smashed his club onto the castle, sending many screaming players fleeing for their lives and several children crying. Dad! I'll teach you to give my wife the googly eye. King Butterfly snatched a tiki torch then torching the castle with maniacal chortle. Bollocks, I'm so fucked. Naruto stared at the chaotic scene with widened eyes and everyone was forced to flee the area as the miniature golf park go up in flames. The ball's in your court, Salivary. The crackling king shouted over his shoulder. Naruto wash his hands in the bathroom sink after using the toilet and a sigh escape his lip. It's a miracle that they got away with arson few hours ago and the witnesses' statements was all over from crazy homeless man to Lobster Claus. But what's more miracle is that I get through all day without any injury, Naruto muttered to himself as he exit the bathroom, only to tackle back inside by the king. Die, you bastard. King Butterfly strangled the screaming teenager, shaking him roughly on the floor. Touch my little baby girl. Why I gotta teach you. He punched the poor boy's cheek with right hand. Die. Get off me, you crazy wanker. Naruto managed to get himself up, ramming the screaming king against the wall to free himself. I didn't touch your daughter yet, sir. All we did was just kiss. Yet, you say. The roaring king lunged at him, only to crash on mirror, breaking it in process, as the boy ducked. I'll fucking kill you. Before Naruto can react, the king charged him against the wall with a hard smash and the teenager's cheek get a small cut you up. Boil your meat off your bones. Feed them to the unicorns. You're not gonna hurt my little girl. Hurt her. The teenager breaks free by thrusting his knee into the king's stomach then grab him in a chokehold, like hell I will. Hurting her is farther out from my head because I love her. Yeah, right. King Butterfly kicked backward and it hit Naruto's knee, forcing him to kneel down. That's what this demon bastard, Tom, said before he hurt her more than once. I'm not fucking Tom. Naruto force all of his weight up onto the king and they plop down on the floor then roll around while punching and kicking each other. I will never do anything to hurt her. If I do, I'll never forgive myself because I really care a lot about her. Oh, really? The king got him trapped in a armbar lock. If you do care then tell me what you see in her. What does she like? Hate? Can you say them? Huh. I like her because she's energetic. Friendly girl who only see kind in everyone she met, how she look at the life with positive and simple way and know how to have fun. I love her habit of nibbling on her wand when she's thinking deeply about something. The teenager repeatedly punched the king in his face, despite the fact that his other arm was locked in. She also know how to kick asses and taking names, which happened to be one of her favorite things. She like unicorns, helping others, cute animals, hugs, parties, movies, dancing, muni battleships, popping bubble wraps, honeydew boba tea and love sentence. What the fuck is love sentence? King Butterfly grunted under the punches. Some boy band she like, I don't know. Naruto shouted, anyway, she hate street. Olga, wood, clowns, boredom, overprotective people, rude wankers, math and her mother's continuous reminder of queenhood. He give a loud battle cry as he flipped the king up in air then drop him on the floor with a hard smash before they lie next to each other with heavy pants, their face caked with blood and surrounding by mess caused by their fight. You really love her, huh? King said after few minutes. Yeah, I guess I do. Naruto replied, I mean, I just realized my feeling for her a little before we got together and I don't know what the future will bring to us, but right now, I really like her and care a lot about her, you know. Ah, the king grunted, sorry about the whole, trying to murder you, thing. It's okay. He grunted back, I kinda expect it to happen from the first moment we become a couple. The king raised his eyebrow at him, I imagined that you or your wife will sick the guards on me and demand for my head on platter. Ha, that's Pix's thing, not Newman's. King Butterfly laughed before he cleared his throat, anyway, I'm very worried about my daughter and who she's courting because of what happened with her last relationship. Tom, Naruto said, and it wasn't a question. When they were courting, he tried to control everything in her life and even herself. The king grunted unpleasantly, his short temper was very worrying because sometime I wonder if he might abuse her at some point. You have no idea how pleasant we were when she wise up and broke it off with him before it's too late. When she told me that you're her boyfriend, I thought you might be like Tom and only see her as a stepping stone to throne. Well, I can't blame you for thinking that since you barely know me and what happened between Star and her ex. The teenager sits up with the king, but I can promise you that I will never ever try to control her, hurt her and using her. I swear on my mother's grave, he scratched his head, so, we're good. We're good. King Butterfly stand up as he dusted some dirt off his clothes, boy, I have to say, you're a good fighter. Thank. Naruto scratched his head again with sheepish chuckle, by the way, we're not gonna mention that to Star. Oh, heaven no. The king laughed as he opened the door, Star will wring our ears off if she ever find out. Yeah, I can see that. The teenager chuckled lightly, wiping some blood off his unblemished cheek as they walked down the hallway and past Marco. Hey, guys, what was all this noises I heard up here? Marco froze at the sight of damaged bathroom before one cabinet broke off the wall with a loud clang. What the fuck just happened here? A scream woke Naruto up from his slumber and the first thing the groggily boy did was look at his alarm clock to see it was close to midnight. What was that? He get out of his bed with a mutter, stumbling toward his door and he was about to open it but it swing open with a smash, following by a yellow and blue blur that crashed into his stomach. Oof. He grunted out as he managed to keep his balance, wah. The confusing boy looked down to see Star burying her face into his chest with a whimper as her arms wrap around him in a tight grip. Star, what's wrong? He soothes her by rubbing her back. TT the clown. Star screamed mutely within his chest, he's in my room. Clown. Naruto furrowed his eyebrows, what oh, you mean Kevin the clown, the one that come out from your wand by accident. She nodded with a whimper, didn't you zap him back to wherever he comes from? My dad somehow bought him back, she whispered with trembling shoulders, and they are wrestling around with the magical guys from my wand, under mound of dirty, gross clothes, all shirtless. Say what? The blonde boy blinked owlishly, wrestling. Mound of clothing. Mag, he pinched the bridge of his nose with an exhaling sigh, blast it. It's too late now and I'm too tired to think straight. See, can I sleep here? Star sniffled against his chest, I don't wanna be in room with a clown. Yes, you can. Naruto gently pushed her back before he gestured to his bed, get in, I'll sleep on the floor. Oh okay. The magical girl whispered with another sniffle, her cheeks heating up when she noticed that Naruto only wear a orange pajama pant. She watched her boyfriend take one pillow and sheet off his bed then lay them out on floor right next to bedside. The magical girl quietly crawls into his bed as the whiskered blonde lie down on floor, GG good night. Good night. The blonde boy yawned, closing his eyes and the princess stare at the ceiling for few minutes before she roll onto her side to face Naruto. Naruto, you up? She whispered. Yes, I'm up. Naruto muttered with closed eyes. Can you? Star draws and circle on the mattress with her index finger, sleep with me. She stuttered with red face, I mean, like sleep. Not the other thing, just sleep. Why? He asked out of curiosity, it's not like Kevin the clown will walk into his room without permission. I can't sleep, knowing that the CC clown is in other room. She shivered, and I thought it may make me feel better if you're in bed with me. She blushed lightly, we can cuddle, and I don't want you to sleep on cold hard floor, it looks very uncomfortable. Naruto would have argue or reassure her that he's fine but he's too tired right now and he figure it won't hurt to share bed with her. Alright, but we're sleeping with one layer between us. He stand up with his sheet and pillow, scoot over a bit, I'm taking right side. The magical girl shuffle to left side as he get under the blankets, one layer between them, and adjust their positions until they are more comfortable. Good night. Star drapes her arm across Naruto's stomach as her head rests on his chest and under his chin, snuggling closer. Night, Star. Naruto yawned again, absent-mindedly sliding his right arm under and around her body. The whiskered blonde fall asleep immediately and the magical girl sneak few glances at him before she peck his chin lightly then fall asleep with a tiny smile. It was breakfast time when Marco pour cereal into his bowl in kitchen and the blonde couple enter with few yawns. Good morning, Naruto, Star. Marco greeted them. Morning. Star greeted with peppy tone as she opened the fridge. Do we still have pancakes from yesterday? I think we do. The Latino teenager raised his eyebrow as Naruto poured some hot water in his ramen cup with a cheerful tune. Naruto. You're awfully in a good mood. Did something happen? He glanced outside the window. Is it the beginning of the end of the world? Hey, I can be in good mood sometime in morning. Naruto rolled his eyes. He's happy because we slept together last night. The magical girl said cheerily as she emptied entire bottle of syrup on her pancakes. Best night ever. Well, beside the clown in my bedroom. Why you guys did what? Marco choked on his breakfast, hammering his chest several times to clear his airway. Oh my god. Did you guys, in the guest room? No, Marco, not like that. The blushing blonde boy waved his hands. We just sleep together. Sleep, as in sleep. Really? The Latino teenager glanced between the blushing blondes. Really? Naruto coughed into his fist. There was a clown in Star's room and you know she have a coulrophobia so she stay in my room. All we did was just cuddle and sleep in same bed, and if it make you feel better, we have one layer of sheet between us. Well, it does make me feel better. Marco sighed out in relief and both blondes either shaking head or roll eyes lightly. Wait, it was ridiculously loud last night. It wasn't us. Star said quickly, it was my dad. He's insane. He just thinks he can come down to earth and do whatever he wants. He is so inconsiderate. I can weirdly relate. The Latino teenager took a spoonful of his cereal. What do you mean? She tilted her head. Doesn't that sound familiar? Marco gestured at himself. Yeah, Star hummed thoughtfully, he does this to my mom. Never mind. The Latino teenager deadpanned as Naruto snickered. Well, I'm just glad he's leaving today. She blew her hair up. I don't know how much more of this I can take. If he get on your nerves then imagine how much your mother have to deal with every single day. Naruto commented. Ooh, Star felt pity for her mother and before she know it, her father hit the window outside as she squeal out of surprise. Hello, Star. King Butterfly sneak in through the window with wide grin. Dad, what are you doing? Star asked. I'm hanging lights for the party. The king jabbed his thumb over shoulder to Christmas lights around the walls outside. What party? She blinked together with the boys. Oh, geez. King Butterfly smacked his forehead. I forget to tell you. I'm having such a great time here, I've decided to stay. He grinned to his daughter, isn't that great? Griat. Star forced her smile out. Oh, and in celebration of moving here, I've invited some friends to check out my new digs. As soon as the king finished his sentence, the doorbell rings. They're here. He ran out of the kitchen and Naruto turned his head to Marco. I hope your parents have insurance for the house. He said, cheers can be heard in the living room. I'm pretty sure they do have it. Marco said, somewhat doubtful. Chew, 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 chew. A blue squirrel with crown and man in toga chanted together as they held an frog creature upside down to eat a cake. Many different kind of creatures were partying like there's no tomorrow. We'll see if Salivary recovers from this one. King Butterfly was telling King Ponyhead the story of how he burned the miniature golf down and they laughed loudly before Star approached her father. Dad, I really need to talk to you right now. Star whispered to her father but she never get a chance when a high-pitched voice screeched loudly. Hey, guys. A giant living sun with a face of stereotype biker appeared outside before he wedged into the doorway. well, here I am. Yeah, now the party can start. He laughed as he tried to squeeze himself inside. Ooh, tight squeeze. He broke through, my bad. Oh, no. King Butterfly threw his hands up with furious expression. Who invited Helios? That guy is the worst. Gross. King Ponyhead grimaced at Helios' earring. Now he got his ear pierced. Let me guess, he's having a midlife crisis. Naruto said. Yup. The giant floating ponyhead nod. Here he goes, eating all the appetizers. The Muni King scowled at the giant son, who is currently inhaling all foods off the snack table. He ruins every party and is completely oblivious about it. Funny. Star huffed, I can weirdly relate. Really? Marco shoots her a deadpan look. Look, people are already going into orbit around him. King Butterfly gestured to the screaming partygoers spinning around Helios' gravitational pull. No, no, no. A short elf screamed, please, somebody. His gravitational pull is, he sucked into the sun creature. So why don't you just kick him out? Star looked at the kings, along with everyone else. No way. The bearded king crossed his arms with a furious huff. I'm not talking to that tool. Ah. The magical girl stomped her foot down furiously, ignoring the fact that Marco was doing his best to dodge some liquids on floor that was made by some wild aquatic creatures. She walked up to the laughing sun creature. Excuse me, I think you've overstayed your welcome and you gotta go. Well, you want to know something? Helios turned to her with a smug smirk. I may be filled with hydrogen, but you're filled with, annoy open. You just got burned by the sun. Arg. Star threw her arms up. I'll deal with him. Naruto patted her shoulder. I know his type. Great, please make him go away. The magical girl sighed as she walked away. I'm gonna find Marco and apologize to him. Will do. The blonde boy turned to the laughing sun. Helios, is it? Yo, don't wear it out, ya little carbon-based bastard. The sun laughed annoyingly. Do you have an invitation card? He asked. Say what? Helios corked his eyebrow at him. What invitation card? That is a private invitation-only party. Naruto gestured to the wild party. If you have the card, you're free to stay. If not, he jabbed his thumb at front door, I'll have to ask you to leave. Well, the sun tilted itself back slightly as if he was thinking before he shouted into Naruto's face with a roaring laughter, I'm not leaving. I'm the life of the party and everyone here love me. Woo. Plan B then. The blonde boy looked at the sun annoyingly before he cleared his throat. I guess I have to redirect some cool, hippest people to this epic party in other dimension. Epic party. Helios spun around to face him. Hey, where this at? I'm the coolest and hippest cat ever. Naruto opened his mouth but someone speak loudly. Through this portal. King Ponyhead gestured to a portal with a jerk of his head. Coming through. The living sun flew through the portal. Helios is in the hoe. The portal snapped closed and the giant head smirked. Thank for the backup. Naruto scratched his head as he looked at the king head oddly. I was gonna send him somewhere faraway like at the edge of this universe. Where did you send him to? To inescapable limbo, a dimension where one can be trapped for the rest of his or her life. King Ponyhead drawled, you can't even leave or escape this place with dimensional scissors. He'll die in about an hour or two because of time difference there. Good riddance. Did you just make me an accessory to murder? The blonde boy asked with glossed over eyes. Yeah, but everyone will say good for you because this guy is a homicidal megalomaniac tyrant who killed billions to trillions lives and who know how many planets he ate. The pony head shrugged its imaginative shoulders. Naruto blinked slowly, he's at loss for words. It's time to purge this party. Star suddenly appeared over them on a pink cloud as she created a giant water slide with her wand, flooding the living room. Hey, 2 pairs of wet socks. A 4-legged creature groaned annoying at its soaking socks. The rest of the partygoers share sentiments over their now wetting socks. I'm outta here. A goblin leave through his dimensional portal and everyone follow his action by taking their portals. Because I'm ridiculously apathetic to the suffering of others, I'm leaving too. King Ponyhead commented in monotone tone, leaving through his portal. Gentlemen, King Butterfly tried to stop them until he see the mess that his guests leave behind. Wow, I really made a mess of things. He looked at his tired daughter on couch with two boys before he approached them. Sweetheart, I perhaps got a little carried away. He sat down between Star and Naruto, and I may have been a little inconsiderate. I guess that's why your mother threw me out in the first place. He sighed. I'm sorry, you guys. And you'll patch things up with Mom? Star asked. Definitely. King Butterfly nodded before they share a hug. Hugs. He released her, then stand up with few stretches. I'll send my top surfs here to make everything better than new. Farewell. He cut a portal in midair before leap through. Bye, Dad. Star waved. Bye. Both boys said before Star plopped back on the couch. From now on, I'll always give you a heads up, she said to Marco with an exhale. Thank. Marco replied, but a surprise is good every once in a while. Wouldn't you agree? The blondes nodded their heads and they lie on the couch for few minutes. What now? As soon as he say it, Naruto's alert tag lit up and the blonde boy check it. Anyone up for a little stress reliever? Naruto looked at them, because we got some monsters waiting for us to kick their bums in backyard. Dibs on three-eyed potato baby, buff frog and beard deer. Star's right hand shoots up in air. Ah, no fair. The blonde boy pouted at her silly, beard deer is mine. Let's make some bet. Marco smirked. Star, I bet you $1 that. How are you losing? Ludo cried on top of large rock as he watched his monsters get slapping around by bunch of punk-ass brats. You guys have, like, 200 pounds on her. Beard deer wail out as Star blast his rear with her spell, at least hit her with a rock or something. Bearicorn actually throw a pebble at unmoving magical girl and she blast him away with a cheerful smile and closed eyes. Woohoo! She bounced off the two-headed monster to cactus, then up in air, off the cactus, over the tree. Nothin' but net. She shot a crystal heart-shaped dagger at cactus, ricochet off to giraffe monster's neck. The monster kneels over with few raspy coughs as Star land next to the boys. Told you I could do it. Double or nothing, Marco said as soon as he saw some monsters lining up perfectly. One kick, 7 monsters. He charged toward the monsters, then deliver a flying kick at Buff Frog's chin, knocking him back into another monster, and the rest of the monsters fall like dominoes until the last one fall on Ludo. Oh come on, Ludo screamed under the combo weight of his monsters. After a victory like this, there's only one thing to do. Marco turned back to his friends with a smile. Get Chinese food. Well, I'm kinda in mood for some Chinese food. Naruto rubbed his chin. Ooh, Chinese food. Star walked away with them as the Kappa start to raging at his henchmen. I have no idea what that is. Delicious. Star complimented on her lunch as she held chopsticks, and it's so fun eating with these chopsticks. She imitate the sound of laser before the waitress give the teenagers plate of fortune cookies. Oh, and there's cookie, too. She break it apart to see a thin paper. What's that? These are fortune cookies, Naruto said, eating his cookie. And they magically predict the future, Marco said, splitting his cookie in half. What? The magical girl gasped. No way. A friend will greet you with a smile. Marco read his fortune out loud. Ah, how sweet. Star smiled. See, Marco pointed at her with a gasp. The cookies know all. Marco, any friends will always greet you with a smile. Naruto deadpanned at him. Hush, you. The Latino teenager shushed him. No, it can't be. The magical girl broke another cookie to read her fortune. Think positive and good luck will come your way. The worker walked past their table with large box of fortune cookies before Star jump off her chair with exciting yelp. More cookies. They're stale, the worker said. Gimme. Star held her hands out. You're a weird girl. The worker gave her the box with odd look, then walk away. Wow, Star. Marco chuckled lightly. Good luck did come your way. It did, it did. Star hopped with box. These are incredible. Her smile froze. Star. The Latino teenager stared at her, then to Naruto. She'll be fine, she just passed out from too much excitation. Naruto smirked at him. I have seen that happening few times during some movies. Oh, Marco uttered. What do you get? The fortune you seek is in another cookie. The blonde boy answered. The next day, the boys come across something very strange in the kitchen. Oh, wise and powerful cookies, bestow your sugary prophecies upon me. Star worshipped the box on floor. Fix that, Marco. Naruto turned to the said boy with held up hands. I'm staying out of this one. Marco looked down at her. Gotcha, Star. Those fortunes aren't magic. They're put there by people in a factory. Naruto have to facepalm at his poor execution. Next you'll tell me that's how they get the snow in snow globes. The princess said, it's clear they're the work of dark wizards. I'm serious. The Latino teenager said, they're not real. They're just vague so you can read things into them. An unexpected visitor will soon arrive. Star read one of her cookies out loud before she rushes to the front door, staring at it with bouncing heels. Marco walked over to open the door. See, he gestured to open space, no one's here. Now, who wants nachos? Did someone say nachos? Ferguson suddenly appeared from behind the door. Well, hello, my unexpected visitor. Star said smugly to gaping Latino boy. Naruto. Marco looked to Naruto, who just held his hands up with a wicked smirk. Bastard. He groaned annoying before he turned back to his chubby friend, Ferguson. Star thinks fortune cookies are magical. Will you please tell her they're not? Now, whoa, man. Ferguson waved his hands. Whoa. Cookies are magical. Once, I ate one from the floor of a cab, and I met my spirit animal that night. It was a wolf. He walked away. Are you sure it wasn't one of these special cookies? Naruto hollered out, but it fall upon deaf ears. Why are you suddenly a non-believer? She said to Marco as she broke another cookie, reach for the stars and achieve your dream. She immediately blast a hole in ceiling, creating a skylight, and Naruto swear that he hears some scream as he pulled Star out of the falling debris way, but it was probably passing bystander outside. Pegasus feathers. I have always dreamed of having a skylight in here. Marco groaned with regrets. Blindly following these fortune cookies is the best decision I've ever made after my decision to make out with Naruto on spot. Naruto coughed into his fist to hide his red face. The trio of friends was walking around in city 2 hours later, due to clear weather, and the princess pouted her last cookie. Ah, Star said, last cookie. A smile pop up on her face. I can't wait to get more. Star, I'm telling you, they'll back me up at the restaurant. Marco said, food can't predict the future. Sure it can. The magical girl looked back. On Muni, there's a place where you can get calzones that'll tell you how you're going to die. Did they come true? Naruto asked. Definitely. Star nodded. A surf I know got a calzone that said he'll die from having a giant sitting on his face, and that happened the very next day. Yikes, what a bad way to go out. He winced at his imagination, and they walk into the alleyway behind the Chinese restaurant before they stop in front of disguised monsters performing breakdances. What are they doing? The magical girl tilted her head. They are breakdancing. Naruto said, it's a dance-off bet. Shish, I think one of them's about to get served. Marco shushed him, watching the dance-off, and no one noticed that a fly monster sneak up on Star to replace her last cookie with another fortune cookie. The fly creature fly up to the top of a building, where a humanoid grayish lizard in suit with slicked back purplish black hair stand by. Well done. The lizard patted the fly monster's head as he looked down at the teenagers before his golden eyes widened slightly at a certain face. What is he doing here? Toffee, is it time? Ludo pop up at his side with gleeful clap. Yes, Toffee said as soon as Star opened her last cookie and the monsters appeared in front of the teenagers. Fooled you. Biracorn laughed as the dancers took their disguises off. Hiya, Marco and Naruto were about to leap into action, but Star held them back. Hold on. Star read her fortune. Love is always the answer. She looked up with a thoughtful hum as the monsters surround around them. Love. What? Marco threw his hands up. Not in this case. Fighting is. I agree with Hai, Naruto said before Star suddenly grabbed him by his collar, pulling him down to make out on spot, and the blonde boy looked at her with widened eyes before he kissed back with closed eyes. Almost all monsters nearly trip over their feet at the sight of making out couple, and few drop their jaws. Guys, really? Marco threw his hands up, then gestures to the monsters. Hello. Monsters here. Need to get some butts kick. Sorry, Marco. Star halt her make out. It's not the will of the cookie. She resume her makeout with Naruto. Why you got this in bag? Naruto moaned between kisses, waving him off with one hand as he leaned Star's back against wall, much to their friend's chagrin. Their couple. Beard dear asked Marco with pointing finger, looking very embarrassing to be in same place with making out couple. Yes. The Latino teenager exhaled with slumped shoulders. How long? The bearded monster asked. Few months. Marco answered. Must be very awkward as third wheel because we seen you hanging out with them most of time. Buff Frog said. Sometime it does. The Latino teenager sighed as the couple's makeout become more heating. Guys, you're in public. Keep it PG. Star, get your hand out of his shirt now. There's the wand. Ludo pointed at the sticking out object from Star's pocket. I can totally grab it. Patience, Toffee said with twitching brow. CC, can we please fight now? The giraffe monster begged, shielding his eyes away from the couple. Okay, let's fighting over there at this spot. Marco pointed at the clearing in back, but one of you have to stay behind and make sure their makeout session don't get out of hand. They're just making out, how can it get out of? Buff Frog said before Star tried to peel Naruto's shirt off. Whoa, whoa, whoa. DIIRL, don't take his shirt off. You're too young for this shit. Two-head monster, you stay and watch them. No, I don't want to. The right head of two-headed red monster cried, but the group move away to the clearing. I wanna. Fuck our life. The left head groaned before he looked back to the couple. Hey, dude, Dawn, put your hand up her blouse. Take it out. The right head stared at fighting forlornly and it went on for a while. Star, Naruto, stop making out and help me. Marco shouted after few minutes, punching the giant chicken and kicking a random monster. The making out couple lift their index fingers up to him as if they were telling him to wait. Oh, come on. You can make out later when we get home. Well, he has a point there. Naruto broke the kiss, we can make out Star shoves her tongue back in, now. Love is always the answer. Star moaned into his mouth. I gotta ask, how do you come down with this answer? Marco shouted back, narrowly evade a wild punch from one of the monsters. I expect you to give every monster a hug, not making out with your boyfriend. Out of curiosity, how long does it usually last for? The left head pleaded, please tell me it'll end soon so we can, fight. He shivered, this and I want to burn it out of my head. An hour or two. The Latino teenager shouted back before all monsters halt in frozen pose. Yes, really. They make out for hours and I don't know how they can last this long, considering how much oxygen they suck out from each other. Out of my way. Ludo shoved his way through the monsters toward the wand in Star's pocket, but no one was paying attention to him. Mine. Mine. Yes. 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 That's it. The right head cried out with waving arm. Stop. Stop. You two. The wailing two-headed monster pries the couple apart. Look. The fortune cookies aren't real. It was all a trap so Ludo could steal your wand. What? Star blinked, her hands absent-mindedly stroked Naruto's abs. Stop rubbing his six-pack, please. The left head begged as his boss stuttered, we swapped your fortune cookie out with another one. It's all fake and rigged. So, she held up the piece of paper in her hand, you planted that in the cookie. Yes. Both heads cried out before the monster get blast back into the dumpster with Ludo. You know what this means, don't you? Marco panted on his knees. Oh, yeah. Star held her wand up. Love is never the answer, until it's to make out with Naruto. Mega Mushroom Destruction Blast. Wah, no, not to make out with. The Latino teenager threw his hands up before the alley room explode violently with mushroom cloud, then the trio walk out with fresh box of stale cookie. I can't believe you, he said flatly with limping arms, few mushrooms litter around on his clothes. I think my lips is numb. Naruto felt his swollen lips. Some of my body parts are numb. Marco shoot him a look as the blonde boy just smirked deviously at him. Is that because I tricked Star into thinking the cookies can really predict future? The smirking blonde shrugged with his hands. Seriously, fuck you. You brought it upon yourself. The blonde boy laughed. They're not real fortunes, but they're still real cookies. Star laughed with him before she give Marco a cookie. Here. A great evil has been unleashed. Marco read it out loudly before he snort. Ooh. Hee hee, let's go home and watch some movies. The princess laughed again and Naruto glanced back at the downed monsters, snickering when he see Ludo trying his best to push Biricorn through the portal before he noticed something from the upper left corner of his eyes. He saw a silhouette of lizard man in suit and the sight make his eyes widened slightly before narrowing in anger. "Hey, Naruto, hurry up!" Marco called out to him, causing the blonde boy to drop his glare as he turns around to them. Coming. Naruto jogged up to the duo before he sneak a glance over his shoulder at empty spot. What the bloody hell is he doing here? He have no idea why this person's here, but one thing he know is that it might get a little messy sooner or later.